Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, while forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate, and right after we're done. I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. Right after we're done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool. I'm like you ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run.
You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around.
Welcome back everyone to Challengers Northeast. We're here for the second day of playoffs. We've got some exciting games to bring you as well. I'm Hazza, joined by Scott Biz this time as Cairo is away. How you doing, man? Welcome back.
Oh, I didn't know that was his real name.
So tough, man.
You know, that's his name, right? Scott? It's definitely not.
Yeah,
Kieran.
yeah, of course.
Either way, yeah, no, I'm really excited for today, actually. I think it's always fun to come and look at some of the up-and-coming teams, especially with how a lot of the players have been successful, especially from East. Now that you guys aren't just North and Northeast, it becomes, I would say, a little bit more interesting, although maybe some would disagree with me. So I think we got some great games today, and I'm going to quiz you to make sure that I know everything that's going on.
All right. I'll make sure I've got all the Neast knowledge packed in. You know, the combination of the two.
Neast. Yeah, we're sticking with that name.
I thought you were going to say it, to be honest, and I will give you credit. You were the one who came up with it. But yeah.
I don't want that.
Right, whatever. Look, moving swiftly onwards. Yeah, there's plenty of East for all of you to sink your teeth into.
Oh.
Let's take a look at the bracket from the games that we had played yesterday, though, of course. That was Mitch and Ryan covering those ones. We had Deti Ulisse versus Shachmat. They progressed onwards to face Sweet and Sour, who won 2-0 versus EXO after a pretty good comeback on the second map, down around 12-6. To turn that one on its head. The games we have today, though, of course, Enterprise Zero Tenacity and Metasport Team Liquid Academy. Tom, how are you feeling about these?
I'm excited, especially for Enterprise, because I feel like I've kind of gone back in time. Like, it doesn't normally happen where I go into like a game in niched and I look at it and go, oh, I actually recognize every single player from like a tier 1 standpoint. So I think it's going to be fun to see some of the up and coming players try and take on the likes of a Doma or a Killers or a Zeke, who we've seen around for quite a while, and whether or not that experience will shine through, or if it's going to be maybe some Team Liquid Academy players, the youngsters, that will shine later in the day.
Yeah, we've got a lot of up-and-comers on our books here in Northeast at the moment, and some players who are hoping to make that return to Ascension as well, of course, because that will have been one of the last Challengers events that both you and I will have covered, and lots of players who we've seen there before that are going to be hoping to come back this time. We've got Challengers EMEA tournaments, so top 4 is huge, and a win for anyone today puts them in the upper semi-final, meaning you only need one more win to guarantee uppers and to guarantee that you'll be making that cut in that first tournament of the year. So let's get straight into our first match for today, with plenty of those names that you'll recognize from around Challengers and beyond. It's Enterprise versus Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I think, just to also touch a little bit on what you were saying, is like, I think the most fun thing about this being Northeast now is, like last year, you'd kind of look at the competition and go, okay, this is absolutely stacked. We've got like one team at the very top who's probably going to like blast everyone. Whereas, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say even going into this game or any of the games coming up, there isn't necessarily a mass favorite.
No, I don't think so. It's just the absence of the old god Apex and the fact that they were winning every split back to back. There was a split where they didn't drop a single map, Tom. You'll remember that at the beginning of last year. Teams could barely get a scratch of blood out of those guys. So I think, yeah, coming into this one, Zeke on this team, Yaz as well, both of them are back-to-back Challengers winners. So they do have credibility to that extent coming into this tournament to make it 3 in a row. But still, those performances at Ascension weren't as good as what we were really expecting to see from them, both going out in groups.
Yeah, I think it was kind of an odd one as well, though, because at least the way they started out the tournament, they looked insane. Like I think Zeke, his performances along the likes with that Go Next team, they basically won on a crazy streak, including Ascension, and then they lost to Desire and CGN, and it kind of went down the pan right at the end, which was a shame, because I think there was some real talent. I think Alexic especially was one of those players, I'll be honest, I kind of expected to see get picked up, maybe a little bit too explosive, and I guess they did have Mini Profec both going to a tier 1 team, so they've had a slight rebuild. They brought in, I would say, even more experience, and it's always good to see Doma. It's been a long while since we've seen him in a team that I really do think could do some damage.
Yeah, final piece of the puzzle as well. He was the last player that they trialed for. I mean, even in terms of leadership, Starkey, the IGL, I was speaking to Zeke and he said, oh, this guy saved my ass. Like, I was supposed to be leading this team, but we changed up how we wanted to play it. And now you're even seeing Zeke freed up onto the Reyna, for example, on Pearl. So it does, in many ways, feel like a throwback to 2021. First time Killers is in the team as well with Zeke. So a bit of a time capsule in some ways, but at the same time, you have to be thinking current times and the amount of titles that these guys have even been able to win in recent memory. Killers in Spain, for example.
Yeah, I always go back to the first ever champs win. Like that's the one that springs to mind for me. And it's like, at that time, you're talking about Zeke being a champions MVP, maybe the forgotten champions MVP. I feel like every other one still has slightly more stature to their name, but he is someone who's been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And for Killers, I think of all the players that were in that roster, okay, maybe some have retired, he was the one that I feel fell the furthest from grace. So it's good to see him back on a team with Zeke, and I'm hoping that potential's still there, because he was a very talented player back a couple of years ago.
Yeah, when I think about Zeke, when I think about Killer, he's a player who, by many, is an unsung hero in some ways. He's a pillar, a consistent player that just kind of keeps the floor at a good level. He's not going to be a huge vocal piece or anything like that, but he just keeps the ball rolling, keeps the clock ticking, and that's what Enterprise are going to want, essentially, here. The experience to get them through the best of threes, because you're now coming up against a new Zero Tenacity look, a new version of this team, with some returning faces to East and some up-and-coming talent of their own.
Oh yeah, but this was something I kind of wanted to ask you, because as I said, like, the Alexic is someone that it's quite like a fun storyline of him facing off against his old team, but other than that, I'm a little bit in the dark about some of the places that are currently on this roster. So give me a shout out. Who's the guy that you're like, okay, this will be the person who makes a difference. This person's going to surprise you.
I think naturally you go straight to Alexic. Like, just the history he has in the region as a whole is crazy. The last time that these two organizations faced each other, he was on Enterprise. He had a spell there. He went to go next. Now he's back on now he's on Zero Tenacity. He's been all over the shop. He plays a bunch of different agents. He does feel a little bit hot and cold at times, though. So the one player I am looking at, and to speak to consistency again, like the picture that we paint of Killers, MSH, Incognito got relegated last year, but he was always their top performer in a lot of their early officials, and some of the best performances that he penned were against top teams, against your Ascends, your Go Next of the world. So if there's going to be anyone that's going to tear up the script here and give us a Zero Tenacity performance to behold, I think MSH has to be a key component of that.
Is T-Rex as young as he looks? That's a baby-faced killer right there.
Well,
maybe it's just the picture. He looks like he could be 14.
No, it's funny you say that. He is 20, and he turned 20 when they qualified to playoffs, when they beat Pixel Lumina the other day. That was his birthday, so he's just turned...
Decent birthday.
Just turned 20, yeah.
Okay, it's not quite like Koala playing in VCT, who lost on his birthday and then had to do a load of media. I'm not sure he'd be quite as happy about that.
No, not as good. So playoffs qualification, good. Now they're here. We can start to maybe look towards what kind of maps we're expecting to see between these two teams, because one thing to mention, they played a best of 3 against each other already. So there is a selection of maps that we can be looking at here.
Yeah, well, I think that was the Lotus Haven Pearl.
Yeah.
I would say that maybe the Lotus pick could go amiss just because of the fact that it was so desperately close going into overtime. I don't know if either team will necessarily want to unless we can see those changes. Zero Tenacity, I think, have actually picked the map that was picked against them last time.
Yeah. Well, the one they ended up winning, so I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Enterprise as well, Pearl. That was the most dominant one in the series. Lotus is still available, and I find that interesting, Tom, because looking at this one for Zero Tenacity, it's been a difficult map for them. They've played it 4 times. They've lost it 3 times. And
maps.
Yeah, it's going to be the decider that we end up getting. So the order has been flipped up a little bit, but still the same 3 maps.
Yeah, I would actually say, from my perspective at least, this is way more of a gamble for Enterprise. Like, you're going into a close series last time out where it had to go to 3 maps. One of them ended up going all the way to OT. And you're going in the same direction again. This gives your opponent a lot of chances to fix their mistakes. And okay, I'm sure there'll be some things they adapted themselves, but it's sort of like, realistically, how much are you going to change in a victory versus how much are you going to change in a loss?
It's also difficult to tell what the map pool actually looks like for both teams when you play Swiss, when you play best of 1, and you don't get to fully flesh that out. As I said before, the only best of 3 we've seen from Enterprise was the previous fixture between these two teams. So you're wondering whether some of those early bans like Abyss, for example, are targeted at Zero Tenacity, where they've got a couple of reps on it. They play the Vice Yoru comp, which is difficult to play against with the double controller. And you leave something like Lotus, where they are playing with Teho, where you've got that strong post plan right at the very end. But heading into Haven at the start, if you want to speak about compositions, it's very straightforward.
Yeah, I'm hoping someone's made a change, because it is painfully dull, especially with how much variety we've had recently, with like a lot of teams trying out Teo. I think we've seen teams trying out Vice and so many exciting agents. Like, just seeing a comp that could have realistically been run like 2 or 3 years ago on both sides of the page. I really hope we're not gonna get that again, but you kind of understand it. It keeps things basic. I think, especially when you look at the side of Zero Tenacity, like, why would you change things up when you won? I think Alexic is incredibly comfortable on this map and on the Jet. So it's like, okay, if we can just have all of the things to facilitate him with the Sova, the Breach, if it's not broke, don't fix it. On the other side, I wouldn't mind seeing at least a little bit of flair, like something that just tries to catch your opponents out. We've seen a lot of ISO Yoru on this map, which I think, based on the individuals they have on their side, they could definitely run. Like, I think the Chuck, Zeke, or someone like that on an ISO, I think it'll be absolutely fine. It's basically just a Reyna, but you get the free shot first. Yeah. If anything, it's easier.
It's true. It's true. You look at Enterprise, they do have quite a lot of depth in terms of agents. So maybe that is something they'll be thinking about. It makes me wonder, are we just getting the default comp out of them in those first couple of Haven matches because this project is somewhat last minute and they've not maybe fleshed out that pool yet, that they're not up to speed? Because I look at the duelist, Yaz, for example. This is someone who was, when he was playing with Job Life for last year, you're getting so much neon out of him on that map. He was playing a lot of those sort of, I want to say off-meta picks, because Neon wasn't off-meta at that point in the year, obviously, but like she is now, and he's someone in the past who's shown that he has a little bit more depth here. Or do they just go by the book? Yeah, I suppose, because you do have some other roles which are a little bit more nailed on, like Killez on Sentinel and Doma, who's exclusively been playing Sova since he's come back, which is strange because he used to be like a big flex guy.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was always very good when you gave him flashes as well. So, like, the fact that he's stuck to the one initiator that doesn't have any is definitely intriguing. But yeah, I'm kind of I would be surprised if we see a Neon. I think in EMEA, the only person who's played Neon on Haven is Click, and the only other person who's played Neon at all was Zeus once on Fracture. And I think that was just a counter pick to someone not running a Cypher. So, like, finding the particular gaps is going to be that little bit more difficult. Saying that, there actually is no Cypher on the other side, so that is actually something they could do. Like, you're not going to run into the trips. You could basically sprint past all of MSH's Killjoy utility, so there's potential for swap ups, but I have a feeling with the short notice, they're only going to want to make minor adaptations. I guess the only thing that actually makes it a little bit more dangerous for Enterprise is the fact that they won the pistol in the first and then won the second round in the second half. So it's like, in essence, maybe the match probably wasn't anywhere near as close as it seems on paper, considering they still lost 13-10 with boosts to both halves. You kind of go, oh, you actually do need some pretty severe. I just hope, like, if they're going to run something like a Teo, because I think that's been most teams like, yeah, let's just try the new agent. I've seen so many teams do it. I kind of hope that they watch Liquid, because I think Liquid were the team where, on Haven at least, had some really cool stuff with Kamek, and it was basically just disgusting A takes. Like, they would combine like stuns into the guided salvo, into the ultimate, that would just leave you forced into a corner and dead. Like, if they have ideas like that, cool. Otherwise, just stick to what you got. Like, try and adapt on the fly. You knew this map would come in. You know the mistakes you've already made. Maybe you win a pistol, you win the game.
Yeah, and there's tape here as well. So there's definitely ways in which both teams could have put extra preparation in to make those adjustments. What with it now being known that Lygia is the coach of Enterprise, someone who, when I spoke to Zeke,
Legia.
said, or Legia, right, close enough. This is a guy who's been around for ages, so I should know.
He's a CS man, that's why I know.
Zeke was saying, like, he has more experience than anyone on this team, the way that he put it. And I think that, you know, it's valid to say you can win a
But do you know who his
title,
mentor was? Do you know who the mentor of Legia was?
Who? God B?
God B.
Yeah,
The
okay.
legend.
You know,
The legendary God
That's
B.
two God B mentions in 2 streams here on Challengers North.
I'm okay
as well.
with that.
Yeah, no.
Love
it was
God
Mitch
B.
and Ryan saying that the last time they casted together would have been when God B was playing. So this feels like a team.
He was a clutch king
from
in
that
Valorant,
era.
like,
Yeah.
You need to get to know. But no, Gobby, I would say, in terms of IGL, in terms of like any sort of German Counter-Strike scene, he was one of the GOATs. So like the fact that Legia had played under him for such a long time, no doubt there's quite a bit of experience there. Obviously, the main thing that kind of screwed him over recently was the org that he was with. So I hope that things are going to go a little bit better this time around. And I think especially for like young players that need like, I guess like someone who can give you that extra level of experience, he is the right person for the job. So I'm excited to see what he'll bring to this roster as a whole.
Yeah, nothing to say about the comps. We already stressed the details, and it's as plain and simple as you can possibly ask. The one difference, Killers with the Cypher and MSH with the Killjoy, which, for both of those players, I think it's fair to say would be their favourite of the Sentinels available, and that's kind of the reason we get the deviation. But to go back to what you're saying about the calling with Legia and the IGL he's working with, Starkey comes from the DAC scene now. He was a CGN Academy player. He was on Mao's last year when he won the league with them. In terms of what he brings against Purty, who's been someone who has been in East for so long now, with a partnership with a player like Gourmet, which has been around for, 4 years at this point, there is that synergy already built up. And I'm just wondering what kind of connection they can make themselves here on a map which can be so difficult to play at times.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to Haven, I'm always going to have that initial focus on what the plan is for the defensive side. You're going to have to take gambles a lot of the time. Your Sentinel becomes a pivotal role. But the other part of it is, how do you get aggressive? Like, how are they going to pressure and push around the map and look to try and cause problems? And I think that, especially when you have a Jet on like either side, that's going to be a big part of like, how is your Breach setting up this player? Who is going with the Jet to be that sort of secondary piece of aggression? And well, are they going to get themselves in the right place at the right time? Because if not, they can be nullified quite fast.
Yeah, we're going to throw over to a quick break because, as you can tell, there's a slight issue which needs to be resolved before we can get into game. But don't go anywhere, because Enterprise versus Zero Tenacity is right around the corner.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast.
Oh,
It's
this looks
day
cleaner.
2 of playoffs. The HUD is fixed, and with that, Tom, I believe we are ready to dive into Haven. Enterprise, they got the 1-up over Zero Tenacity last time, but the playoff stage brings a new level of pressure. Dropping into the lowers could spell disaster for either of their hopes to reach those Challengers EMEA slots on their return to Ascension.
Yeah, there's a bit of a history between the two orgs, but obviously I feel like this is where we're seeing them like truly have those rosters built to compete. I'm excited to see if the sort of the unknown can beat that experienced squad already though. An aggressive start. Gonna be the trade for Doma.
First kill on the board for MSH. We thought he would show up. The HUD has as well, and it's sticking around. It's just making sure we know it's there. Site taken by Enterprise, and here we go. Alexic on spot, ready to get away with things, and he's found Zeke already. Paranoia to his position, but Zero Tenacity have backfilled this space. Already numbers on site, and Enterprise down to their final 2 members. It's Killez and Doma to try and create something here. Killez, nice isolation of that fight back site. Spike is still out in the open though. Killez fighting forwards to try and claim this one back. 3 for Killez, but not without Alexic matching it, and that is enough for Z10 to take the pistol.
keep it up.
Yeah, he was a highlight for a very good reason. A player that, in the games that they were victorious, or Go Next were victorious, I should say, over in Ascension, he was a very big part of it, having some crazy performances there. You kind of feel like he's going to be a standout in this league, with already being able to do it versus all of the others before, but I'll have to wait and see. Killer's off to a good start, though. Like that genuinely looked like a round that was going to be over very quick. But now, though, the attack, it's always a difficult round going into 2. You can invest a little bit too much, potentially damage your future buy, or you go in like this, and you get farmed.
And it's Alexic doing the farming as well. He'll make it successive hat tricks. He does. And remember, you were covering that game where he hit the ace almost in 5 seconds, also on Haven. So it's a place where he feels familiar, and I don't know, he's actually going to end up walking into Starkey here as well with that Outlaw, which is going to be really useful for the next round too, but Enterprise no position to get away with a plant. This one is just rigged from the start.
Yeah, this is so clean from him. Like, already coming out with multiple kills. He's one off a Bladestorm, and on this map in particular, the A-Orb specifically is easy to fight for in a sense of he can go for the kill. If there's no one there, he gets Bladestorm. If there is someone there, he gets Bladestorm. And so everyone on their team also has to like maybe lose a bit of utility or just invest more than they might want to, because you need those shields. Luckily, they did buy nothing last round, so every player heavy shield. So it will take 2 shots rather than just 1.
Yeah. No concessions made. Mek using his own smoke in the corner to try and dodge Doma's reveal, but with Enterprise leaving a marker of their own in front of the orb, that's not a possibility, and Alexic just doesn't want to chance it at this point in time. Gomek from the corner, I think they might have seen that smoke just dissipate on the corner.
Oh dear. Well, they've lost a player on the lurk as well. That was a headshot through the door. Alexic is definitely expected. When you're this close to a Bladestorm, when you have that sniper, they know somebody's going to be there. Do they actually check for Grimmick? They do, but he still wins the first fight with the Spectre. Paranoia just going to try and get out of there, and he will manage it as well.
I thought for a moment he might be heading into trouble with the Aftershock right on the corner, but Zero Tenacity have found a way to spin this in their favor. It's a 4 versus 4, and when you look at the map, Putty started to go walkabouts through middle, breaks the Cypher Cam, and Enterprise have no ground beneath their feet from which to work. It is a foot race over towards the C site. Zero Tenacity are starting to get an idea of what's going on here themselves.
Starkey believing himself as a lurk. This seems a bit more problematic. Dart was online, but actually the peek instead gives Zeke an easier kill than he might have expected. That plant now in for post, and this becomes more about the idea of damage than anything more, unless Alexic can do it again. But with the lurk finding the kill, this seems like a done deal.
Yeah, Tyrex and Grumek both thinking about the possibility of a mid player, but Starkey, as a thief in the night, it's a snatch and grab from him. Now a 4 versus 2 situation where Enterprise look to just keep on kicking forwards. Not really too much left to do here. Bulldog not worth the save either. Position now noted, and Enterprise walk it over the line eventually. Lots of questions being posed to them at the start of the round there by Zero Tenacity, but Alexic not quite able to deliver on what was promised out of those first couple rounds.
Yeah, I will say I want to give a lot of credit to Starkey there, because a lot of the time when you watch Omen players, like say you have an Astra or something else, you're going to have lurks because of your utility. But because Omen has a paranoia, you're normally in with the group. The second he uses that paranoia, he goes into a lurk. He's like, I can place my smokes from a distance. I'm not going to TP round someone. So he basically just holds that backline instead and allows killers to go forward. This fight, though, that's madness.
So quick.
He just runs out of the smoke, gets a kill, and tries to escape. But I don't know where he's going.
Right along the same line, that's where, and Yaz already had it in his own crosshair. 4v4 situation now. Tyrex just on the edge of the angle, hat off the head, that's info. And Enterprise will see that they do have numbers towards this side of the map. It feels favorable for now. Tyrex letting loose on more utility, plenty where that came from, and the stun about to come back up in just a moment. This smoke from their own teammate, I don't know if it helps or hinders, because Purty's setting up behind it, but there are more angles to consider, and Enterprise finally pushing the site. It looks like Zero Tenacity want to play retake and give up this space, but Purty's still hanging around in the doorway.
Yeah, plant will come in.
Spike planted.
This position has its value, but can't move any further forward without the cage giving it away, and I think may even just try and end up in the middle of it.
Look at Gomez.
They're still waiting for those further rotations to come back around, and after being spotted, has to fall back. Aftershock held as well by Zeke, which is going to buy them even more time. And they're only just starting to make their move forward. A lot of time has gone on this clock already. It's getting more and more difficult, but they're finding those trades. Grumek's done well, but Doma still standing. He'll lose his life as well. There's enough time to get that defusal. 3 HP in a dream, and well, I guess his dreams have come true early on in this game.
Yeah, we're playing on Grumek time right now. The whole of Zero Tenacity were made to wait for him to return, reprise his role in the retake. But 3 big kills. Get another on the board for them.
His teammate.
And yeah,
that's
no,
what
he
it
did.
seemed like.
Yeah, he did. He blinded his own teammate. He showed up late, but when he arrived, the difference was made more positive than negative.
Hey, I would say, like, utility might have been a little bit off, but his aim was on point. Managed to catch out everybody, and especially the wild spam spray through. I didn't expect that one to work. That's a bit of a lifeline for the defensive side. Of course, Enterprise have plenty of cash and already have managed to get the opener, but this is the man we want to be watching. Wow. Oh yeah, he's actually just, there's no one paying attention at all.
Right behind them. No questions asked, and Killer's snooping around to see what's happened. Be lucky not to get caught a second time by this, because they're walking back in, and so is Alexic, but it looks the opposite way. I mean, do you not expect there to be more players towards lobby after you've just killed the breach player facing that direction?
I think if I'm Zeke, I'm fuming, but at the same time, that has worked out for them, which I'm not really sure as to how, but now it comes down to, well, this time he's in the right place at the right time. No need for rotations at all.
He has an operator as well to just sweeten that deal. Nice shot from Gumek. Yaz hits the deck, the smoke, and the paranoia will connect on multiple targets of the opposition this time. He can leave the site unscathed. And Zero Tenacity set up for this retake 3 versus 3.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's using the operator almost as a shotgun. Starkey goes through. Oh, that's almost 2. Finally, Grimek's going to go down. Probably should have died last round, but managed to survive. And now a 1 versus 3 for MSH. This is a tough position to try and get back from, especially considering that Hunter's Fury alive in the backline. He's still got to get past Starkey as a start, which, hey, that one's given almost for free, but the remaining couple of players just playing off that information, playing off that time, having the drone, having the camera, and eventually they'll confirm it with the kill.
Unlucky for MSH. No real way to get through that one. Had to give it up in the end. But in terms of the setup from Zero Tenacity, I don't know. The start was great. Alexa gets this first kill. Going back in is where you'll have questions about this. And just the aggression from Starkey's ridiculous. This guy has been unrelenting and made life so difficult because, cast your mind back a couple rounds ago, the reason why Gromek hadn't rotated is because he was still worried about mid. There's so much to be thinking about for this defense right now that those retakes are just falling apart before they get a chance.
Oh, with the Blade Storm utilized in the last round. It's not a mass amount left for this one. An early stack up onto the C site, but I think enough has been spotted. We will see the attack just start their rotation back in the other direction. Purdy is still around this position, but it's a classic. Again, they have barely anything. It's only MSH with a little bit of extra credits that has managed to get a rifle on the board.
Shadows traveling.
Still fostering control of the C site with the turret towards Garage. He's the one which Enterprise need to watch out for here and seems to be in a prime position at this point in time. Gilles has a cam, both cages, possibility to open up B and consider their options from that point onwards. It is looking like a B finish right now with 40 seconds left.
Cover going out.
Not the choice most make against an eco, but it's going to be an empty one, so easy enough.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I'd like the Enterprise have looked very controlled. Like, I don't think there's been any point where I've witnessed this team just panicking. Maybe a few slip-ups in post-plants, but they seem very comfortable playing into the late round, using their utility to sort of like push and pull the map. Yeah, it's not the greatest of starts, and well, actually they're going to commit the Rolling Thunder to this. I'm quite surprised that that's already gone for Zeke, clearly feeling that with that extra kill, things could have gone the wrong way. And again, this man is just filthy with it, but oh, it's only going to be the one. Was Grimek like an ex-duelist or something? This guy does not play like an Omen player.
I'm actually glad that you mentioned it because there have been a couple of role swaps with these Zero Tenacity players. That pairing, the Diamant duo as you can call them, because they spent 3 years together, Purty and Grimek, on that team. Grimek was sharing roles with Westside last year, who's obviously now joined GX, so he was mostly a Sentinel player. Like, now he's dedicated
he's got
Smoke.
50 games at Chamber. You're lying to me. You're lying to me.
I'm talking about last year, man. I've erased the Chamber meta from my mind.
It's in there. It's in there, though.
He's
using an op and TP, and that's where he's got that from. 50 games at Chamber. You don't lose that. But conventional duelist, you are correct.
There you go. Look, what old habits die hard. The guy's still doing it. But Alexic is on the op this time. He's actually paired up with Grimek, so maybe he'll be trying to scout that one from his corpse in just a moment. But another B site take. This time Yaz with the blades can use the extra elevation. He's got a Bucky in his pocket if needs be. And, oh, Zero Tenacity, they're closing up on some pretty big ults here, but they don't have them yet, and that's the issue.
Yeah, Domus still has his ult, and look where he's standing. He is an absolute rat all the way back in the spawn, waiting for that Hunter's Fury to be needed. And the thing is, even if they get close, that is going to be thrown in. Stun is solid as well from Zeke. The thing is, a lot of his utility, he's almost playing around himself, but has the teammates to back him up where necessary. And this is looking done. I think the remaining defenders just have to hold on to their weaponry at this stage, because throwing them into the wind is not going to hold any value. The credits are absolutely fine for Enterprise, and especially with a player now retrieving a gun off the back of the Blade Storm. If anything, they've made money this round.
No, they have. They certainly have. And Zero Tenacity not able to make the investments that they want of those ultimates, because you look at the situation and it's a lot of what you've already mentioned before. I don't think this Zero Tenacity team are as tenacious as the name would suggest, right? The Enterprise team, however, are playing a lot slower game. They're not giving the kind of fights which Z10 were banking on receiving to actually foot the bill for those ults to get back in on the retake there. And actually that time buys Zeke the stun that you were talking about, which actually lets him defend B in the first place.
Well, Grimmick is not shying away. He still have a couple of pistols, but any of those kills will grant ults that could pad the round for them. The thing is, this has started to really swing in the other direction from Enterprise, and again, it just seems like those stuns are just causing issues. I like this 1-2 punch that they currently have on the A side, but the rest of the players are so far away, and it looks like Enterprise are just going to go for the tried and true, go right back. Although
I was just about to say, Yaz is also on 1 HP. He got headshot through the wall right at the first few seconds of this round.
Why do I feel like he's going to get a kill?
It's the same rollout though. The TP, the updraft. They go into the rafters and Zeke buries them 10 foot under. Putty gets one back towards C-Link, and this is where Zero Tenacity start to put up a fight for themselves. Stoma still clinging onto that ult. He'll drop back towards grass, but is now forced to move forwards and take those jewels. Yes, still somehow alive when the dust settles, and Doma is the one that Enterprise will be banking on to pick this round up for them. He sidestepped the paranoia, but still will fall. Yaz is the one of a few players to actually get a kill in this round as Zero Tenacity tie things up.
I guess they assumed that because they were already like so low on personnel that the Hunter's Fury wasn't really worth it, or maybe they thought that their Hunter's Fury would get countered by the other one. But it is quite funny looking at the final position of Doma, starting off in the spawn, waiting to use the Hunter's Fury, and ends up fighting them up close because his teammates are too low to do the battle anymore. It's a bit peculiar, but really nice retake, and Purdy was the biggest part of that, being able to find 3 kills back into the site in a round that, again, started to look like it was going to be very similar. Instead, we are now going to have that A aggression again, and I'm a bit sad for Alexic. He's been waiting for this A fight for 3 rounds. He goes B, and they go A.
Just not giving it to him. Enterprise know firsthand, Zeke, a former teammate, how good this guy can be, and Putty instead is the one popping up in the feed. He started the round just outside of sewers, and that's where he fires his ult, and recon, which reveals 2 players. Enterprise getting lit up. They don't get half a chance, and Grumek will finish it off. It's flawless in the end for the defending side.
Yeah, really nice round. So they combine the timing of the paranoia with the dart. So there's no chance of them shooting the dart. There's no chance of them seeing the person spraying back at them. So that's just a really nice combination of utility from Zero Tenacity. Just catching them perfectly. I also, it was kind of seemed like a blind pop initially from the Soverall, but it paid off. Again, though, it seems like Enterprise not happy with how that went. They're going to give it another go.
Yeah.
I like the dart. It's just ratty. Like, you just put it on the wall and then go, you can peek, but then I know you're there.
Yeah. Yeah, Purty's looked really good on this Sova as well, which, when I was just speaking about Grumek, his role swap, we forget the chamber, whatever, subtract that one. We add the Sova in here. He's back on scan, which is, I think it suits his playstyle as a leader a lot better. You can see how he can call for these plays, like flashing the recon, for example, a lot easier, whereas last year he wasn't able to do that so much. He was playing a lot of flashes instead. So I think while the core of this team is very much the same, that there is lots which has changed to accommodate some of these other players. And even Tyrex, for example, this guy's played pretty much everything under the sun just to fit what the team needs, and right now he's a key part of it. Great position for a stun, and Purty, off the back of it, gets himself another double kill.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it was after. I think he'd basically done the work. It was like, it was even more cosmetic than normal. Killers with a nice trade, but still, the defense, for the moment, had that advantage. But Zeke, again, he's been fragging out on the breach. I believe this one will get him one away from that ultimate. A single kill might just end this round in its tracks, but I'm looking at Grumek and Alexic, and I believe in the defense.
Killer's the one in the clutch, though. Mr. Consistent. As I said before, pillar of the team. Can he hoist them up this time around? Smokes have allowed Electric to cross. He's already towards default, and now it feels almost impossible for Killers. The spike position planted against him instead, and Gumek signing on the dotted line to finish off what Zero Tenacity have started. 6 rounds is the guarantee for this defender's side. A tough task is seemingly being fulfilled.
Did they just swap the orb away from Bladestorm over to the TP? I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that, ever. Like, granted, Bladestorm was a little bit further away than from the shadows. I can only assume that this means he's going to go for
there's something in the
something
strapbook,
aggressive
man.
on one side, and then he's going to TP back over to defend A, which is completely open. But that's still just something you don't see. It's like, I could get myself 3 away from an ult that can kill everyone. Well, I could get 1 away from something that lets me teleport to the other side of the map. Yeah. I don't know. It still feels weird, especially with how good Alexic can be with that Bladestorm.
Coughing baby versus nuclear bomb. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
That is what it feels like.
It is something along those lines. But I think when you look at the scoreboard right now, both of them breaking double digits, I don't really care who gets it as long as they make good use of it. 60 seconds to think about how they want to implement that one, which is still obviously not available. 1 away for the time being, but you've got Rolling Thunder, you've got the lockdown, you have ults to make this retake happen. Doma still holding on to his Hunter's Fury, which could of course counter that in fact, and Zeke with his own breach ultimate. But I think you understand the reason why Enterprise want to call this timeout. I would maybe like to have seen it a little bit sooner though, because 2 rounds isn't the most wiggle room to work with.
Yeah, I think it like the 3-round streak, but that last one was sort of like, okay, you lost the clutch. The one before was so clean. The A site takes haven't been going, and I feel like the only real success they had was 3 direct hits into B, which I just don't think you can rely on too much. So definitely a little bit dangerous at this stage of the game that we could be seeing this one slip away from them quite quickly. And as said, like, although they had a dominant performance last time on Pearl, you know that if it's still in the map pool, if it hasn't been banned out, your opponents have likely come up with adaptations. So you're not going to want to give this one away, especially in a cleaner fashion if these last couple of rounds don't go your way.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity did look a bit hesitant in transition towards those retakes before with Starkey's positioning, but that seems to have run dry now, gone cold. We're not getting as much of it as we saw before. Slight technical pause just for the moment, Tom. So, you know what? I'll ask you a question since you've been asking me a couple. I don't know how much of Challengers EMEA you've been watching, round and about, but obviously top 4 and 4 teams from Northeast, which is crazy to me, are going to be going to that first tournament. Looking at some of the other teams that could potentially be there, anyone that you think people should be keeping their eyes on this year, potentially?
It's going to be my defo bias that comes out.
Really? Okay.
There's
such a Gambit bias with, like, everyone in EMEA, I feel like. It's... Yeah.
But, like, you have to understand the best game I've ever casted was them. And it was, like, I feel like he got the worst end of the stick, where it was, like, a lot of the times their attack sides were super defaulty, and it was this guy being sent in alone. So I rate him highly. I think that it's nice to see him back, and I hope that he can succeed as much as I hope he does.
Ooh, it's the young gun that gets put down by the champs winner. Killes opening things up for Enterprise on this round. And again, it feels like since those first few rounds, Electric's been throwing out lifelines to Enterprise in some of these. In terms of the setup, it's more catered towards the B site. But you're feeling could be a heavy split towards Garage side of C at this point, and an opportunity for Zero Tenacity to isolate Doma, one which they're not able to take. He drops back to help the rest of the pack, but Tyrex has already started thinning that herd. Yaz drops.
Oh, it's a counter immediately. Looking to really get back into this site as early as possible. Finally, that Hunter's Fury's been used. It's only been there for about 6 rounds, but even still, the kills don't come through. Damage has been done, but Tyrex is just hitting every single shot. I think I'm going to have to ask you the same question if he was previously a duelist, because other than the Rolling Thunder, I feel like everything here was just him being a headshot machine. And well, Doma might feel a little bit bitter. Finally used that ult he was holding forever, and it seems like it's going to come with a round loss.
Yeah. It feels like a bit of a loaded question, you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Everyone's evolved from a duelist main at some point, so I'm phoning a friend. VLR says, yes, Tyrex was a duelist main. Most of his matches have been played on either Jet or Raze, in fact, almost half of them. But it's what I was saying before. This guy is someone who can be... He's like a purpose fit to like literally any role. The team he came from last year, Trashcan, they got promoted. It's a funny name, but they got promoted in Split 2 and then made playoffs that exact same run. So he was a key component of that. That's the reason that he's been purchased, why he's here. And everyone on Z10 right now just pulling in the same direction. That's the biggest takeaway. And even some of these reactions, incredibly quick. Enterprise have rarely ever faked a site on the 3-site map.
It does seem like they're looking to be a little bit more direct, but with lockdown in play, it's going to have to be a deep post plant. Like, they're not going to be able to hold on to pretty much any ground within the site, unless someone's going to try and stick in that back corner. But I'll be honest, if there isn't a piece of utility thrown in there, or at least a spam into the box, I'd be very surprised. So it is just going to have to be long. I like the TP, though, from Starkey. At least give us a second avenue of which to try and fight this from, but you know there's going to be someone attempting to defuse that right under your nose.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity are so quick to this as well. Putty is just holding the defuse key. He's managed to get it halved. Zeke finally puts an end to things, and Starkey on the flank now might just be the win condition that they needed. They set up the Joker, and with that, they've managed to cash in big. Electric, last left. Even his best effort would not be enough against Starkey in the end. Look, the flank came back and it earned them a round, a 5th round in fact, which keeps that deficit close between the teams.
Yeah, a decent resurgence of pistol can easily put them back into play in this next half. And I think being able to potentially set up Yaz for some of those defensive plays could work out for them. Also, Killers has been playing well. If your anchor is popping off, that's not a bad thing. Like, it means especially going into the defense, there's a real chance that he could potentially like lock down one of those sites and make it a little bit tougher for them to try and deal with. I do worry, though, with Gromek and Alexic. If they keep performing the way they have, I do think this is likely to go the way of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah.
Which I will say also is a funny name as well. Because, like, he's gone from trash can to, like, I've got no determination. Like, that's basically what the...
Yeah. I can't think of any other names that would best suit him. But Yaz right now is doing all that's required of a duelist. 2 kills on A, lurk shut down, flank already coming in. Zero Tenacity forcing the issue. Killers! He'll connect eventually, Tom. No worries there. It's a double, in fact, from him, and a flawless pistol for Enterprise. It's that gap closing up straight away.
I love the idea that they stunned the corner but then didn't check the corner. That's a new one.
Look,
that's
what you
can't
can't see can't hurt you, and what can't shoot you can't hurt you either, so good.
That goes there.
It's like they expected him to just like scream or something when he got stunned. Maybe that will make the stun a little bit better. It makes like a sound when someone gets hit by it. Get info. There you go. I'm updating the stun so it's not just cosmetic. Yeah. There you go. Right back in the game. Enterprise winning that one nice and clean. They're gonna invest pretty much across the board. It's only gonna be Doma who's gonna be playing back on the pistol, but still has the heavy shields to go with it. So you kind of expect little to no damage in this sort of round, but you never know.
Oh, target-rich environment for Yaz. He's found 3 already. Oh, and that stun is doing nothing to stop him getting a quad. Farming up the cash. And Starkey's just going to steal it right away. And it's the same situation that we saw in the first half, Tom. He's only a couple away from the Blade Storm. And, oh, look, it's the Omen player again that just wants that from the shadows.
Well, I was going to say, like, yeah, he would have been 1 away if the IGL didn't steal that kill, but I don't know. I've always remembered like Starkey from CS being a little bit of a troll, so I imagine he's probably giggling to himself about that one. Nonetheless, it's a straight upgrade. He had the Marshal, he didn't die, but he's decided, you know what? I want a slightly more powerful sniper going into this one. And in fact, 2 of the players are one-shot kill.
Yeah, an investment made to try and break the economy and the spirits of the Zero Tenacity side. It seems to work okay for the rest of them so far. Equal trade, 3-on-3. Yaz still yet to take any of that extra positioning outside of A. Enterprise have banked on this C execute to follow up on what it started, and they will be met with traffic very soon.
A little bit more of an off angle this time. Shot's not connected, and Killers is dead. He's been pushed straight into MSH. Doma has managed to get some ground, but his hero play ends up. It's just another death on the scoreboard. It leaves Yaz, the guy who was probably hoping to meet someone, even claimed the. You know what's funny? He would have his Blade Storm if it wasn't for that kill being stolen, but I don't know if he'd want to commit it here anyway.
Yeah. Chance to finance a little bit more in following rounds. Build up some bankroll. It's now a Vandal and an attempt made to tap onto the spike. Just seeing if he can claw anything back from Zero Tenacity, because they're still flat on their feet here when you look at their money. And well, this round is certainly going to be a boon to that. And the advantage restored, 8 for the attack side.
It's one of those rounds where I think the moment of change was when they got rid of Killers. Like, him being that anchor on the C site, clearing him out with the stun, forcing him into another player was a nice play, and more so just gave them that post plant. And other than that, it was mostly just Doma attempting a hero play that didn't really succeed. Still, though, a close competition. The defense now actually stacking up into Garage once again. They did it similarly in the last round.
Yeah, with the positioning of Yaz as well, trailblazing his way through A, there would potentially be the chance to meet these 2 ends, but it's one which fades away as he drops into obscurity on the A site. A really nice double stack. Electric's probably thinking, oh, there might be someone on boost. Hang on a minute. Wasn't expecting Zeke there as well.
That's the thing that all in like a lot of the time you go into one of those peaks, you panic, you don't get one. But he's so quick with his pre-fires that it actually, like, it's not the end of the world for the defense. They're buying extra time. They've still held on to positioning. They've got info on C. They've got deep control of A. Like, these are all things that lean towards their side. It's just whether or not Yaz can get a kill before having to escape, and he can't. So it kind of leaves things a bit more even.
Yeah, the pathing of Zero Tenacity, even on some of the defensive rounds, now into the offense, does feel tailored to how Enterprise are set up. Certainly not the first angle you would have looked to clear on the way through there, but now Doma stunned back sight. Still going to hang around here as long as Yaz was there. And now they're fighting on the site itself. Doma and Killers! They've done it all! Just between the 2 of them. They mow over Zero Tenacity and tie the scoreline right back up to where it started.
I don't know. You were telling me that Killer's like at the beginning. He's like Mr. Consistent, like be around the middle. Like I felt like you downplayed him. I'll be honest. Like, he's having a game. I think by far on his team the best player, and like in terms of just that individual ability. Like he had a 1 or 2 like whiffy shots with a Guardian, but I can forgive that. And then him having that crossfire with Doma has not only shut down that push, but also the economy is a bit weird now for Zero Tenacity. It's how much they really want to invest into this one, and from my perspective also who they want to invest it on, because no offense to MSH, but he's having a quiet game.
Yeah,
if he has a rifle and one of the other players doesn't, I might be asking a question here or there.
Hey, look, man, I heard players have been having issues with the tournament client. Who's to say that Killers and MSH haven't logged in on opposite accounts? That's what the narrative was saying at the start.
Yeah, you could just hear all of his teams like, what do you mean? I'm playing defense. I've just killed all of you guys. Whoops.
Yeah, well,
that seems likely.
It's okay. It's okay. I know exactly what you're saying, though. It's the experience. It's the experience.
How bad do you think, like, Bodok is our admin or something? I think they could tell if someone had joined in on the wrong team.
I'm also pretty certain of that. I'm also pretty certain.
Just throw them under the bus.
Yeah. Everything made in jest, of course. But I mean, you also have to think about Doma as well, the player he was paired with on the site there, what he contributed to the round. The last series between these teams was the best individual performance that he has showed so far for them, and he's one of the first players to meet this push. Alexic straight in, takes away both initiators, no sweat off the brow.
Planted.
And it's Yaz that finally fights back against this mixed investment.
They
and yeah, it's 2. It's 2 for him already, 3 on 3. There's another flank coming in. This jet has been accounted for. Killers takes the head clean off of Alexic, and all of a sudden, Enterprise are the ones in front. Spike not planted for either Grimek or Tyrex in the backside. He's managed to get a double, and actually, I'll tell you what, that's the round over. So topsy-turvy.
What's going on? This round was just a mess from the get-go. Like, it looked like Enterprise didn't realize that this push was going to be, because you saw them put like the aftershock and stun in towards garage. It seemed like they were certain, and then even one of the players looking up at the sky as they enter. Then you have just like, I think it was MSH didn't realize a teammate had died from behind, so it just like ran back through a smoke. And then you have Tyrex just being able to find a beautiful double at the end to win them it. It's a bit of a messy round, but I'm sure the attack will take it all day long.
Get out of my way!
As with the off-out, Alexic, the one to don the blades now. Bucky by his side, and the dash activated, so shouldn't be a moment before he flies in. Jazz so acutely aware, he accounts for the positioning, corrects his aim, and pulls the trigger to Zeke, finding another kill through middle as well. The B site in safe hands this time. Zero Tenacity don't really have an out for themselves here.
That's the thing. It's like, I guess they've just decided to play the full retake C, which it's not a bad idea. It's just how far away everybody currently is. Like, the rotation time will take them a little bit to get there. It's not like they've taken deep control or there's any other space. It's only the Cypher setup which will eventually start to give things away. And there you go. That is the cam out from Killers that lets them know. But there is a mass faith in their own retake. But I guess you look at the utility. Like, you still have the dart, stun, paranoia, flashes, aftershock, and even awareness. Grimek being here, and that fight was everything. He loses it, now it becomes very difficult. Only hope is the Rolling Thunder.
Safety net gone. Purty's got to do so much work here. He's going to get a stun, that's about it, and peeking into multiple players. They just shoot back. Tyrex will give it his best shot. Not quite revealed, drops back. Is he seriously thinking about the ult here? A chance to win the round with time low, as you say. He invests it. Yaz the first to fall. He gets the follow-up onto Starkey, and all of a sudden there's a chance. Stun coming in. First missed bullet. So much time for him to reload. Funneling bullets back into the magazine. He'll clutch it out in total. A quad kill. Double digit Zero Tenacity.
That's insane. Like, it was just a read on the timer. because you see that aggressive positioning that he had, and you can hear already that clock is starting to tick. I feel like maybe a little bit of a misread from the other side, but it just took them a while. That was the thing with giving up that much space that has gone wrong for them. Like, you took time to get back into the site to clear out those aggressive positionings, and sure, Tyrex had an insane amount to do, but he was confident in it. Throwing that in is the mark of a big player, and he may have just made the play that has completely turned this map on its head.
Does feel like a bit of a watershed moment. Enterprise left with scraps out of it. And their own pause called, their first pause of this game. Enterprise living on borrowed time in many senses. They've already invested both.
Yeah. I think this is a calm down pause.
Oh, no,
I
agree.
What we're looking at.
I completely agree.
This is just, okay, yep, you've done something nuts. The round wasn't amazing other than that play, but let's get ourselves back in the right headspace, because yeah, you don't want to get ahead of yourself and then maybe you lose a kill to Zeke, he gets a rolling thunder, you lose the round, or you give Yaz a fight that you shouldn't. It's much more important. It's also just a pause that you can go, all right, let's let them stew in that one a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for a lot of players on the Zero Tenacity team, their highest league placement was last year, but this is now about leapfrogging the old guard and getting a win over an organization which they have failed to so many times in the past. Alexic starts as he means to go on. 2 kills, which have this one lying dead in the water. Enterprise a bit of space towards A. It's only Doma holding on to it though, and this position should be re-cleared in just a second. How good do you remember his Sheriff being, Tom?
Not this good.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Alexic gets his third, and with that, A is open for the taking.
Only Mitchman can cast a curse that. I'm sorry though. Even if he got the first, but yeah, that was not particularly pretty. I will say, like, there are a few players that going into like off season, I was like, I think there's a good chance this guy gets picked up, and one of them was Alexic. And I won't like you've seen Prophet Mini, they've been picked up. Both of them have been standouts, like in their teams. I would say they're the best signing on their team. Yeah. So I am a little bit sad that we haven't got to get him in tier 1, because I think there's so much talent there, and with the right cast around him, or with like some very solid supportive players, he could do so much. Because I feel like, sure, I like Zero Tenacity have some decent utility behind him, but there are times where you look at him running into a site and just headshotting 2 people. Like, that's what we're talking about. It's a dash, there's a single stun, and he does the rest. And I think that there is some serious talent for someone who, I expect him to make the run through this tournament.
I think there's a lot to be said about what his confidence looks like, and the way that Go Next fell out of the group stages of Ascension last time, and how he'll want to try and put that right now. First responder in the site, and it's the bad end of the stick. And this is exactly what we're talking about. It's the setup. What does it look like, and what can he do? That's a situation where I think he'd be lucky to find anything with the response that Enterprise had set up.
It's going to happen with an attack side jet. If you're not dying sometimes on entry, you're probably not being aggressive enough, especially on this map. It does now come down to the late round, but that's the thing. They've had so many clutch plays. Like, Tyrex is already 3 away from his ult, and sure, it's coming towards the end of the map, but I would be surprised if he doesn't get it online again. I'd say Buddy as well, having that Solver ult potential for an opener. The main worry for me at this point is the time. You got 40 seconds. You've been stagnant for a little bit. Another one of your players is now low HP, and it doesn't seem like one of those scenarios where Enterprise are going to just move and just give up space for no reason. You now need to make a play, and you don't have much time to do it.
I mean, either extremity of the map loaded with Enterprise players. First contact to be taken, Starkey. Hearing the footsteps echoing the halls behind him. Stuns traded. He does get one. And with the spike felled, that should be the round done and over with. Purty's tried to pick up the pieces, but they're just going to slip through his fingers. Enterprise sign on for number 9 and reduce that gap back to 2. The same way that the half started. And they've managed to line their pockets in the process.
Yeah, I think the worry is financially they're not in an awful spot. Ult-wise, it's a little bit more troublesome. Hunter's Fury not far away. I'm going to be brutally honest. Don't miss Hunter's Furies thus far. I think I've had zero impact on the game. Whereas I think on the other side, we have seen some big moments. But also the Rolling Thunder 2-away lockdown as well. High impact ult to get you into that post plan in the first place. I think that Zero Tenacity should at least have a round off that ult economy building up.
Take flight.
I'm kind of looking to see if someone like Killers can have another one of those rounds where he's able to hold on to things. Problem is already his utility in Garage is gone.
Yeah, it's just the one trap. Recon behind it as well to clear out window. There's a serious threat that Zero Tenacity could be in Garage at this point in time, and both sides seem to be respecting that possibility. Zeke just stunned on the corner. Zero Tenacity ensuring no peeks taken by the defending side. No way to settle themselves an advantage, but just as you say that, Alexic has gotten onto this aggressive B angle. Just waiting to see if he can stop the cross, because Spike has still not been set on course. Finally, it looks to be heading towards B, and with Tyrex falling, Z10 have to buck up their ideas. Alexic missed shot, that's the way in onto the site, however.
Oh, that was very nearly 2 for 1, but thankfully for Killers, he survives. Gromek also puts another in the death toll, and you can see that flank coming in from Yaz. Now, he's going to be everything here. With that Hunter's Fury in hand, not allowing them to get into the post is so important. The problem is they're not clearing their angles, not realizing Gromek is still at the back of the site now. Timmy the turret is going to give away the game. They have managed to clear this man out, but now that ultimate becomes ever more dangerous. Hunter's Fury can be popped. With the wraparound already coming in, I don't think there's anything they could do to deny this. Yaz needs to eliminate both players and defuse within a 10-second period, and I can tell you for free, that's not happening.
Signed, sealed, and delivered by the Hunter's Fury. A round which goes Zero Tenacity's way and puts them on map point on their own pick of Haven. We said it before, both teams traded map picks on the previous. We went to Lotus. However, this time around, they've opted in. And you can tell the reasons why. This attack side, this offense, has looked pretty well oiled so far. Layers to the way that it's set up. And yeah, exactly.
I think they're mid-round. And I don't even know if that's necessarily IGL calls or just individual calls. Like, Gromek, I think his own decision-making, sometimes a bit crazy, but in that round was incredibly good. Like, just where he decided to take the fights. I think similarly as well from Purty just repositioning to something impossible.
They know.
We've already seen that. Yeah, the second you see that smoke, that's the problem with it. I don't think it sells the idea you want. Like, yes, there's no one here. Just ignore the weird smoke hanging out of a wall. Like, yeah,
it's like
there's
Shaq
a dude
trying to
in that
hide
corner.
behind the tree, you know, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Not quite working out. You can see what's happening here from 10 miles away. Zero Tenacity trying to get that lockdown put into the sewer, give themselves an opportunity to rid the A site of its defenders, and they will oblige. All but Yaz.
They'll get Rolling Thunder from the plant as well.
He's tucked himself into hell with this operator. We'll know about the position now. It's actually got detained. It's Starkey instead that fills the void. Stands in line, steps into his teammate. And Yaz is well supported now. Killers closes. Enterprise reduced to 2 once again.
I'm curious, like, where did he TP back in there? Because that was the scenario where I was like, okay, maybe he's used the From the Shadows to try and dodge that, but he didn't because he still has it. So, just managing to find a slight gap that his teammate didn't, and then holding the line alongside it. That's definitely a bit more of an error from the side of the attack. Still have the Rolling Thunder Bladestorm close, but now I'd say things are really looking even. A chance of OT, especially with the weaponry disadvantage, and yeah, I'd expect Yaz to hit that all day.
Simple enough shot. The follow-up, you can only assume, equally as good. Ragtag set of weapons for Z10 here, and in saying that, Killers is waiting around the corner with a shorty for MSH. Just holding his nerve for now. It's actually Yaz that will take first contact. if this one goes ahead. Zero Tenacity will just be hoping they get thrown some kind of an opportunity here by Enterprise, but there's absolutely no reason to with the positions they have right now.
The other thing as well, for in the most boring possible way, saving those 2 rifles could actually be important going forward into the next round. They're not going to. The 1-2 punch of the shorty and the op. And now, well, yeah, good luck taking that one home. Another flawless round coming up for Enterprise. And I want to see what the economy looks like here, because you got 2 players who, okay, one of them can just get the Blade Storm, so that's fine. But MSH is just going to be on a Bulldog, and did he place his alarm bot, or can he just literally not afford it? I don't think he can afford it.
Yeah. Not ideal. I guess I don't imagine he would have used any nanos in the previous either, so it's not like you could sell and choose something else. It's not the situation you want to be in.
He bought it for a second. Maybe sold his shields.
Just toying with us. All good though. Into the final round of regulation. Zero Tenacity already have a player forward. Gomek has gone into sewer. Drone allows Doma to reinvestigate. Yaz respecting it, but only as much as he really needs to. He's still on that line, still relaying information back to the rest of Enterprise, who have started to call a rotation, but Gumek's heard this, and now he's equal to it. Looking to match it, in fact. He is right there next to him, and somehow Yaz just steals another kill from beneath their nose. This operator looks so good so far.
Zeke has taken so much map control. He's pushed all the way down, so they've got them kind of boxed in. They'll hear all the rotations. This fight is hideous. I don't know how I don't know how Yaz is still standing. And now the Hunter's Fury is going to come in to try and support. Instead,
Off your feet!
he's now left within the corner. Finally, will have to just retreat and get away, but even still, they're in a good spot here.
Just given the Rolling Thunder to surf his way around the corner too. Yaz rolled the red carpet, but they finally open. With that Zero Tenacity, plant their feet. The final stand, what it could be on Haven. Tyrex spam through the smoke. Killer's gone. No trade, no opportunity. Starkey flying through. Shorty met by Purty. The captain holding the torch, and the rest of Zero Tenacity just following him forward onto what could be the 13th round here. Late flank from Zeke, but it's got to make it work. Yaz has found 3 in the round, but nothing more than that. Zero Tenacity take their pick of Haven this time, 13-11.
Yeah, I have to say, like, Killers, I don't know what was being attempted in that retake. He tried to run through the Aftershock and then fight alone versus the entirety of the defending team. So, an interesting decision, but hey, they're going to take that one. Definitely a slight bit closer. I think a single round closer. We'll have to see if they can now pad the gap when it comes to the second map.
Yeah, that's something to wonder as well. Can Lightning strike twice in the same place on Pearl? You got such a weird comp with the Reyna, the Phoenix in there as well. Enterprise have all the onus on them now to try and turn this one around, because when it looked like they were the cooler, more calculated team at the start of that map, the dynamic slowly shifted to the point where Zero Tenacity had just taken full control for themselves. So we're going to head over to a short break, but when we come back, we'll have that second map of... No, we're not going to head to a break. Apparently not. Apparently not, Tom.
Well, the thing is, I don't know, because you're meant to be the person that knows.
I am.
So...
Look, it's been a while, mate. It's been a while. We're Northeast now, whatever that means.
So what are we doing then?
You know, just Lithuania. We've got some map highlights for you, and they're ready to do. So there they are.
Very nice. Yeah, no, I think that this is a fun map. I think both teams had decent adaptations. We definitely got some flair out of Alexic as well, which I always like to see. As said, a huge highlight coming into this series. But I think Yaz definitely matched him here and there throughout, and even Killers having some pretty big performances over on it. As said, a player that I've not really got to see much of for a very, very long time. The thing is, though, I do feel like Enterprise will look back at this match and go, okay, there are clear points where we could have won. We could have taken this. This is definitely one of them. losing a 1 versus 4 to a breach towards the end. But hey, it's going to happen sometimes.
Jewel of the Jets in terms of MVP performances. Yaz actually ending up with 269 ACS, more than Electric when he started brightly in this game.
He was farming those eco kills, you know.
It was I was the op, to be fair. I think when the op came out, Yaz looked like a different style of duelist player, because when you're so often used to seeing him playing with a rifle in his hands, to actually then have the operator, which looked better than Electric's operator quite a few times. He wasn't able to get that first blood when he was on the defender's side. I think was a major asset to them, and an asset to this broadcast and both of us. A break. We are going to one, Tom, and that's 100% confirmed.
Sure?
We are, yeah, we are. So we're going to throw over to that one now, but I promise when we come back, we'll have map number 2 of Pearl between Zero Tenacity and Enterprise. So don't go anywhere.
Got the best of me.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. It's the second day of playoffs, and coming into the second map of this series, Zero Tenacity have the lead. Not something which they've been able to say in the past against Enterprise, but it's going to count for quite a lot. We head to Pearl now, and looking at the previous one, Tom, I have to say, it felt like at times they'd done their homework, so let's see if this is any better.
Yeah, you kind of have to hope that you're going to come up against a composition that runs an agent that I haven't casted the entire year, and you might have some adaptations. Because I would say it's very unusual that you see a Reina comp work where the player is 12 and 12, is 1 in 5 in opening duels. So it just means he wasn't fighting any opening duels, was dead even in terms of kills, but still managed to win the map. So I don't know if that means that maybe Zeke will actually change up playing it. But I also do think like an Alexic 7 and 15 is an uncharacteristic performance. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to fix some stuff. Otherwise, if they didn't, then they probably should have banned the map in the first place.
Yeah, I completely agree. When you look at Zero Tenacity and how they played Haven there as well, I think some of the better value they got in terms of preparation would probably have been on the macro side anyway, when you consider how quick they were to go into retakes and just gamble off of how Enterprise's attack side looked for the most part. The changes that they made to how they set it up in that front, I think, was a big one for me. But as you say, I mean, a Reina comp in this day and age does feel like patchwork, so I'm kind of hoping we do get a better version of that from Enterprise if that's what they want to run. And for Zero Tenacity, yeah, to improve on a map which has sort of been here and there. They're one-on-one on it at the moment. That was the loss that they took. But for Enterprise, they did win this one. That was also after they made the Reina change, because they got slapped by Sweet and Sour to a similar degree on it earlier in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm always intrigued to see what teams are going to bring on this map. I think it's another map where I think if you go back and watch like Foot, for example, on the defense, Teo can be hyper impactful. The thing is, it's like with the newer agents especially, it's always a gamble, like bringing them in. I'm also a big fan of Vice as well, like just being able to deny that B space by placing your wall down and just making it so they have to run through.
It's the
Like
Reina.
as though we're going to get no change. We're getting the Reina
again.
still coming in, which... the thing is, there's a couple of things. Like, even the Brimstone on Pearl, like, there's a lot of angles that have like very long sight lines where I don't think his smokes will reach. So I'm intrigued by what they're doing. Evidently, it worked last time.
Tom, you know what that Brimstone is as well? That's a Benny cook right there. Because Starkey used to play on CGN with Benny. I spoke to Benny. He brought this to their comp. Originally, he was like, what do? You sit back and you throw the molly. And that's how you win. And that's how they won the first ever title they won in DAC. So it's a role he's played for quite a while. It's an agent on this map he's played for quite a while. It does feel off-piece, though. I know exactly what you're saying. And that's the worrying part here, because if Enterprise don't win, they're into the first round of lowers, which, for a championship title contending team on paper, is not what you want.
No, for sure. And especially where a lot of the matchups haven't necessarily happened yet. You don't know if there'll be a team that you specifically don't really match up well against, or maybe a team that lost a little bit earlier as a surprise factor. It becomes very, very scary, especially with the fact that you do get yourself 4 teams making it to that stage 2. So even a couple of wins here and there, and you can easily make it into that top 4.
Exo and Deti Elise already waiting in the lowers. Here's to hoping we won't have to talk about that for at least another map or so. These two teams have delivered us classics before, already from the upper Swiss stage. Starting things out, Enterprise on the attack. Already quite the way up B long. Orb collected. That goes into the pocket of Starkey, who will be looking to build nice and early on this Brimstone. What's he on the site? Reveal. Doesn't get anything. Now he's forced to peek behind the pillar. There's barely anywhere to go and hide your head from Yaz. You can't. Through the smoke. The double, which starts the pistol off perfect.
Yeah, I was wondering how they'd get the space without like deeper smokes. They just walked it. That was all they did, and that seems to be the plan for the round. Just walk it. Zeke's taking control towards middle, and the remaining 2 players don't really stand a chance unless there are some crazy shots or just silly mistakes. a few of the players now tagged up, but they really don't need to be taking these fights. Healthier players will swing back in, and it's another fantastic start from Yaz over on that Jet. Just seems so comfortable in his role for the team.
Yeah, Zeke also positive first engagement, looked confident fighting by himself down lane. Enterprise and Reyna have a weird relationship, I think it's fair to say. I mean, ask Benji what he thinks of that one next time you see him. I remember many moons ago when these guys made a final against Ascend, he was like, yeah, I'm just going to play the Reyna for whatever reason. It just tends to happen in East. I don't really know why. No explanation. But Enterprise, a history of their own with those finals too.
Not IGL, I can be a star again. Like, that's the goal. It's like I'm gonna just go back to those old school days of Ascend and just put up numbers. Like, because that's all you could really do on a Reyna. Like, sure, you have a flash. You can now get your ult for the whole round, but yeah, it's not not really the ideal agent to be running. But the thing is, I'm never going to be a hater until I actually see what he does with it. If I see what he does with it and it sucks, then I'll be a hater.
And this round, he's the first body on the pile. Wood on the fire. Something for Zero Tenacity to try and nurture into a bigger problem than it currently is. There are players grouping up on the flanks. Starkey and Killers both need to be aware of this. Another shot for Alexic. Blind plays in Grumek, and all of a sudden they've got twice as many players here. This is starting to get worrying. Putty brings it down to the 2v1. Doma trying to clutch things out for the rest of his team. MSH on the other side. Recon drop time is far too low. Enterprise are going to walk away with this, but in saying that, there is nobody to walk away. You just die on spot, and that's where the story ends.
It's one of those rounds that I think, especially with only a Marshall invested and the rest was mostly just even the lightest of pistols.
So funny.
I think they've done incredibly well from that. Unfortunate that final battle doesn't go their way and there's just not enough time to get on the defuse, but it now comes in with basically the attack just going. I was going to say 4x, but then I noticed that Yaz has a judge on attack, and it's not quite a 4x.
And he's going B long of all places as well, so if he can find a way to get value out of this, then water turn to wine in my eyes. Alexic getting one, and Zeke very quickly putting a stop to that. So equal trade. Enterprise seemingly throwing their head at it here. Again, it's just another B take, but Zero Tenacity are quite slow in their reaction. They've got utility to hold them here. Smoke's now gone.
Yaz again, taking the charge. It's only going to be the trades. You have to bear in mind this is a full investment, so it's looking for the round victory for Enterprise, but they've got themselves into a decent place. At Fragment's not going to deny the plant though, just a slight shift of position. Seems like Enterprise now right back in the driver's seat again.
No suppression from the knife either. Molly available for Starkey, but he's just keeping his position covert for now. Tyrex should peek in and spot the shoulder. There it is, White Peak. Starkey wins the duel, all on Gumek now, and the stun is just not going to connect. There we go. Starkey does peek back out, he just didn't know where Doma was. And with that, Enterprise have converted the bonus. 3B rounds, 3 wins.
Yeah, this feels like less that what's being run by Enterprise is particularly good, and more that just, at least right now, Zero Tenacity don't look comfortable with their own comp. Because I feel like a lot of that was, okay, let's take an initial firefight. We're now going to give them the smoke they need to take the space, like just to slow them down a bit, and then they can just basically go for their execute once they're up close, which is a lot easier. And finally, we're going to see the almost stack up, but it's a switch up in paces. Straight away, Enterprise look to take this A site instead.
So much utility here. Double layered by Zero Tenacity.
Now.
And not invested too quickly either. Shock Dart, it did break the first set. Alarm bot now gone. In the dugout. 3 players behind smokes, just waiting to get into position. Alexic again, finding a kill with this Marshall. That's Yaz on the opposite side of R, and Enterprise eventually getting everything for just a moment, but Alexic now has Blades! Oh my lord, Alexic! 3 kills onto Tyrex, another clutch for him to try and surmount to. The Marshall retrieved from his teammate. Doma is the one he faces up against, and he'll pass with flying colors. Doma barely gets a look at him before he is taken away, and Zero Tenacity have the immediate response.
Yeah, I think, again, as I said at the beginning of the game, it seemed like Alexic's performance was an uncharacteristic one. I believe he's already close to matching the amount of kills he had in that map. It was 7 kills on Pearl. I think he might be on 6. Like, just from, yeah, so he's 1 away from what he managed to get last time on this map. The thing is, though, it's not something that's recreatable. I like that he immediately buys into the operator, because from what we've seen on B, it has just been, okay, let's use a drone to try and clear this, and then we're just going to fight him. If he has an op, you're not winning that fight. But it seems like the attack may be realizing, okay, that B take is likely going to work less now. So let's just go back to that A strategy again. Maybe try and reduce the amount of mistakes they were making versus the sniper and the pistols.
Very slow scaling style as well from Enterprise. They've not been quick to take a lot of this early space, and Zero Tenacity as well. Much deeper sight hold. Not contesting the orb, which has found its way onto Starkey, and Yaz right in the smoke. The face of Gramek, repossessing it all for himself. 3 kills right out of the Vandal, and MSH with a double of his own to double up the round. Zero Tenacity are just 1 away.
Yeah, this round reminds me a little bit more of what we saw from Liquid with Camo when they were playing Pearl. It was just like the initial rounds were a little bit shaky. They then start to get into their comfort zone, and you allow players like Gromek to really like get up in their face a bit, and that's where those dives through smoke just get absolutely obliterated. It seems like well, they've had 3 successful rounds on B, 0 successful rounds on A, but they really want to make this one work. And we're going to have Zeke. Basically, his attempt is to just be the hard carry in this round.
Yeah. A Reyna raid boss. Changes made to her ult, of course, since you would have seen it way back when.
I like how it says that Empress is online just permanently.
Well,
it lasts the whole
timer.
round.
Yeah.
This used to be there for a timer, but now there is no timer. So it just says, you got Empress, by the way. It's like, yeah, I know, I popped it.
It's like one of those Japanese game shows. It's just the okay, you know? So, making sure that's all clear. Tyrex doesn't have an issue really dealing with either the Empress or the Blade Storm. So, as you say, Enterprise lacking that spark to get this round going for them. They have found connector space though, but this is a concession which Zero Tenacity are willing to make.
Yeah, I also want to see if they can get anything more. Like, they've managed to get at least a gun or 2 to try and do some damage in this one. But Doma
30 seconds left.
needs to kind of be the one to take the space. That's the problem. You're left with a Sova, a Brim, and a Killjoy. Like, you don't really have any space taking here. It's just had to be the utility to give them that extra position. And in the meantime, the defense have just looked to group up together.
Yeah. And where a lot of teams would be attempting to clear out that backside space, Zero Tenacity have been given it at the cost of a plant. On a round like this, Enterprise, pretty happy to see that one go through. But we'll just have to see in future how that might change. For now, all eyes on Doma in the corner towards Hart, and, well, put to the dirt immediately. Starkey's already sent the molly, so that should be landing in a second. No, it has. And it's done absolutely nothing, Tom. So that's 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think it was just too late. Like, there wasn't really a way that I think he was going to be able to win that without Doma surviving at least a little bit longer. And yeah, you're going to witness Enterprise now take themselves a pause, because I think it is just confidence. Like, when a team is direct hitting you quite a lot, in a game where you're struggling, that can be difficult. I'll also say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but last time out, we mainly saw defensive rounds come up for Enterprise. So that's where they got the majority.
Yeah.
So we didn't really get much of this attack side. So I do think that even though this comp is running a double duelist, there's not a lot to set them up. So if Yaz and Zeke are not just going crazy, it's not a good comp anymore. Like, you have to get into that post plan in the first place for the other players to really have their value. Which, okay, when you have a lockdown, when you have a Hunter's Fury, stuff like that, it can be more valuable. But a lot of this has just been, let's contact into a team and see if we can win the fights. And in the early rounds, they did. In these A takes, they have not.
Yeah. It's the extra initiator utility that's missing as well when you're running this Reyna side by side with the Jet. That's one of the ways you can try and tee Yaz up, but otherwise he has to be quite self-sufficient in a lot of these situations. Each of them left to their own devices. That pairing grouped up towards B. And Electric still with the operator, heading towards mid for the first time that we've seen so
he
far.
always is in the wrong place. Like, he's genuinely like one of the most cursed players I've ever seen.
Hey! I'm seeing a kill in the feed.
Where was that peak from?
Killers has
Look at where
died
Killers
so
died.
far back into shop there. Yeah, I don't know. He may as well be hung up on the shelf with the rest of the scuba gear. Who knows? Yaz updrafting, top gen, looking for a fight. MSH has backed away and left Gurmek hung out to dry. Starkey timing through middle. Everything coming up sunshine for Enterprise.
See, this is the man that I always want to be watching, but getting back into this with an operator is definitely not going to be easy, although he's patiently waiting to see if there's a peek out, and well, there is, but unfortunately it's not in his direction. Now that Molotov finally falls into place, but I don't think it's going to matter too much, and even going for that, I think in a 2 versus 4, you were hoping for miracles to happen. It does really just feel like if they can get the right players in the right place at the right time, the round goes the defense way, and if not, and it comes down to a retake, I don't really have much confidence in Zero Tenacity.
Nice from Zeke. Playing chase at the end. Alexic gave away the Q. Feet in the water, made a bit of a splash, and then the approach from Zeke to just stay crouched around that corner makes it so horrible to play against as an op. When you're holding that angle, you're close to the wall, you don't have the advantage. When he takes that wide peek, just crabbing along. Nicely done. Enterprise back in front. Post plant looking strong. But as you've said before, it's about getting into that position in the first place. And while Alexic may not have had the best position last round, he still won his duel, and now he's the first line of defense with this operator on the other side of the drone, and that will drop Yaz.
Yeah, he's exactly one of the players you want to get rid of as well. Alexic goes back for another fight. This is definitely a bit of a more awkward one, but he's so quick with the flick. You have to enjoy it, and then the flash through is audacious, but I guess it doesn't matter. You've got the support of Alexic, you've got that first kill, and there you go. Right place, right time. It's now left to just Killers. 1v5 with an operator. I can tell you, I have not seen this one before.
No. Won't have heard the jump from Alexic either to reposition on Pillar. Just outside of the audible range.
He's being flanked as well.
Locked into
Very
the scope
slowly.
for now. I think MSH will just bookmark this. Finally, he is spotted, and Killers gets another 40 seconds. Not quite panic stations for Purty, but he has dropped back.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overconfidence. I actually think the bigger loss there will be if they're unable to retrieve that operator, which you kind of can't retrieve it without peeking back into his operator again. So, like, that's one of the major things that they could have to rebuy going into the next round. And at this stage, yeah, you don't want to be facing into Killers, because if he drops a couple more players, it's really going to do damage to the Z10 economy.
It's the question. It looks like they might be making a mad dash for this last second. There is a reveal. Gomek with a couple of stars as well. And Captain will hold on to that one. A keepsake from the round, which should have been cleaner for Zero Tenacity. But when you look at it, pretty well done from them in the end.
Yeah, I do, again, for both sides, sort of worry for the integrity of how they're going to be able to get this one over the line, because there's definitely a reliance on Alexic right now to just be in the right position to get those kills. Other than that, you've sort of had players playing around the smoke, and so you're just seeing this rotational operator just gambling. Decent shock dart initially, but like, for example, if we see Enterprise get into the site, I don't have any faith right now in the retake. Like, it just hasn't looked particularly good.
Yeah.
Especially against a lockdown and an orbital strike. It's going to be really difficult.
No advanced positioning for them on this round either. Grimek, Electric, both of them grouped up A main early. But still not on the most aggressive line. Drone was used towards long. Cause for concern. Zero Tenacity have bodies towards this left-hand side, and now they have information. There are players making a push. Info on Yaz, dashes straight through, but Putty and Tyrex combine to shut things down, and, well, I think Enterprise's own orbital strike probably works against them more than it does for them in this situation. Not allowed to get in for just a moment, but as the smoke dissipates, Killes is present on roll call. The 3 versus 3 at this point in time towards B, and Zero Tenacity like those odds. The numbers working well for them. Rotate MSH has come through too, and Tyrex has single-handedly shut it down. A quad from him pushes them up to a 5th.
Quad when he was orbital strike midway through the round.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how he survived that one, but yeah, solid work individually. And I think, again, like, this is another round where you just see them expect the contact and play aggressive. Like, I think when they've given up any of that space, it hasn't gone well, but just him taking the initiative, denying any of that aggression, it's definitely put another spanner in the work. And again, it's not looking fantastic for the side of Enterprise unless they get those openers in the post plant, which now being in more of a default, I guess there's more potential for 1v1 fights, but there's also a lot more potential for you running into the Alexic operator and getting slaughtered.
Yeah. Same pairings used by Zero Tenacity, no deviation. Allowing the Killjoy util to keep note of what's going on through the center of the map, while those extremities are watched over by the initiators, and Alexic's op once again stationed A, and with that contact hit, the rotation has been called.
Nice
Zero
idea.
Tenacity, they're going to be ready for this.
I like the flash slightly after the dart is unfortunate. I think if it's the other way around, you get the dart, you have all the info. Now they're going to have that info, though. That's 3 players. You know that there's a lot around this side of the map right now, and they're still committed to pushing this angle.
Enterprise have rarely changed up on their initial ambitions. They go straight towards B. The game is up, but not for them. 1 from Odoma, paired with 2 entries from Yaz. Plant is open.
Recalling my bot.
Molly already used up. But the hallways have the banners of Enterprise cast way above them. Alexic's coming back into a 1v4. He's found his first. How much more of this does he really want? It seems as if he's going to jump straight back in with that op in his hands to take a second swing at it. Peak being heard, footsteps behind the wall. It's Starkey that drops next. Smoke dropped, and there we go. That's enough work for him. It felt like he was committing, yet still he gets out and finds a double.
There are moments where I watch him play where, even though I'm a fan, I want him to die just because it's almost like you deserved to. Like, who in their right mind dashes like into a site, like just running back in on his own in a 1 versus 4 scenario? Like, that's a little bit psychopathic, if I'm honest, but he has made it more costly. Again, it seems like a similar story. Those fights, those early battles are everything. Like, it's the same execution. It's the, oh, you've got your own smoke, I'm going to put my flash through it. There's a dart in the back line that reveals this player while we do it. It's the same thing. And sometimes they commit the molly early if they need it. It just feels 50-50, like every single round. And, well, I guess it makes sense that we're 5-5 right now.
Zero Tenacity looking pretty efficient in terms of how they're managing their utility right now. And as we know, comp doesn't mean everything, but Enterprise don't seem to have got the best out of the hand they've chosen to play successively. damage MSH. That's through double doors in mid. He drops deeper into connector now. The bowels of this defense with utility to stop players getting too much further. Enterprise just knock on the door. They ask the question. They get the answer. Yaz dropping again. And when he hasn't been able to create entries and openings for this Enterprise side, they've fallen flat on their face.
Starkey's going somewhat alone with the spike. Like,
he really wants this.
Is he actually going to fake?
Okay.
Oh, I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan. That's such an aggressive peak while having the spike and while being the smokes player. Like, they now need a miracle to put this one to bed. And while even just getting past Terex alone seems to be a tough enough task, he will fall, making this one at least a little bit more interesting. That lockdown into play, though, could end it. They either have to plant and quickly run away or just give it up altogether. They've gone for option A. This might actually mean that they could try and get the res, and while they're looking for it, they lose a battle.
Oh.
Killers now has his own lockdown. He's going to put the clock back onto the defense.
It's Cosmic Divide that's going to come through here as well. Gromek is just sticking this right behind the wall. Killers, he has no idea. He is none the wiser, and the detain won't come in time. So, Zero Tenacity, they snatch it away. Both players, in the end, kept at arm's length, and Killers just can't get back at them.
I will say, like, I do question whether or not he just thought the defuse didn't take that long, or I like, because to me that it's like that's what they're doing. Like they put that Cosmic Divide down to go and defuse. It just seemed like it didn't cross his mind until it was too late.
Yeah. Another round gone. As we head into this. Opportunity for Zero Tenacity to get the advantage for the second map in a row. But Starkey starts well.
Get out of my way.
Much better than how his previous round ended. And
Why is he taking opening duels?
when you have a
That's so
Reyna,
weird.
when you have a Reyna and a Jet with a Judge, well, who knows
that's
at this
alpha
point?
male mentality right there. I'm a Brimmy, I got a Stimmy, and I'm gonna take the opening duel.
He's not used the Stimmy yet either, but I mean, this is going to be a good chance to. Killjoy utility broken. Backside space allowed. Those smokes only really cover the left-hand side. Op in from Alexic. Uncharacteristic missed shots by him, but the blades are razor sharp as ever. Still with the updraft. Extra smoke to just drop back into a deeper line of cover. Forced to give this one away in the end. Putty by his side, another 9 seconds until the dart comes back up, and there's already a drone hovering in their direction. Waiting to just reveal a couple of players and give Alexic half a chance here. It's broken instantaneously, so here he goes over the top, does find the first. Headshot Doma, he's gone. 3 more targets left to find, and he's got to find them all by himself. No smoke, he was looking to the floor to try and place yet another cloudburst, but nothing going, nothing doing. Enterprise tie things up on the half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, which I think, considering how the middle of the map went, they could be fairly content with. I will say, I don't like the comp. I don't think that it brings enough, and I think that, like, realistically, it did just come down to, okay, are we winning those opening battles? Is Yaz finding kills? Is Zeke finding kills? Can we get into a post plant? Which, well, as you can see, 50% of the time, the answer was no.
Yeah.
The defense was where they did a lot better, though, in the last appearance. So I want to see what adaptations Zero Tenacity have made to beat this comp out. Like, okay, if they're going to be getting aggressive, if they're going to be pushing, are we now going to hold more of a default? Are we going to be more direct? Because there will be openers somewhere on the map. And can we see the impact from Alexic, who thus far has been great?
I feel like Enterprise have really been able to change up the tempo. Nothing really dynamic about how this comp is playing. It is straightforward, up the guts of mid. Zero Tenacity flattened in this instance. Twice the player numbers to work with. They have managed to get into A, but lit up by Yaz. Another quad kill for the Jet player. Enterprise in front in the second half.
Yeah, I think, again, stellar individual stuff from him and the opposing Jet. It's been a fun battle between them thus far, and if him buying the Marshall in the last map is anything to go by. Although, saying that, I think he's just missed his jump, so he's going to have to take a slightly different angle.
It's 30 heading towards A main solo. This is an interesting one way. Starkey, I don't even know if he can actually see underneath it, so he is spraying away. Gives up his position. That'll be heard towards backside. The majority of Z10 are here in R. They're facing up against Zeke and Killers, that champion-winning duo. The unspoken synergy that Zeke mentioned between the two, seemingly doing the heavy lifting this time around. Alexic's Marshall still unaccounted for. And it will continue to be, because he's the last player in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, eventually, Doma will be there to clean things up, and I guess hoping that now they'll be a little bit more aggressive in their peaks. They will be, but he wasn't quite ready on the angle. A nice clean round will mean that that defense can bring through all of that extra weaponry into round number 15. But this is where the rifles get on the board. And this is where expectations change a little bit, because last time we did see this team get absolutely flattened. You've allowed this map to go through once again. You've had some quieter performers, that's for sure. But Alexic is back on the board. And as I said, that was the quiet showing from him last time with only 7 kills in a map. Can he now do it on the attack where he couldn't before?
Surprise, also getting a lot of life out of fighting the limits of A, R specifically. This time, the Sky Smoke dropped in main to just keep Zero Tenacity back and buy a little bit of time and a rotate for themselves, actually. Because before we just saw Z10 alarm botting it, leaving it, not really caring. It's a stack of what was 4 players towards B at this point in time. But Z10 haven't really gained any ground at all inside the first 40 seconds.
It's like they're attempting a double fake. They've thrown in a smoke over on the A side. They've attempted to bait players by using the knife there as well. And although it didn't work initially, there is now a rotation going back in the other direction. It seems like the defense are lightening up what they have here, although I wonder if Zeke might have just got the spot, but that's still only the Sova. This is now where things get more interesting, and well, that was an all or nothing play.
Peeking right into the mollies.
30 seconds.
Killer's backside, you can see his crosshair planted to the ground. Had the nano, but it won't deny the plant. Alexic, another kill added to the tally.
Last player
And his reign of terror simply will not stop for Enterprise here. Starkey forced to turn away with some utility left to be saved in pocket. And when it comes to the gun round, Tom, the rifle round, Zero Tenacity didn't put a foot wrong, but, you know, in saying that, it was a really weird start and perhaps an unexpected ending.
Yeah, I think this is the thing. It's like, when you talk about Zeke and his utility belt, his main surprise factor comes from being unorthodox. Like, basically, like, okay, what can I do that other players can't? Which would be running into an opponent's utility, taking a fight, and then dismissing. Like, that's about it. Like, there's not a whole lot of things you can do, unless you're going to try and maybe combine flashes, which, I hate to break it to you, you can't do, because they're running a composition that doesn't have any other flashes. Yeah. So, because that's the thing, I've spoken to players in the past, like, sort of memeing, but also sort of, like, theorizing of, like, okay, if you ran, like, Gecko, Reyna, KO, you got 3 different types of flashes, 2 you have to shoot, 1 that you can't. The player's blind. Like, it's a lot of utility to expend. You could do the same with the Paranoia on your smokes. Running it as, like this, where it's your only flash, seems crazy and seems like you should just run a KO, but again, that's the one thing, is he can be more aggressive, he can take crazy risks, and it has the chance to basically make him the superstar if he can pull it off.
Great timing from Killers on that first nano, because it bought time for Enterprise to flood back in, but the bodies are thrown to the ground quick enough. 2-on-2 when the dust settles and the smokes dissipate. It's opened up a chance for Starkey. He can't hit the shot, and the trade is quick and clean. Zero Tenacity make the incision, and with it, the scoreline level again.
Yeah, and it is the difference maker it's absurd. Like, he has already almost tripled his kills from the last time he played Pearl versus this squad. 7 and 15 last time. Alexic's currently 20 and 10. It's a positive in the terms of they're in the game. The only negative I see if he gets shut down, do they have another layer other than him just killing everybody? Because at this point of the game, he's probably going to have to get like 35 kills for them to win.
It's been done before. It can happen again.
True.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. I think that's another one of those rounds as well where, like you put it, you have to wonder, even for Enterprise, what are your win conditions? Because they had the macro sorted out there, the quick retake. Killer's utility had done pretty well for him to just get that nano off before the knife had suppressed him fully. Yaz this time aggressive, hoping to just shift away. I don't think the drone's seen him either. In fact, he's matched it for pace behind the wall almost perfectly until he finally gets caught out, and it's so much space that Zero Tenacity have bought away from Enterprise on that side of the map.
It does seem, though, that although the defense had originally started shifting, they now have 3 players, Hunter's Fury, some rifles, one off a Blade Storm. Like, this is a very much possible round.
They're about to have 5 players, Tom. I tell you what, everyone is here and present. Enterprise just waiting. Can they put up a fight? Or is it just lambs to the slaughter? A couple of pistols there. Yaz the only one with a real rifle, but he's the next to go. Tyrex, MSH, the new boys combine. Killez fighting tooth and nail to get something done, but it is Tyrex in the end that will reign supreme and put Zero Tenacity back in the lead once more.
I am now going to be that guy and say, imagine if you had a KO knife.
Would have been pretty good, right?
Yeah, you'd remove all the smokes that they placed down in the late round, remove all the utility. Like, I think that's the thing, is like, you can see what the thought process is of just giving Zeke an agent that is self-sufficient. But when you realize what is lost in terms of flashes that you can't shoot with a couple of bullets, an ultimate that removes all utility, a knife that gives you info, like, it's so much that if he then isn't fragging, it's tough.
It is. Well, Zeke, what can you give us on this round? Empress is the statement of intent from him. And if you look at Yaz, he's put his feet up towards B-Long again. Aggressive.
Right there.
Operator peering towards the club.
They're going to drone it.
Of course they will. It is broken. How much more of this space does Yaz want to hold on to? Alexic's dash past. He's got an op of his own. And he's just about going to get a window to snap back. He misses the shot, and still Tyrex is bookmarking A main. The spike is not committed. There is time for a rotation, but not very much.
Whether or not. Oh, that was a big dart. That gave everything. Like, they were wary that this was going to be a rotation back in the other direction, which it does seem like Tyrex is still going for this. Is he going to null command? I'm trying to think what utility he's going to throw in here. Instead, he's just waiting patiently. Oh, well, that now makes things very interesting. 20 seconds left, and they are actually going to try and hightail it to the other side of the map. This has gamble on gamble because they didn't have a lot of middle control, and now the defense gets there just as quickly as they do.
The spike is still main,
get it in.
And Killez has wrapped around dugout. That Doma's ultimate's here to deny it as well. If he could just stop the plant, there was half a chance, but Tyrex through flowers, now laying a wreath at the gravestone of Enterprise. Flawless from Zero Tenacity, but oh my god, that one had us biting our nails.
Yeah, it was flawless, but I had my cheeks clenched the entire time. Like, that was... I feel like that banner at this point is almost a little bit misleading. Tyrex has done incredibly well in this second half, though. Like, he had his moments. He had like the big 4K in the first half. He's now caught up to Alexic, and a lurking KO again. Not the most common thing you're ever going to see, especially when you have a Killjoy and an Astra. But it's just selling misinformation, and I think again there's a lot of issues with the comp on the other side not having that second initiate and having a Reyna. The only info you can get is with your own eyes. Like, okay, you have Doma on one side of the map, fantastic dart, got info on the players down long, Cosmic Divide comes in, but there's no information on the other side of the map that you could get from, as said, something like a KO, or if you're going to do this, you could use a Teo to take that space, which is what a lot of teams are currently doing. Instead, Zeke just has to walk it, and the second he does, he's dead. And that's what makes the whole round fall apart. So, pause taken. Money's not in a good spot. I'm hoping what's ever been said has been life-changing. And as we mentioned, they do have a very experienced coach in the form of Legia to give them that information, but it's tough to see what's going to be the response here, because other than just going shoot them in the face, I don't really know what you can adapt with this.
Yeah. I mean, on a round like this as well, what do you do? What are you hoping for here? Zeke, the one with the stinger. When it feels like being able to just hit a quick shot and get out is the whole point of his kit. More just this time to get a fight up close in A main again. But Zero Tenacity have offered little in that department. No mid round this time. Down B long. Simple enough. What a shot from Yaz. Plucks Alexic out the sky, clips his wings, and leaves Doma in the hallways by himself. Classic in the smoke. Alt fire could have been potent. But Gumek does a good job to clean that one out, so no advantage kept into the retake. And with the Hunter's Fury thrown down lane, even trying to buy themselves an advantage, but it will not stick.
They still haven't got the plant down, but eventually that will be in spot. An aggressive position, little bit risky with what weaponry is on offer, but eventually the cleanup crew seemingly comes in. Unless Killers can do something pretty impressive, it won't be the case. A little bit of extra damage, but the economy for the attack is incredible at this stage, so not really too much stress there. And I think the scariest prospect now, thinking back, is that all of those high-impact ults, other than the lockdown, have been used. So you're kind of going into the late game hoping they come back online, whereas for Zero Tenacity, they're coming into this with the lockdown. They can get themselves into a post-plant seemingly with relative ease and nothing to deny it.
Almost says everything when the KO player on the other side is the one doing the most. Yes, nice opener. Alexic gone. Another one of those players on 21 kills, 42 between them. Can the rest of Zero Tenacity pull in the right direction? Suppression there is just huge. It stops the Incendiary from coming out. Starkey left by himself, but he does it all. The rifle able to chain 2 kills back to back. And in quick succession, Enterprise have got themselves a foothold in this round. It's not done yet though, and MSH finding his own double has actually invited Purty to come back after the spike looked to have left. How much can he salvage? I think you're just running back to B here as was initially intended.
Oh, he's going to try and fake it out. Give himself a shot at an isolated battle. The steps have not been heard, though. There has to be some doubt in Doma's mind in just a moment. Patient in case there's a rotation, but
30 seconds
Purty,
left.
this is literally just a standstill. And with both players on the defense, a little bit confused as to what's going on, this is going to be where he tries to find that gap. They're both now worried that he's actually faced his way into the spawn. This zero movement has put massive doubts in his opponent's mind, but with the HP disadvantage, sure, you'll probably get yourself a post plant. Can you get anything more?
He's locked in here. He takes a peek to the left-hand side. Oh! Of that vending machine, you thought he would have been the one getting dumpstered. Instead, Alexic one-tapped loosens the grip of the op. It's gone. 1v1. Doma on the other side. He's come up clutch for Enterprise before, but with the dart in his hands, surely it's pitted against him. Still a chance for him to take this duel, and Putty's gone out of there. He's gone. Nowhere to be seen back into main. First tap is a fake. Low HP, can't jump this. Has to commit, and Doma still hasn't opted to get half. The recons come back up at just the right time, and with it broken, Purty's as disciplined as you like. He holds his nerve to the very embers of that round, and with it, Zero Tenacity get 12.
Normally I'd have like mass critique for a player like in a 2v1 that had taken a fight, but like, what that shot? Absolutely ridiculous. The one thing I'll say for Zero Tenacity, what does it take to use a lockdown? Because like, you use the lockdown to get the site, that probably would have been great. Instead, they get wrecked by Saki. Then they get into a 2v2, MSH is like, nah, I'm still not going to use the lockdown to push that player with the operator back. It's like, he's saving it for a rainy day. I don't know when it's going to come, because right now, 12-8 in the lead. Oh, that's a start. I guess he doesn't. Honestly, maybe he just feels stronger while having the lockdown in his back pocket, because that's what it seems like right now.
Hey, man. No rainy days for Zero Tenacity anytime soon.
What?
4 series
He's gone
points.
from running the op attack side to the Odin.
I'm wondering where this is going to get value. He's up in the sky now with the blades in his hands. Take the Odin out. No! Okay, it's the blades again. And we're getting moments closer to the real possibility that Enterprise drop into the lower brackets, that the rematch goes Zero Tenacity's way. Starkey flooding out, but he's solo. And yet again, the in-game leader has lost his head. A 5 versus 2 situation in favor of the Poles. That's the derby in the bag. You thought T-Rexes were extinct. This guy's a monster in his own right. 13-8. And with that, they move on into the upper semis.
Really impressive turnaround. And especially to do it on the attack where they struggled so much before. You could see the fact that they were ready for everything that was being thrown at them. And that's the thing. You go for a Reyna, you go for a pocket pick, you take a risk, you try and beat a team using that, and then you try and do it again a few days later. That's where I wanted to see adaptations. Unfortunately, I just don't think that comp was particularly good. And you know what? If Alexic goes from dropping 7 kills to 20 plus in a map, turns out that might make a difference.
A big bloody difference, Tom. A big one. Just in terms of this series, from the very start, we saw the veto. It was the same. We were going to get the same maps, slightly different order. But in terms of preparation, really, all I can say is that it felt like Zero Tenacity were the ones who had learned from their mistakes. Both teams making plenty of them. It was close cut. That Lotus game, 17-15, for example. Some slightly more one-sided maps with, you know, Haven, Pearl, of course. But for it to be this drastic of a turnaround in just a few days' time, again, just says a lot about the development of this Zero Tenacity team and perhaps, the stagnation of Enterprise on the other side.
Yeah, no, I think for sure, like, their adaptations last time made them difficult to play against. This time you could see, especially the initiators. Tyrex is top on kills, but I think I'm more impressed with the fact that they really slowed down their play and then utilized the fact that the comp on the other side, well, to put it lightly, sucked. So they just played much slower, used that extra utility to their advantage, used the global utility of Astra, which definitely trumped the Brimmy on the other side. I think they came in with a good game plan versus a team that came in with the same game plan.
Yeah. Just in terms of the way that they played it, like you said, the assists as well. I'm seeing 13, 14, 12, 11, 50. Everyone getting the job done. I mean, with that being said, I've also had a look over to the Enterprise side. They have a lot of assists, but I imagine that's probably not so much from the utility, more just from trying to play trade off of one another and essentially chasing the shadow of Zero Tenacity as they move forward. and book their space in the next round of uppers, which makes things really interesting. I myself didn't think that Zero Tenacity were going to go ahead and win this one, but I think they've shown already that they're more than capable just with the players that they've got. They've been on deep runs in the past, and they're ready for it again this year. They're at the races.
No, I was massively impressed with Alexi. I like, that's the thing. He is someone that I want to see more of, and you know what else I want to see more of? I want to see more Valorant. We need to go to a break first, unfortunately. So I'm ready to go, but we need to wait for teams and players. So we'll see you after that one.
can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. A special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and you got the best of me.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. It's the second day of playoffs and the second game of the day. We've just seen Zero Tenacity book their spot in the upper semi-finals, but we now need to work out who it is that's going to be facing up against them. I'm Hazza, once again joined alongside Scottish Tombiz. We've got Metasport versus Team Liquid Academy.
Aye.
How are you feeling about this one?
Freedom. No, don't have much else. I'm looking forward to it. Again, it seems like a mixture of players that I have seen, like Jusu, Anguist, and Cider, and then some young crazy players who I've heard about, like GSR, who's putting up ridiculous stats on Breach. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not that sort of Team Liquid Academy, helped out by, of course, Cupid and Bacon, can really build something for the future, or maybe if they're a little bit more prepared than I thought and they're ready right now.
Yeah, this matchup does in many ways feel like a game which scouts should be keeping their eyes on in general, because there are lots of young talents which, I guess, from a scouting perspective, are contractually signed to a VCT Academy team. And on Metasport, lots of players which I've always heard put in such high regard. And that's the team that we'll start with here, just talking about them. Some names like Jusu, Cider, Anguist, obviously with a great year last year, and Burzy, who have reached the heights but not quite hit the peak.
Yeah, well, the Cider is part of the reason that FPX have a Masters trophy. So if you don't know his name, then there's definitely something wrong with you. Like, he played a fantastic game as a stand-in, hasn't quite reached the same level in like a more consistent team. Anguist as well is another one on the list. I mentioned it with Alexic in the last game. I thought he'd get picked up for tier 1. Like, yeah. I think he's a fantastic Sentinel player, intelligent in the way he uses utility, and also has like crazy crispy aim. And yeah, Jusu is another person who is in the Mitchman Hall of Fame for who he is a massive fan of.
Because he's
Irish.
very
good individually, but it is mostly because he's Irish.
Yes. Oh, that makes sense. I think looking at the players here, you already mentioned Cider, only 23 years of age, which feels surprising for how long he's been around with some of the first teams that he ever was on, when he used to team with like Boaster right back at the very start of the game. Maybe you remember that one, like during the beta. And what could now potentially be his final year of competitive play. Speaking to him, he feels like with the different rosters he's been a part of, the bad luck perhaps that he's had from roster to roster, team to team, this is a project now of his own creation under the Metasport banner, which is an opportunity to make it to VCT perhaps, and latching onto the success of quite a few other youngsters which we've seen a lot of recently.
Yeah, no, I think that he definitely has the like brain for the game, and I think it's cool that he's been able to build sort of his own project. The other side, though, for me is like very exciting, because obviously a lot of the players, like again, GSO is highlighted as someone who is literally too young to even play in the league, but giving them people like Cooper and Bacon who can graft them into future superstars. This is a team that, well, Liquid are literally looking to build their future right now. I think back to like a Gambit Youngsters or a Na'Vi Academy. Like this is what we're looking at right now, where you could be seeing names that you're going to see for many, many years to come. And I think from what we've seen so far from them, it's been a pretty decent start considering the lack of experience on this roster as a whole.
Yeah, you've got a lot of players here who were birthed from ranked, and you'll have seen them high up scoring on those leaderboards in Radiant a lot. But for the most part, I'm looking at it's almost the inverse of Cider. Cooper here, another IGL who's come from off the back of a difficult season in DAC, or in his instance, just the one split. Joining what is now his first ever Challengers playoff match, which feels crazy. The amount of regular seasons that he's had. This is now his 4th different league, and the first time we're seeing him in playoffs. And in terms of the players that he's got, well, one of them, GSR, for example, we can take a look at here in the head-to-head with Anguist, is a player who he said he was originally looking for offers just with this guy. Not necessarily like for it to be an academy project, but just with GSR because of how talented he is, another young Serb player who was our Upper Swiss MVP against Anguist, the MVP of Ascension play-ins.
What you're saying was Cupid was looking to get boosted.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, what? He did it with Ye before, do it again, no problem.
I don't think he's going to appreciate that, but I don't mind. No, yeah, this kid, just look at the stats. It's absolutely ridiculous, and although the roles are dissimilar, I'd say to put up those numbers on Breach is unheard of. Like, you don't see players doing that because it is so ridiculously difficult to put up a level of support that's needed when playing a Breach and then kill people at the same time. So the fact that he's doing that is massively impressive, and I'm excited to get to cast him and be one of those hipsters in a few years like, I casted him before it was cool.
Yeah, look, that's what we're hoping for. Let's see which maps come out though, because in terms of maps so far, Metasport played 4, played each of them only once, and unbeaten. Pearl coming out for what will be the second time for Metasport, but for Liquid, they're first. They have a much tighter map pool, only 3 played, and a couple of those they've played multiple times.
Well, yeah, and this is the pick of Liquid. So this is actually them going into a map that they've seen their opponent play. So again, you have someone like Bacon who he hasn't been like head coach before, but his job as an analyst is to literally counter teams, like to sort of pick apart what they do. So it's no surprise that they've gone into a map with data. For Metasport, they've come in with a Haven, which last time they played it was actually pretty tight. So maybe have made some adaptations of their own and feel like, okay, we can play this. But the danger here is, again, you're going into Liquid unknown, and it's only Lotus, the last map, that we've actually seen them play.
Yeah, you want Liquid to get out the gates quick here if they want a chance against Metasport, because as this one goes along, you then start to get towards Lotus, which we've not yet seen from Metasport, so you imagine they've got something planned there. And for Liquid, it's felt a little hit or miss. Again, though, when you mention someone like Bacon, I think where you get the value, or at least what I've personally seen so far, following them on the co-streams through the Swiss stage, is just the review. I mean, a guy doesn't stay at an org like Liquid for 4 years or so without being an asset to them. And in this academy team so far, I think the review and the development, especially with things like discipline, when you've got so many confident youngsters bouncing off the walls, to just reel it in a little bit and make sure they're playing off of one another is going to be absolutely huge.
Yeah, no, I think definitely an intelligent person to have guiding like these young players. It's just whether or not they can get off the block here, because it's always going to be difficult going into your first look at like a playoff stage. You don't have that sort of depth of experience of how to react to certain changes. Like you might have a plan that doesn't work, and you're then looking at Bacon, again looking at Cupid, someone who has very high tier experience as like an analyst, or again as assistant coach, so he will also be a good person to do it. The other thing as well is, can he put up the numbers still? Because I think individually that is sometimes where he's lacking, maybe more due to micromanaging. Who knows? I have to speak to him about that, but I think that's where there's a lot of moving pieces in an academy team that need to come together. Whereas for Metasport, you're not going to have Anguis being micromanaged. He doesn't need to be. Same for Jusu, same for, obviously, Cider would be the one doing it. But these are players that we know can take that initiative and almost look to crush players that don't have that same wealth of experience.
Yeah, starting out on Pearl as well, it's going to be the same comp that we saw from Metasport before.
Yeah.
And Anguist on the Vice.
I'm looking at the Liquid Academy one.
Yeah.
Like this is a cooked comp. Like, who plays Clove? No one plays Clove. This is gonna be a mess to keep up with. A double controller, single initiator, Yoru alongside a Vice. I feel like this comp was just almost pulled out for color scheme rather than anything else, but I'm excited and somewhat terrified.
We'll just have to see, mate. We'll just have to see. I'm looking forward to what Liquid bring. I think the Clove, empowering your individuals. Ninja's already shown that he doesn't mind bringing out an op when he's playing off-role. The guy wants to take fights. I think all of them do. And with the proposition of Metasport right in front of them, a team which has more Challengers titles in their coach slot than they do on their active roster, it's about getting up to that level. This Team Liquid roster is a project for the future. Metasport want to win here and now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit giddy, I'll be honest. I don't get to see, like, we've seen a lot of variation as of recent, but I think this is the most ridiculous comp I've seen thus far, other than maybe the last one we just watched on Pearl because someone actually decided to play Arena. But yeah, Clove is not something I really get to cast, and already a fairly aggressive stance, looking to try and battle for orb control. Oh, hello.
You
GSR
thought about
maybe
it.
Trying to bait out some counter utility.
Seemingly done a pretty good job. Metasport forced to invest to take a lobby control. Damage onto Rexstone though, and Jusu will finish that one off quickly. The attack speed increases, but they just head into GSR. The Upper Swiss MVP has arrived in playoffs, and it only took 1 round.
Dear Lord, it's like watching someone with aim lock. Like, that was too clean. And that's the thing that I still don't think people will truly understand. Like, this game is coming up to what, 5 years? That's what we're talking about since like beta and everything was released. The more the Zoomer kids come out, or whatever generation we're on now, and just take this game, they're going to be better than anyone we've ever seen, because they won't have any of the bad habits. And I just see the way that these kids aim, and it's terrifying. 4 kills already. They put him on a fade as well, which more aggressive than a lot of the agents he's been playing prior, as most of the time he's been on full support duty. If that's anything to go on, good luck, Metasport.
Yeah. Now we're still in the Zoomer bracket right now. No one from Gen Alpha post 2010 just yet. God, that feels crazy. I mean, GSR
You say that, he's literally 1 year out.
He was... It's 2010, isn't it? No?
No, but what I mean
no,
is...
he was 2007. I mean, this guy was born before the Nintendo Wii. I think that says everything you need to know.
Damn. Damn, he'll never know what it was like.
No. Couldn't just go ahead and buy one. But hey, here we are. Rexstone only has a ghost. There are 4 players on the other side of this wall. He has to be clean. He is. 2 kills. And plenty more players to clean up the pieces. That's unless Jusu can find a way in. He can't. And Ninja shuts it all down in the end.
He was... No, wait, is this the... Yeah, GSR was 2008, so he's closer than you think.
Yeah.
I was doing the math. I was like, 16. How could he be born in 2007?
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, he's. Oh damn, that's terrifying.
It
Feel
is.
older by the day, which
I mean,
makes
Shinnok
sense
as well.
because I am older by the day.
Yeah, I mean, even Shinnok on the other side of the server, who right now tops the charts for Metasport with just a kill. Feels like an investment from the past, in a way. He was with Metasport when they first entered North last year. Player who isn't going to be involved early on here. It's Cider instead, the player who's leading this project, and leading by example. Opens up a lobby early.
Here.
Quick double kill. Still numbers elsewhere, though. They're being redistributed as we speak.
Donatello's been left without the rest of his Ninja Turtles. I don't know what he's gonna... Like, I think the only plan would be if he can get out of here, but I don't see
Here.
gate crash anywhere. So there is no escape. This is literally just a one and done spot. Unless he can somehow get more than that. Maybe waiting for the dash, but the flash is solid. Good supportive work from Mersey, and that takes the sting out of what was a very loose B-site hold.
Liquid Academy just trying to group themselves back up a little bit here. Cider still waiting in the wings. In that position, if he can get into elbow, be a real issue. Or the bigger problem here is the long wraparound to stop any of these weapons getting out. Doesn't really make a difference when it's just a Bulldog and a Spectre. This one is doomed whichever way you look at it. Cooper will try his best to be the saving grace. Does pick up a Vandal, but quickly laid to rest by Burzy. And Metasport, I don't think that round could have really been any cleaner if they tried.
No, that was mostly just based around patience. And that's the thing. Like, you look at the composition, you do have a fair amount of delay, but when you got weaker weapons, you want to try and get up in the face of your opponents, try and be a bit cheeky with the round, and it hasn't gone to plan. Still, you mentioned that operator, and it will be brought up by Ninja. I'm going to be playing it on the... Which, again, it's interesting because it doesn't have that sort of get out of jail free mechanic that you see with most operator players. Like, he can heal himself up a little bit, maybe place some smokes to help out, but
yeah,
I guess that's more a pick for the attack side than anything else.
the usual agent that we've seen him on so far is the Fade, and like you say, the tools of that agent much more complementary. I think he'd be a bit more of a backline tool on the defense, but propped up in mid right now and about to get an engagement, the first of the round, at least it would have been if he'd have kept position. Anguist and Cider now make their way out of top mid with less than a minute left on the clock. Donatello teleporting closer towards B. This whole Liquid Academy defensive perimeter has dropped 10 paces back. It's such a deep-lying hold that they're attempting to make here. Bodies stacked up. Donatello has his work cut out for him on Jusu. He's going to drop. I mean, 30 seconds. They are still waiting to try and get an in here, and it's Anguist that opens it up from the front lines again. The Sentinel with his best foot forward, but Donatello is just as crisp. They trade blows, Cider involved, Spike still on the floor, and GSR cannot be heard. He runs in, the Super Sleuth snatches it away,
10 seconds.
leaving just the Dane to salvage this one onto the Spike. It's a full commit. GSR will walk in happy as you like and clutch it out again for Liquid.
I'm waiting to see this guy not hit a headshot. If not, I think by the end of the game we report him. Like, it's so, like, he's so confident in the peaks he takes, and there's the same with Donatello here. Anguist did well, and I like the patience of Metasport in this round. Like, having that, like, okay, we're going to bait out the wall, we know where it is, we're going to then go for the execution, like, afterwards. And even waiting patiently for that rotation to come in. But it is just some of the individuals that are there for Liquid Academy. It's just absurd.
The clone from Donatello into double doors. He's just set himself up. Metasport fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Didn't know where to look. With that, it's another round which has been stunted by Liquid Academy. Cooper, this is just ratty as ever. Anguist has got him out of there, but look who's right behind. GSR. He's got the carry he was looking for. And Cider left to clutch this. Will have no chance. It's another headshot. Who's keeping track? Because Liquid Academy have fired themselves 3 rounds in front.
I swear to God, Cupid has just built himself a team with like 4 cheaters. And he's just going in, he's like, yes, guys, I will play close with Judge. And then they just swing it into the headshot guy. Like, it is crazy. He's 10-1. Oh, I was excited for a reason. I saw the stats. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Now I'm watching him play. Still doesn't make any sense. That is just the crispiest aim I've ever seen. And we do have the Steel Garden. We've got a lot of ultimates very close or online. Metasport. Well, it's not the operator this time. It is a very aggressive push.
Yeah. Anguist at the front of things for Metasport again, though, and stylistically, that's what you expect of him. Right now, Liquid towards lobby. This is the first point of contact for them. Ninja somehow gets away with that one. The dash across the screen doesn't put Jusu in the best position, but Berzi will find. So space given over by Liquid. That deep hold drops into the dugout. Command does get invested, making life a little more difficult for them. Berzi's managed to find the plant on 7 HP, and Metasport are in post.
Yeah, they found themselves in a winnable position. They're going to take away the guns and take a headshot through the wall. That ultimate being utilized, and Berzi on a nasty flank. All players now have bypassed his position. The expectation not going to be there, and well, it took him a couple of shots, but the damage is done. Cupid dead. Utility dissipated, and finally someone has managed to put GSR in the dirt as well. This leaves Donatello with too many to find, and while the round ends with 3 kills coming up for Berzi, 2 of them while on 7 HP.
The 2 players which Cider spoke most highly of, Anguist and Berzi, both coming from different places in the ecosystem. This is Berzy's first time outside of Turkey, a region which we know, of course, to be so rich with talent. Mini at one point was saying, you know, this is one of my top players to be looking at, but after taking a break for a year from competitive play, this is the first time we've seen him in 365, so definitely making his mark. Otello now with a flash which can be seen, you know, 5 business days ahead of time. So he'll get the hell out of there, and they wait behind this B smoke again.
Cupid's going to be in a bit of trouble. Stars spammed. Attempts. Maybe try and help him. It hasn't actually cleared him from the corner. Still stuck up close. The fragment hasn't worked. And, well, they're kind of holding on the angle, but it's only going to be the one. Now we're going to see the Steel Garden thrown in on the other side. An attempt to remove some of those weapons, and the attempt has been successful.
Donatello invest in the ult too. All the possessions given up. Shoot my body, he calls in the comms. And Rexstone has managed to find a kill from it. Headshot through the map. Hanging around the back lines. Liquid still not working on this defuse just yet. They are looking for the fights, and Metasport somehow, with their backs against the wall, have found a way to win these duels. Juice around the side, Blaze discarded. Still, Cupid continues, and with his death leaves just enough for Ninja to win the round for them.
Yeah, oh, a good round from Cupid. I think especially with just being able to hold on to space. Because you give up that elbow, and I think that round becomes quite a bit more difficult. I also wonder if that fragment missed slightly. Just because it could be that they wanted to clear further back. But just him being able to sit in that corner seems like a mistake. Seems like a position that he shouldn't have been able to hold on to, even if it was watched as they attempted to get back in. Even still defensively. 5 and 2 up right now for Team Liquid Academy. And the Rifles, again, on a bit of a miss here for the attack.
That was how they found the follow-up round, so Anguist on a Sheriff this time. Should be alright for him. Drone comes into mid, and, well, this isn't an agent that can teleport out. That's the Clove revealed, and out of nowhere, GSR appears.
GSR was
Knight
the
in
furthest
shining armor.
It was the furthest back of the 4 players that were in middle. I don't understand how he's got that kill, but we'll take it. I think as well, the aggressive position was basically because of the ult. Like being able to have that second chance. You can be a little bit more risky with it, but yeah, I definitely think, what, 40 seconds in, not really any map control now for the attack because of those battles and because they've been lost. It's a choice of where you go. There's not really a great option at this stage.
Even this late into the round, Ninja's going to hang about in art. The timing's a little bit off on this shoulder peek because he's going to get a pretty nasty reminder sided there and just drops all the way back to spawn ready for this A fight. Rexstone there, Phantom in hand, 15 seconds. And Cider, the only one with an automatic weapon that can actually cause a problem here. Ninja and GSR combined so quickly, nice shot. Anguist, but that's all the take home that they'll get. Liquid Academy, I said at the start they needed to be quickest out the blocks, and they have not looked back.
No, this has been impressive. Using an ultimate in that round just to make sure that the job was done. It didn't get too dicey. I think having like contact plays together, like re-aggressing as a group to try and make sure that players stay alive, like that round especially looks solid. Seems like the players the same. 3 players looking for early positioning outside of this A site, and then they've just left the Vice utility as a bit of a deterrent. It was even pinged by Metasport, something they know that, okay, that wall's there, we need to clear it, otherwise someone's going to get isolated. And that's enough of a piece of information that the defense is happy to just avoid that site altogether.
You can see that the Vice wall, the shear, is ready for this first entry, but Jusu updrafting over it means that Only gets activated once Cider's rounded the corner. Thorns at the feet as well. Plant coming in. Cupid locked into position, but eventually swings. He gets one, and the rest of Liquid Academy are already here. Ninja trading out. Shinnok at the double. That's it. In the end, the advantage for Metasport. And Jusu finishing it off. I mean, it was just so back and forth in the site there. But Liquid all fall in a line out of elbow. Couldn't get into a position where it was too problematic.
Yeah, I think as well, it was more of a couple of players tried to make the difference, ended up going down, and then it was just that little bit more disjointed on the way back in. I like that though from Metasport. Like, they've realized that, okay, they're somewhat abandoning this site a little bit more. Let's just make sure that their own wall kind of is used against them. We can get more space than maybe they bargained for. And it seems like the setup hasn't changed. The expectation from the defense is there's going to be pressure elsewhere on the map, but it is this same, more direct B site once again. The Metasport are looking to pressure him because other than the round where Cupid basically got 3 from hiding in the corner, this has been a solid site for them to hit.
Cupid can't break the knife. And with it, the site will fall once again. KO Ultimate coming through, and Donatello loses his head, peeks out of elbow, and well, as the story goes, Liquid Academy have not been able to find all too much from that position so far. Now, down the stairs in spawn, grouping up, and it's the primary guns taken from the hands of the Liquid defense as they're just trying to make this retake happen. Burzy gets a couple for himself, and it seems like every single Metasport player that steps forward finds a double and then drops. Jusu, another to keep that advantage, clunking on forwards. And only 2 rounds the difference with 10 played.
Yeah. I like the way that the post plant is being played as well by Metasport. Like, they know they're up against a composition that has a Cosmic Divide, has a double controller that can smoke off a lot of angles. So playing that deep post plant doesn't really work out for them. So now the plan has been, okay, we're going to play within the site. We're going to just fight more aggressively to make those battles more awkward. It's a solid adaptation. And after having back-to-back successful rounds on B, they make the logical conclusion that, okay, what's the chance that the stack up on A is going to be anywhere near as dangerous, especially with the economy being this low?
The same kind of utility that we're seeing be used by Metasport as well. That knife to just clear out lobby, and then they'll leave Anguis by himself because, as we said before, it's in the DNA of this player. From CGN, Donatello over the flank, watching wall, and then TPing back into spawn. So it's just forced the consideration of Cider for a little bit longer. Metasport eagerly waiting for that overextension to punish, but I'll be hard-pressed to find one from Liquid anytime soon.
Yeah, you'd almost have to rely on just a little bit of a patient play that ends up turning into the clock running out of time, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A couple of players lurking within the smoke that they're going to have to be careful for, but I feel like Anguis has done a pretty decent job of pulling the eyes in the other direction. Grabwell's done well to at least pull them back, but that time really is ticking. You need some of that individual brilliance to come out, and well, already there's a couple. They're going to try and deny that plant. It is getting low on that clock now. Donatello finds a gun, puts it down to just 7 seconds, and GSR's only goal is at this stage is to survive. He just got to hold on. He's done it. He's won the round. I don't know how they've managed to get away with that one, but oh, that is a big blunder from Metasport.
Nightmarish stuff. And who is it again but GSR? 16-6 now. Nightfall available. And even with ults invested to the A site on Metasport's behalf, they just couldn't get a full grip on it, a grasp of that site control which they really needed. The wall played against them in many ways because it just gave a vacuum that Liquid made the most of.
It was super intelligent play from GSR not to overcommit. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Didn't get swept away in the moment of trying to get all the kills. Was just if I deny this plant, all I have to do is run away and hide and I win. Puts a Prowler through just to check that nobody's now planting. And the second he knows that, okay, easy win, and just hides. Like, again, like, this is a 16-year-old. You could understand if he overheated and lost that round for them, but it seems like he has, well, the right head with the hands to go with it.
Far back on A for now. It's Rexstone that can hear those steps of a rotation from alleyway. Good info. Metasport hunt in packs. And you can see that with Cider, Anguished resides in middle. First kill Donatello, and back to spawn yet again. Ninja's right here behind this. He wouldn't peek through the Nebula, would he? I mean, he's waiting for it right now over the top. Jusu, no real chance to steady the aim. Burzy one back in the mid-fight one. He was the KO player out in the open, but he can fight himself from trouble. Someone else who certainly can and has proved that so far is GSR. These 2 kills to make it his 18th. There's number 17. Now, stepping onto the body of Burzy. The stun lands on his head. Cider will know this.
Can't use that. Can't use
He'll have been given the info. The suppression's still there, but here comes the ult and the timing's perfect. Tap towards the spike. Cider doesn't peek. His audio's muted, it's cut. This is a great chance for GSR to just go ahead and win another clutch. I just don't know how he does it so consistently with no issue at all. Number 8
Kill a nightmare.
and time to spare.
Switching sides.
Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact he's 16, I think you could put him in the main team right now. Like, it's absurd. I think if you're being really pedantic, maybe you say like, oh, the player probably couldn't hear you tap it, but that's about it. It doesn't matter. He hits the shot anyway, and yeah, when you're Fade player, your first time Fade player, yeah, first time Fade player in an official match is 18-6. You can't really complain, can you? We'll see if he can keep it going on the attack side, because I will say it does seem like a lot of these rounds they've needed him to be this good, but when someone's delivering, you can't really complain.
You could see jitters for Metasport in the first map of the first best of 3 they played to qualify against Shachmat. Burzy the one that stepped up there. 31 kills from him. The current joint kill record, but I mean, GSR only needs rounds really to breathe down his neck as he is already. Because if he keeps going at this rate, it's going to wrap up that much quicker. Jusu on the defense, trying to get aggressive and find an opener, but just overcooks it. The info was there, just from his positioning, but
Right there.
gave it away.
All I'm going to say is I hope Liquid Academy have a few years on his contract. I don't know what the length was, but I think Erling Haaland might have a shorter contract than GSR does by the end of this series if he keeps going like this. It is already an advantage garnered. Burzy in a decent position. Haunt thrown out, which will reveal him. Force him back, but Cider's done well. We'll keep this one at least even for the moment. And Donatello trying to capitalize will fail. His teammate GSR will not.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That Burzy kill record's not looking safe at all. GSR down to 40 points of health. He's going to have that haunt soon. And, well, the Rose, the Flash, the Arc Rose has already come back up saying that. Anguish, Shinnok both finding kills, and the round is done. Post-part positioning difficult in the hallway there for Team Liquid Academy. Backed up into the corner. Wanted a more aggressive line, but Metasport equal to it. Such a key round for them to pick up to stay in this map.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a rough one for them so far, even if it's just a lot of the time been down to individual brilliance. But they do get themselves the pistol round. Berzy's look good. I think Anguis going onto the defense. And that's the thing. I feel like obviously Jusu's job, especially on attack, is just dive at people and try and take as much space as possible. If they can get him the sniper going into future rounds, like there's still a lot of potential that they're able to turn this one back. I'm intrigued by the fact that Ninja has invested into a stinger. Clearly feeling they can do some damage here, and they don't even need it. Classic's done the job.
Yeah. Oh, and the Bucky, a few targets, a little bit of range on it. One is as good as it gets for Shinnok. 4v3, and the numbers just continue to get better for Liquid Academy. But you can't subtract Berzy from the equation, because he has been the one shining light for the Green Vikings so far. Plant coming in, post set up. No stars left for Cupid. All hands on deck.
Ninja just repositioning, trying to get himself back to a teammate, and instead you're going to see the forward motion of Cupid, maybe hoping to get up close. It's dicey, but the shots are not connected. But Berzy will be there to save the day. A round that could have easily gone in the other direction if it wasn't for his heroics. I guess seeing if maybe there's some other weaponry to be had, or just having a little dance, having a little chat.
Yeah.
Oh, they wait to get this one over the line.
In that situation as well, it's another round, the last two, where Liquid Academy have a little bit of time to figure out their post plant, but maybe it doesn't make the most sense because effectively Ninja and Cupid just traded places. I know Ninja had the medal maybe to throw a little bit of extra decay on there, but no, Metasport winning it regardless, and you have to say, all things considered, it was a decent end result with the weapons they came in with. Metasport calling a timeout in front of what is the most important rifle round that we'll have seen in this game so far.
Yeah, for sure. You can understand why. There's also the conversation of whether they go for it. Like, because you have come in with what would normally be a bonus round, but you've lost everything except for a single rifle. You've got to either invest heavily here and risk basically putting yourself down like 10-6 before you can get another purchase, or you play this one light and go for a full buy going into the next round. And I think that's very much what the discussion will be. Potential of where they want to put some pressure on this defensive side. At least at the pause screen, it seems like Jusu might be left alone again on that B site to try and just take that space away. And that's one of the things that is a little bit more interesting. Like, okay, you've got the Prowlers, but those have to be used sparingly. It's not something like a dart or something where you could maybe use that early and then use the drone to back it up, which gets you quite a lot of information. They're quite short range in what sort of info you can get from it. Wow, a really nasty haunt that I don't know if anybody's pre-firing that spot.
No. No, not unless you're breaking your neck to try and do it. Ninja is the only player in mid right now, with a few on the Academy side just orbiting. In his smokes, what's the timing look like? Nobody's cleared him! It's going to be a double, not just for him, but for who else other than GSR as well. This Metasport side will be happy they didn't make the full investment, because the mid push, well, there's little to be said of it.
Yeah. I don't mind the idea, like going with a light buy, do something overly aggressive, but yeah, I think the main thing is you don't expect someone to be in that corner, but also if they are, you expect the first person to be dead immediately, not that they're currently setting up a smoke and don't actually pay attention to you walking out the door. So that ended up being far worse for them, but yeah, I'm sure Ninja's going to be incredibly happy with that one.
Where are they?
9-6. This is now crunch time though. They've got that 4-buy investment on every single player on the defense. Berzy not far off on ult, but GSR, who could have guessed it, has already got enough kills for that Nightfall.
Yeah. It's a given at this point. And with the Vice Wall up on either side of A main, each team thinking about having some control of this space, hoping that they can fly their banner over it. Or at the very least, Metasport inhibiting Liquid Academy's possession on that side of the map, where they decide, you know what, we'll hang around for a little bit. Actually, it's these duels through mid that we're looking to entertain once again, and it's Burzy, Intersport's current star of an otherwise pretty low-rated show. Seeing what he's able to do here. Put under the microscope, and the timing could not be worse. His knife will go off post-mortem. They get the information there's nothing A, but the B push is already underway.
Oh, Cider needs to do something here. Under serious pressure and fallen already. Plant is coming. No, it's not. Shock Dart will deny. That's at least a freebie kill. Gives them a little bit more hope to get something done in this round, and left in the open. Chinook's managed to find another one. An impossible scenario now turns winnable, and that Hunter's Fury even gives them a man advantage.
Yeah, it's all Chinook in this round so far. Onto Ninja and Cupid to try and save anything here for them. Position of Ninja is strong, but it's quickly traded, and not dead yet isn't going to come up with anything either. In fact, it's just giving Chinook more opportunities to get kills. Cupid denies the half at the first opportunity. 5 clutches won so far in the competition. Can't add himself a 6th. It's a Metasport 7th as they are back within touching distance.
That was massively impressive from Chinook, not only denying the plant initially with the shock darts, taking down the danger man of GSR while doing it, but also being able to isolate enough fights that he gets Hunter's Fury and even deals with Ninja twice. It doesn't get much better than that. It's now still not going to get any easier for them, though. Only one player surviving in that round in the form of Anguist, and this means that the defensive side purchase kind of sucks. Like, it really does have a lot of pieces missing, be it on the utility side or just not having the weaponry.
Watching here.
Well, the attack has a piece or two missing on themselves, but they have this ultimate to play with.
I mean, Jusu, where'd you go? Where'd you even start? He managed to fly out of there. Actually hightail his way towards the back of sight from the pillar as a supportive ult of his teammate coming in, but Ninja is just so fast. What? Lightning quick. Rextoned from the flank that had been set up right at the start of the round, cuts the rotate, but does get traded by Chinook. And Metasport playing from a player deficit, a man down. Anguist and Chinook to try and do something now. Steel Garden does get invested. Smoke's replenished from beyond the grave. GSR, such low HP. Can the shock dart find him? No, it won't connect. Out comes the bow. Another opportunity. Chinook swing and a miss, but that one hits. Can't bend it round the corner. And Cupid is just so disciplined, diligent, playing his life away to double digits for Liquid Academy. Such quick trades and such good setup from them.
The thing is, it's so difficult to sort of play against their post plant because of how aggressive they're being. Like, the way the Ninja was playing was so risky that it ended up paying dividends, just because you'd see a player step out and just get immediately swung, where you kind of expect people to be more passive in their post plant, like utilizing those smokes, like slowing people down. That was not the plan. It was almost just like gut punch them before they can get out. It's now, well, I said that round was everything in terms of economy. It sent Metasport into financial ruin. Jusu hoping for some heroics, not been having the best of time, and why it doesn't look like that's going to improve in this round.
Right here. Need that back.
Metasport grouping up, thinking about taking a bit of a gamble, but this is not a full commitment from Liquid Academy. And the gate crash faked as well. Jusu can go back to jump spotting. Oh, Cider. Like a deer into headlights, the Dane drops. And it's on to the remaining couple of players on the site to stand their ground. Jusu still in the backside, dropped even lower. The classics chipping away, but how much damage can you possibly hope to do? Chinook's double with the Sheriff will not suffice as the Academy continue to build their empire on this attack side.
I don't know if Agus picked that up, but I don't know where he would have done. Is he using the Liquid bundle versus the Academy team? Because if so, that is quite that's quite a niche sort of burn. It's I'll beat you with your own classic.
No, it is funny. I think the thing with Anguis too is he's a guy who was trialed for Academy teams previous. A guy who, you know, should have, well, everyone sort of said, oh, the guy should be in VCT. Why is he not there? And this Metasport team, as I said before, does feel like a course correct for a lot of these players where maybe they weren't the right fit. You come from playing in a system like CGN, I said it a couple times already, Capio, the coach there, his ideal was always to be able to have individuals that can fend for themselves, play by themselves, and not need to be part of a more cohesive team environment. You look, however, at the role that Anguist is playing in this version of Metasport, and the Vice, I think it does require a lot more coordination than the Killjoy or the Cypher, and it's his most played agent now. So it's almost like a new version of him which we're getting with the rest of the team. Issue is, I think they're going to need to band together here because Liquid Academy, you win this round, you're set up for the game.
Yeah, it does seem that way anyway. They've got the can opener in the form of GSR and Ninja right now, and then you've got the Cupid playing Rat Valorant, like sat all the way back, just playing that post plant, holding the line until the very end, buying time off the clock. It seems like a recipe for success. Jusu on the operator, it has to be a change. Like, he has had a quiet game. It does seem like almost just outgunned at times by the youngsters. Let's see if he's got a little bit more in the locker. They have just walked it though. Oh. And what Burzy, that's the second time he's just been completely caught off guard by how quick-paced, and it's a good flash, but still a headshot.
Liquid Academy contacting so much space before the initial pop. It leaves Anguist out on an island. GSR is bouncing around and having a great time. The classic clicks away. With it, numbers again into their post plant.
Where's he going? This is such an audacious spot to try and hold. Like, just right around the edge of the smoke. If anybody comes from another angle, but it doesn't matter. Swings in, finds the headshot anyway. Cider finally puts him down. This is what I mean. It's just, you don't expect players to do things like that when you have such an advantage that I just don't think the Metasport players are ready for it. It's like, oh yeah, they're in a 4v3. They're probably sat back, ready to use their util. Use that haunt late into the round to reveal us. No, he's pushing the smoke to headshot you while you wait within it.
He sort of thought to himself, I'm not going to get the value, let's just push up.
They used the ultimate that takes away weapons after he did that. So it was like, hey, let's see if he can push in and fight a guy who has a gun, then we'll take away the guns afterwards just in case.
Yeah, look, there's no way to try and rationalize it. Liquid Academy, the best word to use describing these guys at the moment has to be confidence. That's it. They play confident, they play their own way. It's not by the book, but it seems to be working against Metasport. Lots going on inside his head right now, I imagine. In the previous round, it was occupied by the thought of a flank through middle. So he's in alleyway. He has the support of Burzy, who himself has been caught out a couple of times now by the timing that Liquid have been taking. Nightfall drops into R as the split. Let's gain some pace to it. Anguist's out in the open. There's nowhere for him to go. GSR should be finding a way to get the angle, but the utility is just enough for him to get out. He has been tethered, but not taken down.
Oh, he's trying to catch the player using Hunter's Fury. Plant. Tapped, but they are now going to try and re-aggress. It seems like it's being watched by Cider, but it doesn't matter. Shot through the wall. Even still, there's an early rotation back from Jusu, but it's almost like they're trying to fake out the steps. With GSR just slowly making his way back into the site. He has revealed that there's no one here, and then they're going to fake the flash just to try and hold players on this side of the map. Look at his current positioning. 20 HP, still confident.
And the macro is brilliant to watch from Liquid. A one-player fake. GSR still alive. hoping, hunting to break that kill record, but he's going to drop instead, and it's onto his teammates left after him to try and seal this map at the very least, the map of their own selection. Metasport have Ninja cornered, but only just kill him off. That ult gives a new lease of life to the Clove player, and getting out of dodge with the open plant is a death sentence. Metasport have got nowhere to go. It's all on to Jusu, but there's no time, no smoke, no chance in hell. The Academy will claim the first of their maps in this playoff push. Rexstone to add the final details, 13-7. Liquid Academy have won over Metasport.
Thoroughly impressed. Like, I think the individual level of some of these players has been impressive, but just how almost like all-consuming their play was. Like, when it came to those post plants, it was just hard to play against. So you could see that was their goal, was to make things as awkward as humanly possible for Metasport, and that's exactly what they did throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, it's just impossible to play against, like you say. You spend so many years, a player like Cider, building up those mental timings. What does it look like? When am I going to get peaked? And then someone like GSR hits like a truck, and he didn't waste any time either. It's all about the start of this map. It's what we said, the beginning of this veto could favor Liquid on a map that we're yet to see from them so far. They bring an interesting comp, but for everything you've said about compositions on Pearl so far today, Todd, I mean, what did you make of what we saw?
The thing is, a lot of it just felt like the goal was to enable them to have those fights. Like, Ninja was playing so aggressively, but they knew he would do that, so he plays the agent that can basically res himself at times. Like, I think GSR, it was almost like, I'm going to put a Prowler through so I can find headshots, and then you had that sort of backline of Rexton and Cupid who were like, okay, now the crazy people have got us the space, we can play those post plants, we can make it awkward, we can activate that utility late into the round. Like, I think it was very much a planned out, like, let's beat their comp with something that's hard to play against. Now, will they maybe have to adapt this the next time they play the map? Possibly. We'll see. It is similarly to what we saw just in the last map. It might not necessarily work twice, but if GSR is this good, I guess it doesn't really matter on the comp if your Fade player is just fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, and I think as well, even just in terms of the way they were playing generally with some of those attacking rotations at the very end, pulling the strings, how does Haven look? The IGL's paradise, that clash from DAC that we were speaking about, makes a resurgence, and for Metasport, they're going to hope that it's a little bit easier for them than 17-15 this time around. We're going to head over to a break though, and when we come back, we'll have that one ready for you, so don't go anywhere.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, be here, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, baby, you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Ooh,
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast for what could be the final time today in playoffs if Team Liquid Academy can seal this series against Metasport, which, by the way, I think starts to then set up Enterprise and Metasport both in the lower bracket when they were like the two favorites to be taking the championship in this first stage, or at least taking a top 4 spot, because I think you've got to remember that depending on which side of the bracket they're on, there is a chance that they play each other before that Challengers EMEA game, which would just be insane if neither of them ends up making that. But to talk about Liquid Academy for a start, what a start, Tom.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, would this destroy your pick'ems?
My pick'ems are already destroyed. I was telling you, I was top 1 coming into the day out of, you know, me and like Cairo, the only two people
you and
actually
like 4 other people
doing the pick'ems on VLR, which are also broken. But yeah, like today's a crazy day, man, and I'm enjoying it, to be honest.
But that's the fun thing about this is it's also another map where we have no data for Liquid Academy, so they could pull out something ridiculous. Now, I'd say that this is a map where Breach is super popular, so maybe at least GSR is going to go back to the agent that he's played for the majority of every other game. It wouldn't be a crazy exception, but that's the thing, it's like it depends what they're looking for. If they're going for something like a Fnatic comp, as mentioned earlier, we could see the likes of an ISO Yoru, which I think would fit them perfectly, like Donatello taking space and then just whoever you like put in to hit the headshots. But yeah, I'm always intrigued, especially if they look to continue running a double controller. If they come out with basic cookie cutter Haven, I'm going to be so disappointed after Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their comps, I wouldn't be surprised if we got something along those lines.
No.
I mean, Lotus and Split, they both play Fade instead of Sova. That makes sense. I don't know if Ninja then pivots over. Look, let's find out. Let's find out. No point speculating. Yeah, it is pretty default. You've got Cupid on the Astra instead, but it is that natural change of scan agent, reveal agent, whatever you want to call it, from Fade to the Sova for Ninja.
I'm less excited. I am still looking to see GSR play that Breach because, again, like, I've seen the numbers, but not necessarily seen the gameplay to back it up. I'm also excited to see what's there on the other side because, well, Liquid's comp, like not this Liquid's themselves comp is somewhat similar to what we see on the other side, running that combination of the Breach in tandem with the Teo. The Vice is definitely a little bit more interesting. It seems like something that Anguish has quite a bit of comfort on. But they kind of struggled the last time they played this map with this composition. Like, it was a very, very tight victory. And the defensive side definitely looked a little bit more rough. So I want to see what adaptations they've made because they have given plenty of, I think it was a 17-15 victory. They've given a lot of footage over to the likes of Bacon to really break down and counter.
Yeah, I think most of that just ends up being up until regulation into OT. I don't know what he could possibly have got out of that, but I think, like you say, it's a full match on Haven. This is also one of the maps where Shinnok is playing Teho rather than Cider, which we see on Abyss. They've kind of split up the responsibilities between the two of them. But I like this for him because he's on a much more oppressive agent than Sova when we saw how good that looked for him on Pearl. So yeah, I want to see Shinnok be a real driving force behind Metasport here to get back into this game, to claw into it where it feels like things were slipping away from them for the majority of that previous map. It didn't look like they got a foothold on Pearl all too much. An opportunity for him to do that. Okay, I've never heard that before. The first round has already been played, everyone, so we're going to run a replay of it. The game was not paused. I don't know how that works. Do we cast the full replay? Do we just get part of it cut up?
No,
we have the replay screen.
Get...
No deaths up until this point. Cider in Garage. Okay. Yeah, good work, Metasport. I'd say that's the pistol in the bag.
Yeah, we did. You know, this round was sponsored by Team Liquid Academy. We didn't want to show them lose, so all you get is a replay.
Crazy, man.
Unless
Apex sharing an office with
1v5
them in Berlin, same office, different team, maybe. I don't know. I feel like it's probably not the best idea to propagate such rumors in this environment.
Yeah,
but
I don't know why you're doing it.
Redstone 1v5 is something I do believe in, though. We'll have to see if that faith is misplaced or not.
Now are we watching the whole game as a replay? Because they currently playing
I mean,
the
this
next
is what
round.
This is what delay is it not? Round behind, something like that. Redstone has his first, but at the cost of most of his HP.
Yeah, I think we can assume he doesn't win this one. So yeah, there we go. It will be a pistol round. I think, yeah, getting off to a strong start for Metasport is going to be fairly important after what happened in that last one. And yeah, okay, the game was paused, so that we will get back in live into this. But yeah, I want to see how much damage Anguish can do, because if he can get that Steel Garden going into the first buy round, that's a massive ultimate to have. Like, being able to basically level the playing field for any weaponry that you have disadvantage on and then any rifles you do keep into the next, you get to basically utilize against pistols.
You saw, I mean, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. It was a replay after all. The Vice Wall was placed in a lobby beyond the barrier after some time in the first round. So I mean, Anguis must have picked up an orb or two in there as well. Metasport playing a slow default after some detective work, I guess, is the you ascertain from the situation. Donatello, aggressive push, does find Anguis, so he'll have to wait until the next round to bring that one online. And well, the short space has been kept by Liquid Academy. Pistol in first. Ninja is a difficult clear here. He'd get away with murder, and well, Cupid's going to do exactly that with his support. He's picked up the Vandal, still holding on to the Ghost. Finally equips it. Liquid have stolen that completely.
I am absolutely baffed as to how they've been able to win that. Like, it's one of those scenarios where they haven't cleared short properly, and then get so homed in on, like, basically Cupid doing a dance with his classic that they just don't check for that second player. Especially with how easy it was to get into the site. I feel like they assumed that it was a 4-stack elsewhere. But that is a massive blunder, not only because you've lost the second round, but also because you had 3 rifles. So those now just sit in the hands of Team Liquid Academy. Obviously, I'd never suggest doing this, but this is basically the best economic start you can hope for.
Yeah, it's just a quick turnaround. You get all the money, you lose your first round. That's the trade-off.
Yeah. Maybe a few orbs here and there, which, again, it's still possible for Anguis to get that. He was playing a lurk last round, so it was definitely never part of their plan to really look for him to other than just get kills. This is... well, now we're back. We're right back. Never mind. It just turns out if you peek into him, he's going to kill all of you rather than you trade him out. I'd be scared to if I was Cider, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Fearless as he is, Cider falls. Anguis puts an end to GSR's involvement in this round, gets his ult, gets a rifle in the process. With 50 seconds left, there's plenty of time for him to think about what he wants to do here. This is very winnable, Tom.
He's popped his flash in mid just to see if it will get him any information. One of the players is facing the wrong way. There's a chance that this now becomes incredibly isolated. Cupid into the 1v1 and Anguis is taking it home. I don't know what I've just seen. This the chances of isolated fights, and because of that, well, he's done more than ever expected in that clutch scenario.
And without even investing that ultimate, so things only get better for Metasport from this point onwards. I thought GSR had done everything, and that 4th kill should have confirmed it, but where Anguis meets his tally for kills, he goes one better in winning the round. As clutch as Cupid has been, you ask that of Anguis and he will also deliver. Metasport back in front, aggression wavered early. Donatello up in the window, but Metasport react to this by waiting for the peek. It's Anguis to greet him, and you already know how that will end.
Yeah, if he'd used his ult, he'd be on his way to getting a second one at this stage. It has been a real comfortable start to this map for him, and he's basically put them in a scenario that, well, could have been a whole lot worse. For the defense, they've invested their bonus money into this round. I think Cupid may be saving a little bit extra, potentially, for an operator. Maybe going to go into the hands of Donatello, but I am a little bit sad that we don't see GSR with one of those guns. Obviously, I'm sure he could do the work with a pistol, but instead, Ninja's going to be left to try and find everything. No heals, no second life like in the last map. It's all onto this.
Salvo's right at his feet. The HP is cut. Has to admit defeat there. There was no way that Ninja would have been able to find value from the corner. He was the player closest to the fights. And the fight has been brought to their doorstep instead by Metasport. Rextone responding. Spike down on B. 4 versus 2 situation. With stars on the spike. Timer building towards that next set of salvos. What can Rexstone really do here? There's a potential for him to cage for half, at least try and get something done. Anguish did not need to peek out there, but takes the info either way. Metasport. This one's already done. I'm just surprised Liquid hadn't thrown the towel in sooner.
Yeah, and it's a Guardian for him, so I guess the look is, okay, I can get another rifle. And actually, he does, you know, Angus goes down. That's at least an extra gun dropped, making things a little bit more costly. Obviously, the same bonus of cash was in Angus's pockets from winning that round out, round number 3. And now we get to see both teams actually with rifles under their belt. No surprise, unless you haven't been watching, that the ultimate is still online for Anguist after 9 kills already within this game. And it seems like the attack are looking for a much more direct hit towards this A site.
Yeah, and with them playing Vice on a myriad of maps, you'd expect them to be pointing towards that part of the playbook now. You want to try and work with here, really. Drone coming out, that's going to clear long. Finally, Donatello spotted. No suppression, so he can dash to safety. Liquid were accounting for this from the start, though. There are 3 players on A, and the rest of their forces have not moved a muscle.
Building up for the fight. Gonna be the trade. GSR tagged down desperately low, but the same can be said for Chinook, and you can see the attack is starting to realize that this is a fairly bolstered up A site. The question is, where do they go? Because Cupid's taken deep sea control. It depends how far forward he peaks. If he goes too far, he's going to be met with the entirety of the attack side force.
Good position for him now. Metasport shouldn't expect this, but the clear is clean enough.
Blocking vision.
Head at the hip, Jusu and all the rest.
30 seconds left.
Makes the space for the rest of his team, and as we said a few times before, that's all you can really ask. In terms of taking that space, though, they've not got back sight. Liquid Academy have been able to walk in here scot-free. The spike is going elsewhere. Metasport have hedged their bets. This one might be the best possible outcome, though, at this point in time. The B plant, they managed to spin it to their advantage. Off-angle Jusu, that will be another. Dashes into trouble, though, and yeah, that's going to only end one way ever.
My ultimate is not ready.
He wanted to try and catch a second player, I guess, but instead it's turned into a 2v2. Post-plant utility already in play for Cider. Chinook solo, he's going to opt to try and play up close. Dart placed above his head. They still don't check it. That's a mistake from Rexton. And now just look at Cider. He knows how much time he's able to bait. He's even faking out the idea that he is still towards main. That's the most obvious position for him to try and play this one from. Instead, he's wrapping around behind, and he is playing this one to perfection. Ninja finally going to turn back around, but into the hands of the veteran IGL. 4-1. Lead extended now for Metasport, looking a lot better on their own map choice.
That was really well played by Cider at the end there, but you can see what the win conditions for this team are in terms of utility. One of the reasons why Metasport was so good on Abyss as well, just the amount of delay that you get from the salvos, from the gravity well too. And in terms of that fight backside at Gong, I genuinely just think that that's the Liquid players saying, okay, the recon wasn't shot out immediately, so there's no chance that there would still be a player here, whereas Shinnok's kind of just decided to himself.
Oh, no! Oh, that's a Yassine dash. I've seen that one back in the day.
Yeah, that he could have gotten away with it, and he's gotten away with this one too, because Donatello has given it right to him.
That is a mistake. Well, the thing is, the defense come into this one with a lot of ultimates, a lot of potential to do damage. That early start is not ideal. You can already see Cupid's attempt to try and at least garner some form of information. The drone would leave him without utility. You can see he's just trying to spam what he has. Rolling Thunder actually used by the defense before they're even into the site. Maybe a slight miscall. The spike now going back in the other direction, and that's one of your major impact ults already gone.
Metasport's still shifting up on this A space even after the ult was invested. Sign of commitment from Liquid Academy. But only Rexund here, and oh, he would be nuts to peek in front of the wall, and I'll tell you what, he gets one on Juicer on the fadeaway anyway. Into post is where Metasport then start to pose the problem though. Cider has dropped, that's one piece of the utility gone. Burzy still has the stun. Anguis will have his ult and the flash here to try and make matters worse, and Rexund dropping as well, it's only going to help him out. The contact is set up for players to be walking out of spawn, but the combo of utility just makes life so difficult. Anguis barely keeping his head on as they're looking from heaven upwards. Armageddon even invested just to sign this one off in totality. Metasport 5th attacking round at quite the investment, but then again, same can be said for Liquid Academy.
Yeah, no, especially with the low HP, I think that's the right decision. Just confirm the round. Anybody who wanted to go into the site at that point would have had to run forward with their Armageddon. I've seen a lot of players do it the other way, but it gives a little bit of space. This way, it meant there was no escape if they were to try and move forward. And we're going to see our first pause called by the side of Liquid Academy. And I can't really blame them at this stage. There's a world, like, especially after winning that second round, that they could be firmly in the lead at this stage. But Anguis has caused them problems. I think early fights, there's been some errors, some slip-ups, some mistakes, and then in a lot of positions to capitalize. I think they're struggling even with just some of Chinook's utility. Like, I think that some of the surprise factors or corners they've liked to hide in are just being removed from play because of him. And then even just look at the attempted retake. They put all of their utility in. They had aftershock, stuns, whatever you like, and immediately he just goes, okay, guided salvo, good luck.
Yeah. It's been a real handful, and that's kind of what I was saying on the desk as well in the build-up. I want to see Chinook be more oppressive, and that's what we've gotten so far. Liquid Academy still have a few ults available, low on money, but Blades can help remedy that a little bit. Cosmic Divide as well into the retake, where now Metasport don't have the Armageddon anymore, but getting close to Burzy's Rolling Thunder. The odds are stacked against them, and I think that's a big point to note here too. You look at recent officials for Liquid Academy, when they win maps, they get in front and they stay in front. I don't think I've seen them at a time where they've won a map when they go down, you know, 4 or 5 rounds and are able to turn it on their head. So we're asking now of a quality that is yet to be displayed, one that they'll need to show. Donatello already showing himself, not for any damage though.
Yeah, that's where you kind of hope that that experience of Bacon, obviously working with a lot of the higher brow coaches we've seen within the tier 1, what he has taken from those moments, what he's inputted himself over the years, whether or not he can wheel this team. Nonetheless. Nice start though from Ninja. A little bit more proactive. Going to try and take those fights, and Donatello's not going to give up that space for free. He's taking it back straight after.
Yeah. Look, you can't coach confidence though, and Liquid Academy have bounds and bounds of that, and Donatello keeps going. There is nowhere in sight that Metasport can get out of this. Burzy walks away with one. It's just barely scratching the surface. Liquid Academy play to their strengths in that round.
It's whether or not that's something that's recreatable. I don't know if that's what the Bacon has said, like, hey, just you're better than them individually, take those fights. But that was the thing in the last map. There was just battles that seemingly they couldn't lose, and well, if we're being honest, in this map they've lost one that came down to just Anguis being able to isolate those battles. Now it seems that Metasport want to really fight them on the forefront as they go for a challenge into A. Is he about to just walk out the smoke? He is! Followed by a stun. Oh, well, he gets punished for it, and so does Ninja. It's Anguis again.
He's making it look easy. You just cannot ignore the raw numbers that this guy has game to game, really. And the impact of this round is that GSR is the sole defender towards A. He's on the initiator, but he has no real way to collect info without face checking. That's more towards the other extremity. And fortunately for Liquid Academy, that's where Metasport will head. Cam is watching all the way down C long. Rexstone just has to check this. Issue is that smoke that went up front B is kind of stopping him from being able to go into his utility here. He's so worried about mid at this point in time. They're only going to find out by the time that Metasport already have the site to themselves.
Already again. These vines just end up being oppressive. So good for delay. You can try and run through them, but you'll take a fair amount of damage in an attempt to do so. And just buying that extra time, at least the utility won't be taken away. Cosmic Divide is available if they want to try and potentially block off some of these avenues to play post-plant. But you can see, because of that, the attack are playing proactive. They are playing in front of those usual spots. Really nice gravity well, though. And that's opened this one wide. As now just a couple remain. One of them was Anguish, but he's finally fallen. Left to Cider to try and play this in the 1v1. And while GSR was hoping to stick it under his nose, it's not happening.
Cider with another clutch as well, Tom. Another 1 versus 1 as it goes down to the wire. He wins, and when you look at the setup here, as you said, it was such a nice gravity well to get off one of those common angles, but then Metasport have 2 players right on the valence of the smoke just hanging around. You find the first, you don't really expect the second, and Cider's positioning is good enough in the end to win him it outright. Back to A. These early fights have suited them fairly well.
Oh, trying to get the orb just to put Ninja ever closer to that ultimate. One of the ways they could potentially pad the gap in this one, but weaponry definitely not ideal. A deep position from Donatello, though, definitely makes the round at least a bit more interesting, but with Rolling Thunder, going to force them all the way out of the site. Retake seems unlikely, so they're going to go early.
Yeah, Nebula is right up in front of Hell. Cooper, damage onto 2 players. Ninja as well. A stake in the heart of Metasport. And Shinnok left to clutch it all out solo, thrust into this position with salvos for damage, and a Vandal in his hands with a stun on Donatello's head. It is a triple, a masterpiece from Shinnok.
The use of the salvo was perfect, but I thought the third player
the stun was too much.
Right.
It felt like too much.
I don't know how on earth he manages to get that third kill. Like, he had utility in hand as this peak comes out and just the other bullets whiff. The final shot was clean, but dear lord. I thought Anguish was the one who's going to take them through this game, but Shinnok is making a name for himself.
It's crazy, man. I saw him raise his fist and thought he had a better chance of winning that by just punching the guy in front of him, but still,
well, it looked like Boba
that.
Fett, like about to fire one of his missiles out.
Gotta hop in the ship. Shout out Boba Fett, by the way.
Shout out Boba Fett. That's
yo,
something you just said out loud.
This guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching. Sup, Boba Fett, the fictional character.
No, the difference between Boba Fett and Shinnok, though, is Boba Fett, what he would do is he would just hire a bunch of different people to kill, right? Whereas Shinnok, he's getting his hands dirty, and that's why I respect Shinnok. So shout out to Shinnok instead.
Right, that makes a little bit more sense. Shout out Boba Fett. What you're on about? Well, I'm looking at the attack, and I'm looking where the spike is. And something tells me that either Cider thinks he's playing Omen, or we're going to end over on the city side. Because otherwise, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
They've already taken some space. They put the Cosmic Divide down to clear this back. There is 25 seconds left. This play makes me incredibly anxious.
Juice is just updrafted in short as well. I don't know if he's trying to see over the smoke.
He's dropped the spike. What is this play?
Oh, no.
This is everyone go A, I go B with spike. What is this strat?
He's got a play to deny it. Guys, rush A, I go C. Oh, the gravity well. Oh, it's pulled him off the plantable area.
Big brain genius.
That's it.
Oh my god.
It turns out that between the Astra players, Those two IGLs that we spoke about in the
Oh,
pre-show. Cupid has gotten the once-over Cider this time.
Cider has taken that from CIS matchmaking. He's
I'm
gone,
gonna visit the
guys,
Astro to
guys,
play some
guys.
stars.
You, 4-4 go A, I go C with bomb. Like, no, bro. Why are you doing that? That's such a ridiculous strat. Now, they still would have gone away with it if it wasn't for that meddling kid of
Meddling
Cupid. But
Redstone as well,
dear
yeah.
lord, that's a ridiculous round.
We
Delete the
got
VOD.
this.
Delete that one. I don't want to watch it again.
Now, I knew Kara was going to call me out, but it was actually Django Fett. So, I mean, the shout-out made no sense at all, and neither did that round.
None of it made sense. But
None of it
moving on.
did, Tom. But look, we leave round 10 in the past. We close the book on that one. We look to the future. Metasport on the C site. Open spike plant. Jusu, healthy, raring, ready to go. Has his dash available. Did have his dash available. Now he's just chilling backside. And that's going to make it difficult because he just gets fully cleared by the utility.
At least managed to get one. This aggressive position from Anguis, though, you always have faith in him to do the damage when it's needed. Ninja still fighting. GSR still standing. And he's going to take one down. The thing is, though, that one is all they'll get. 8 and 3. The chaos of the previous round did not deter. But see, look, you can just go C. You don't need to go for the most elaborate fake of all time.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Good utility as well, actually. In that re-aggression towards spawn, setting up Anguist, Shinnok with the salvos. I made the realization he is actually like Boba Fett, because Boba Fett he stood on business, you know. So actually, it does make sense. Shinnok is Boba Fett. That's what we've learned. That is what we've learned today, and he has his ultimate as well.
Standing ahead.
Orb taken. There's not a lot going in the favor of Liquid in this round. Weaponry is weaker, ultimate's not online, and a post plant that has an Armageddon along with the guided salvo is going to be a difficult one to break past.
P in Metasport stands for post plant. That's one thing that I found out after watching the Swiss stage, and it's a trend which is carrying on into playoffs seemingly. You could have players on the site, on the other side of the smoke. It's just the stall which is going to make this an issue. Rexstone gets one, but that wick is burnt all the way down to the bottom of the candle at this point in time. There is just nothing to hold on to. Final round of the half means that the Armageddon gets invested as well. Jusu walks away from it all with a quad, and Metasport 6 rounds to the good on their attack side of Haven. It is an attack-sided map for all intents and purposes, but it'll still take a Herculean effort for Liquid Academy to make it back here.
Yeah, and the thing they'll have to deal with as well is proactive use of that Teo utility, which will make things a lot harder for them. I've been impressed, especially like even though there's been some blips, some mistakes where we've seen Metasport let things go a little bit at times. Some of the clutch plays that have come out, I think Anguist and Shinnok in particular have been fantastic. So solid individually, and you are starting to see why this is one of the teams that is favored to make it into that top 4. Now we get to see whether or not Liquid have got it on their attack themselves, but they are so far behind it needs to be starting with a pistol.
Certainly has to. Feels like a requirement. Metasport already 2 kills deep, so is Cupid. Ninja adds the advantage to the Academy side. The one which they so desperately needed, but it's Burzy and Anguist. The defending players. Anguist over towards C. Arcrose, Flash in position. And Burzy re-clearing that space to make a flank for himself. It's looking like it's going to be 3 players up C long, so Anguist has the cross here as well. Both players could be in position garage by the time they break the neck of this choke.
Yeah, there was a world where Burzy actually took one of them with him, just as he was going round behind. Still has a stun, still has a flash available, And this flank could be absolutely perfect, but no, he starts going back. I think the information was just handed over to Anguish, so this is now exactly what he's looking for. One should be for free. That's Cupid down. A lot of the post plant already gone, and they need to isolate this man before there's safety and where they could put that spike down. Instead, getting rid of Anguish, they can fall back, and a chance onto Ninja, but he doesn't get the kill immediately.
Just magnetic. Mercy locks on, and the next target's the healthy one. Ninja from 13 points of HP keeps Team Liquid Academy in this map. Keeps their hopes alive of making it a clean 2-0 in this series. It's not shaping up that way so far, and rounds like that are what puts you on the knife's edge.
I love the fact that just watching the scoreboard as the buy is about to happen tells you what these players are doing, like either in other games or in previous games or in ranked. Because Ninja's immediate response was to buy an outlaw and then go, no, I should probably go for a rifle. Buying the sniper rifle doesn't make sense. Okay.
Instincts kicking in.
Yeah, it's like immediately outlaw. No, I play on a team now. I've got to go for a Guardian.
Hardwired. I don't know how many different players in this team could play Duelist, but I'm pretty sure it's like 4
I'd say 4 of them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you which 4.
No.
Because that would be mean on the 5th, but we all know who it is.
Well, just because you don't play Duelist doesn't mean you're a bad player.
No, of course not.
No,
He is the reason. Like, he won a round with a Gravwell. Like, that was hot. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, yeah.
I'm attracted to Gravwell clutches. That's all you need to know.
Tom is a big fan of sucking. You heard it here.
Yeah, true.
Big
Here we go,
fan.
though.
Execute coming in.
With pistols.
This
4 on the same site. This is a good spot for the defense, especially if this stun is effective.
Well, it's spring loaded, and it's being
30 seconds left.
Liquid Academy are not going to touch it with a 10-foot barge pole. I was about to say, when you don't have the Teho, those hard clears a little bit more difficult. Ninja's still hanging around to try and get any leftovers, and actually, it's brought 2 players back, at least for a moment. They're doing the dance. Cider in a position to deny now. He's the one who can't connect the shot. Rex turned as well. 2 headshots from the Ghost just hits that little bit harder. Team Liquid Academy, they managed to dodge what could have been a nightmare. It is a dream start to the half for them instead, and some pistol upgrades for the bonus.
Yeah, tiny bit of damage, but all in all, I think it might have literally been that more than one person shot at the dart, and that was enough to give Liquid the alarm bells. Like, nobody swung off it, no one went for like a gamble. They have now brought themselves within 4. A victory in the bonus round, and they're almost certainly back in the game, but of course that is easier said than done. 5 rifles for Metas. And already you start seeing what is that awkward utility from the Teo, but taking full A control. The thing is, this is being negated completely. Anguish, yeah, there you go. I was waiting for the vines to be popped. Now it becomes more difficult. In fact, it leaves... I was going to say Donatello isolated. I guess it made no difference.
Yeah, Cider just didn't have the cover that he wanted. There was no star set up. Although there was a star set up for backside. He just didn't use the Nebula. He got caught. After shot coming through, this one ended the same way last time, and it does again. A Jet player in that corner without a dash. Seemingly a dead man. He is from Liquid Academy back in mid. I'm pretty sure Anguish would have just spotted that. Yeah, he places...
They found my wire.
Cam. Rexstone finds a kill off the back of it. They are fighting on the site and off the site. Liquid Academy flank coming in, but Stick all the while. Nobody's playing to deny this. They just had no idea. And Metasport called their bluff. Was it?
They had a Gravwell and just didn't use it. Unless he'd already used it and just had something else. There was definitely a star down that wasn't popped.
I got enough time
So that's definitely an error from Team Liquid Academy. I guess nobody heard the spike get tapped, and for no one to check on it for that period of time is definitely a big blunder on their part. And Metasport have got to be laughing about that one. it still seems like they're going to play this one as a bit more of a bonus, even though they won. They're just going to go for weaker weaponry. But when you have this sort of a lead, you can do that.
Cider in the smoke, Mucky in hand, gets one, gets traded. Ninja finishes that one off. Anguish doesn't want to chance it, wants to play the double. Hello? There was a gap. There was a gap in that smoke. This Astra utility's been funky, man. And it works out. It works out well for them this time. Drone coming in. But no suppression. Does give the info that it is another vacated post plant and with no smokes for Metasport to try and use. They are out in the open and it's not the kind of position that you want to be taking against this Liquid setup.
Trying to clear some of the more common angles to potentially earn a firefight. You could already see that Berzi, one of the players who invested, is long gone. Just making sure that rifle's held into the next round. The other two may even just opt to go down to the spike. So, as expected, it is going to be a round victory after a blunder of the previous round, but that was all almost by design by Metasport. Now they're going to invest back in, buy back up with the rifles. Maybe a piece or two still missing, like a Guardian for Shinnok, which, I'll be honest, I don't think is that much of a detriment. This is where I kind of want to focus more on Donatello. See what he can get done, because he had a really high impact entry in the round prior to last, the one they lost. If he can start getting into the game, this becomes more interesting. Otherwise, well, only 3 rounds needed for Metasport here.
Ultimate management is going to be so huge in these last few rounds as well, because they're coming up on some big pieces. Both sides. Shinnok walking down mid. Just an Inquisition, a subtle one. From the corner, it's a Cosmic Divide across the whole map. One which you think would be for the early B plant, but Shinnok's not going to fall for this. He's dropped back, he has the audio, Jusu knows it's an A take. A fake from Liquid Academy to get themselves over the threshold here. Plant eventually coming in. 5 versus 5 to the retake. In terms of utility, Metasport, I think, have the better of the two. Shinnok with a full belt and Berzi as well.
Got to set up right, though. 1 kill for either Berzi or Jusu, and that is an ultimate online, a Blade Storm, or more impactfully, a Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
Donatello's going to get ahead of the utility.
Oh,
Done
man.
incredibly well, and the spam through this, but where is he going? He's going forward without any bullets.
Believe it.
Absolute maniac, but it has worked. The classic right click to close. Oh, I said if he could have a step up, but that was not what I was expecting.
That's ridiculous. He started the first half with 5 kills, and in these last few rounds has found a way to bump that tally up to almost match what we saw in the first 12. Just so cerebral duelist play, to be honest, more than anything. He sees that there's a slight gap. You know that it's going to be a set retake from Metasport. When they have that surplus of utility left, it was the aftershock for the close angle. He just plays off the shoulder. He's right there in the pocket of space, ready to take the fight. And Metasport hadn't accounted for it, couldn't do anything to stop it. So, timeout of their own called. As it's been said before, we know relying on the services of Brody, someone who knows what it takes to play in East, someone with a playing career of his own, taking some time now as a coach to help what is essentially a group of players who haven't reached that peak before, who haven't gotten to that level. Maybe they've been to a final, like Jusu, for example, back when he was in France, which he stayed for quite a while. It hadn't been since 2022. The first ever regional league grand final was the last one that he played in.
Alright, that's why he's Irish again now.
It's at moments like these, you know?
He was French for a bit. He's now Irish again. All is forgotten. Oh, a little bit unlucky with the trip timing. Oh, we'll be forced to retreat. He is the main threat of this round. The rest is left onto that Rolling Thunder, along with some pistols. But unless there's a moment of brilliance. I can't see that being utilized, especially the position of Burzy. Like, this is not a man that looks like he's about to sit back and use a Rolling Thunder.
No. Looks like a guy who gets that first kill. Maybe the second. And then uses it. No, it's just the one. Nothing more.
Exactly where you are.
A canary in the coal mine. He's gotten this info early. It's just Shinnok here for the site defense. The only player who can really stop this at this point in time.
Good stun.
Stun does catch a couple players. He wanted to get more aggressive, but is forced to fight from backside. And in that position, he's got to work a double shift. It's just one
30
kill.
seconds left.
Still a 2 versus 3, and Metasport hanging in there barely. Plant coming through. Angus doesn't want to try and deny this. He just takes the peak solo, and with that, I think the round is done, unless Cider can do something ungodly with this Stinger, which he cannot.
It would have been impressive, but yeah, unlikely. And wow, we're now starting to see they could really get themselves back into the game. That's the thing. I think this is where you're really going to get the best out of someone like Cupid. Like, you're on a map with heavy rotations, lots of angles that need to be held, lots of information that needs to be garnered. You've got quite an aggressive composition with the Jet Teo. Like, your information is a little bit lacking. Like, you don't have a Sova or something that can basically get you that info for free, which definitely makes it a little bit more difficult. So if you could shut down the proactiveness, this composition becomes kind of trash. You can see, though, that space is still being challenged for. The concept hasn't been adapted. That's what they need to be doing. That is what they're attempting to do. Did he not have his hand on his mouse? Just on his click?
I don't
know.
know.
He didn't move his mouse at all.
Juicer just peeks anyway, and he's gone. There's nothing else behind this. Metasport with a bit of a B setup. Contact taken. Burzy there for a fight, but he gets given a bad hand. Rextone can't miss. Neither can Donatello. This is the rifle round, for God's sake. Team Liquid are taking them to pieces. Only Anguish left. He won the 4v1, but this would have to be an ace clutch against 3 ults if you needed them. Not happening today. Not this time.
Modork would break his cap locks button if that was the case. There's only so many A's that you can spam in the word Anguist. But, no, realistically, I think it's one of those moments where he just has to hold on to the gun. But, yeah, there was a couple of battles that, like, I don't know how Rexton gets away with that first fight. It looks like Burzy had him dead to rights. Comes out with a double. You mentioned it, the sort of swing out from Jusu. Like, those are normally battles you'd expect to win, but just, like, the cleanness of some of these fights. And that's the thing now. The composition doesn't really allow for massively passive holds. That you need to be proactive with this utility, otherwise it's just going to waste. And you don't have information, which on a 3-site map is troublesome. That's actually why I believe it is the Team Liquid comp has a Cypher in it. So a Cypher and an Omen, that's the differences between, because Cypher does bring you that little bit of information. You can have the trips to give you trigger points that they have to hit, and you can also have the cam, which is going to give you a lot of information. Anguis has opted for a choice that doesn't allow that, and that's why I think it's more troublesome, because you don't have that Sova, you don't have even a fade or anything to get you at least a call without going, let's put this utility in and then peek off of it. And what, if you're peeking into these youngsters, you better hope they're blind or stun. Well, actually, stun won't help. Well, you better hope they're blind.
Yeah. Slight issue stopping us from getting back into the game, but you've got to look at the run-in for Metasport now. They already have 10 rounds posted. Draw comparisons with that elongated 17-15 overtime game against Shakma, about an hour and 20 minutes long it ended up being. There are comparisons to draw here. They lost the first 5 rounds of their defender's side at the beginning of that one. And, well, it's a little bit more than that this time. And they had less rounds to throw away in that instance. It was 8-4 on the half. This was 9-3. No correlation, of course, with the comeback whatsoever. But, yeah, Team Liquid just in a great position. I think the biggest thing for me, I would not, even if you're Jusu, I would not be taking that 1v1. I would just rather have a teammate with me to go take that fight. Not to say they shouldn't be confident, but these guys are just molded by the ego peaks, you know?
Yeah, I want to see what sort of adaptations will be there for the side of Metasport, because as I said, this composition feels like it puts them in a box for what they have to do. I think Cupid has been calling a solid game over on the attack side, with like using utility well to make these aggressive pushes awkward, and then pincering in on the weaker player, like be it that solo Teo they've had a couple of times, or just sending in Donatello to just take that space away. And when, again, you're seeing the same thing. It's like, okay, early aggressive utility. It's attempted to be conditioning, but I don't think it has conditioned Liquid Academy at all. I think they're doing what they want to do, whether they spam that stun guided salvo combo or not.
Mid-rounding has been fluid, and here managed to get themselves a bargain. Open C site. Metasport, this has been a side of the map which, coming into the retakes, you've just barely seen them been able to leave a dent, and Donatello, Thief in the Night, has stolen Burzy away from this round. The Armageddon is available for Shinnok, and with the geometry of C long, it could prove to be useful, but the numbers have already been thinned out, cut down to size. Cider gets one, Anguis the other, 3v2, but you're without that ult. Do have the Cosmic Divide and Steel Garden if you wanted to go so far as to use them, but time plays against this Metasport side. Cider with his life, guiding the defuse, which Anguis has full stun for number 11. It should not happen, but it does, and Metasport will be thankful it did, because they should not have won that round.
That's both rounds that they have.
That goes there.
They have 2 rounds, and both of them were diffuses that weren't stopped. It's literally the only reason they're in this half is because of errors. Like, this should now be a lead for Team Liquid Academy, but every time it seems like that grab well is forgotten until the very last second. Like, that is just, it's blips from the most experienced player, which, as said, I'm sure that Cupid is doing a lot of micromanaging, but that's unacceptable that that's happened twice. The first I can forgive.
It's win condition, right? Those are your game-winning moments there. And sure, you know, first half he steals one, but I can't help but agree. Opportunity lost for Team Liquid. They'll get another one here, but can Metasport capitalize? Can they find a way to chain a couple rounds together? Anguis looked to have gone vacant on that angle. Just not a single movement of the mouse, locked in, but shut down. Rextone with the kill. Jusu dashes away. Op still alive, but not for much longer. Rolling Thunder dropped on his head, stunned up and dead. 4 versus 3 situation. Everyone on Metasport still equipped with a way to make this retake a possibility. The ult comes in after the plant though, and there is just no follow-up. Not yet. Not until Shinnok gets into long. Burzy spamming away with the reload. He's got the timing to get out the grasp of GSR. In back for the next fight, and he'll win it as well. So now, Cupid has a chance to make amends. A 1 versus 3 for another clutch for the captain. Star down onto the spike. It's a suck instead, a pull away. But so much time left. Metasport will claim map point.
Yeah, no, a really good recovery. I think it was the flank from Shinnok that made all the difference. The Rolling Thunder put through. He's come around the back, and, well, once they are watching that angle, they don't have the ability to spray back at him like he does. Have to have been a couple of single shots. Also, Burzy just, finding a player within the smoke. The aggression that comes in so periodically from this Team Liquid Academy now expected. Oh, they did 4 rounds in a row. They need 3 more to take us to OT, but I do feel like their mistakes on this map might come back to bite them.
Only the sentiment right now. Early util combo. Pull Hunter's Fury, a stun. They can't reel in the big fish, so Jusu keeps on swimming. Op on A, looking to to try and find a pick. Donatello has already crossed, and this, unbeknownst to Jusu, could prove to be his undoing. If he can get the jump, if the timing can be just right, maybe there's a chance. Backs up into the smoke. It's the Cosmic Divide, actually, which blocks his vision and opens up the A site and a Liquid post-plant.
This is when they've done well. I'm looking at that Steel Garden, though. All within range of that ultimate. You can see Cupid, at least initially, was playing ready with Shorty in hand. Maybe expecting that ult a little early. Instead, up close, he is somewhat expected, but it doesn't matter. Already finds an opener. Another for Ninja as well, as Chinook tries to get back through the window. And now the remaining players are almost forced again into a safe position. Look at Sider's credits. He does not have enough to buy in the next round. They need to hold on to these guns, and it seems like Liquid Academy know it.
Bearing on down. Scorched Earth policy. You can throw those blades at it and it will matter not. Anguist, one of the targets, floating around the corner. They've heard Donatello coming, full discard, and every single gun goes in the trash. Double digits for Liquid Academy. The gap is 2 rounds, and Metasport, looking at the economy, only going to be able to get a full purchase in one of these.
Yeah, this one likely to be the half buy. Again, they still have the ultimate in the form of the Steel Garden that could pad the gap if they find themselves in a winning position. And with Chinook having a gun, he has had a couple of rounds that he's almost won from them individually. This is going pushing. They really are looking to take this away. Chinook is going to go through this, and while that is the one gun gone.
Cupid has been playing around these smokes brilliantly last couple of rounds. With Chinook missing, it's all of the info gather that he brings as well, which is going to leave a big hole in this Metasport defense. B, notably right now, where they're queuing up to fight. Nice shot, Burzy. He's put to rest as well. Sheriff Besider, edge of the smoke, walks in, gets another. Not this round. Surely the low investment would not be the one that Metasport end up winning this with. Fake dash into his own smoke from Jusu, still hanging back in a link, but it's Anguist behind them with the Vandal in hand. That could be the killing blow for this map, but Ninja on a swivel can just about save the day. Still Jusu the one that they've got to beat if they want to reach the limits of regulation. Another game to go the distance. Metasport hoping that this one won't reach OT. And it's the young Irishman that's got to bail them out this time. Spotted GSR. That's often the last thing you see before you end up getting killed. Team Liquid Academy, one final chance.
They've done well again. The thing is, there was so many disruptive moments with the swings out, the fake ideas sold. Even I like the fact that GSR realizes him planting while that wall is up and his teammate dead, not worth it. Even if he takes the fight and loses, at least he's not just giving them a free defusal. So instead goes battling to make sure that they hold on to the site. I think quick reactions from Ninja as well. He's been having a great map. He's now overtaken Anguist as the top fragger in the whole server. Been one of the difference makers. Fact is, though, a lot of these rounds have been based off mistakes in this defensive half. 3 diffusers, 2 of them were under the nose of a failed gravity well. The third was, I think, a 2-man advantage after using a Rolling Thunder, and the flank comes in and catches them. These are things that if Liquid don't make those mistakes, I don't know if Metasport even have a round in this second half. It's some of those individual brilliant moments that have saved them from what seemed like impending doom in this second half. The question is now, do they have more to give? The Jusu operator definitely potential. Steel Garden still available, and the ultimates for the other side only really GSR within touching distance. Seems like they might even try and counter operator here, and Ninja's bought one up.
You see Metasport using that regenerative utility early towards A lobby. The salvos, the stun, to try and deal damage. And this brings a window where that utility is offline, one which Liquid Academy can perhaps try and exploit. There's Util on site, Cider is stuck, he'll be stunned, and Anguist just falls in line, the next into a communal grave for this Metasport C site. And look, maybe there's a chance that they run in there and defuse it under their nose, but you think it's pretty unlikely now in the 2 versus 5, especially when GSR has the ult up. This is going to OT yet again.
Getting things over the line is never easy. Jusu, unfortunately, yeah, there's a Rolling Thunder in the mix. They said there was potential for that ult to come online, and while leaving him stunned at the back, it will take a few extra rounds to see who's going to get this one over the line. And I think for the sake of Metasport, I think they're going to be very happy to be kicking it off on the attack side, because their defense had an awful lot to be desired.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for a map that we've seen them on before, you know where the strengths are going to lie. It's interesting seeing this Liquid Academy side, knowing how aggressive they can be, seeing them be so successful as well. Some of their highest win rates are on defense, which also speaks to the development, again, of this team. To even be in this position, a map up in overtime with a chance to close against one of the tournament favorites, one of the teams you would have shooed into the top 4 early doors, potentially having to make a lower run alongside Enterprise. Masters winners, Champs winners, all in the lower bracket. You get that nowhere else.
That shows potential changing of the guard, but Team Liquid Academy still have to make this comeback stick. Their defensive side, although a long time ago, was mostly based around some big individual plays. Not the start they were looking for, but Rexton has had some insane rounds throughout this map. Side has taken a lot of space. That B site was a fairly safe bet for Metasport. Already Ninja's going to be spotted. Bear in mind, he doesn't have any shields to play with, so he does have to be a little bit more careful while running that operator. And all of this is sort of to buy space to see if Cider catches anybody being a little bit over-aggressive. It seems like Rexton might be spot on with the read, playing close to this angle. I don't know if he's going to be expected. In fact, I don't know if they check this at all. They don't! And he's taking over the round! Oh my god! What an insane play from Rexton! They needed a defensive hero, and dear lord, you don't get much better than that.
Rexton's on rails. I just can't believe it. What a shot. I mean, which one even am I talking about? Because he's hit them hard 5 times in a row. The first in Garage, the reposition towards B. Great timing on the stun, by the way, from GSR to just support him a little bit longer there. I thought with a Vandal into a crowd he'd struggle, but it was just so sharp. And what now of Metasport? One defensive round, of which they have failed to win by elimination of these Liquid players a single time. Mistakes made, the only way that we have seen them give any kind of credibility to this half of the server. It's what could be a last defense of their upper bracket status as it stands. Cider spotted towards Garage early. Ninja has no intentions of following this up. It's all pressure. Pressure which is funneled towards Jusu. His chance to step up only finishes with 1 kill.
Wow, I'd say 1 and a bit. Donatello 2 HP after he was tagged through the wall. He's now going to have to try and take space with little to no HP. He's given the information over. As he repositioning into the corner, this might be a nasty surprise when that smoke fails, if it ever comes to that, as another has dropped. Good stun, leaving just 1, and something that was tough for them to do previously. Both teams are going to take home a defensive round.
Overtime.
This was just, it's Sog's law, right? Like, it's just gonna happen. They're both gonna keep winning defenders rounds, and we stay here until 17-15 again. God knows who wins it at that point, but yeah, what a turnaround from Metasport on their defense. And just the decision to show a little bit more aggression to have Jusu all the way up in A lobby like that when, you know, players like Shinnok have made the same play and fallen so many rounds to then repeat it in OT. Crazy, but it works. Now it's Liquid's turn again. Donatello, opening kill. The Jets dictating the pace of overtime so far. And it's turned into a snail crawl because Metasport behind these smokes don't want to push.
Still haven't broken trip. So that information will be had. Smoke utilized. Wary of a push from behind, but you can see the defense much more passive in their stance now that they have a man advantage. No reason to get over aggressive. Metis, they're really hoping that there will be some sort of mistake. Bear in mind where they died from last time they tried to push through this choke.
I
think there was a slight hesitation. Signer for a second went, think I've been through this one. Problem though is that they're now pushing into this C site blind. Back corner will be cleared again. They were waiting for the second use of that utility, but there was a gap. That's a mistake. There's some space to be had for Donatello, and now he looks to spring into action, taking a second player down. Anguis needs to go big here, but it's being watched. It's being spotted. It doesn't matter though. He still wins that fight, but the spike is yet to be planted. They are yet to get this into position. Another up for Jusu as they look to push even further forward. He may just about get that spike down, but there's another kill up. It's left all down to one, and Anguis does it again. The beginning of the map clutched by him. The end of the map may have just done as well.
Match point.
I'm lost for words, Tom. Those rounds, like, it's hard to even say too much about it. Like, Ninja gets one through the edge of the box there as well, just after the plant. Metasport, yeah, they had all of the players on site. They were ready to go. Anguist here catches one in transition. GSR felt like he had the right spot. And then Cupid, I don't know if he just runs out of bullets, but the 1v1 doesn't go their way. Metasport now have a chance to close on the defense again. And they're getting there.
That's a good start. That's a very good start. To be able to take a man advantage early. Get rid of Donatello and GSR. Cupid almost needs to win this fight. And that's the thing. Shinnok knows it. He's not going to play silly at this stage of the game. Just wants to keep that man advantage alive. The thing is though, for the attack, at least Ninja and Rexstone are still standing. If you were ever going to rely on a hero, I think you'd be looking at them.
Metasport in overtime, playing with heartstrings. Shinnok could send their faithful into raptures from Graffiti. Has the smoke. Berzy's arrived to help in kind. Stun inside the Nebula. It's between Cupid and Ninja. Ninja's been lights out so far this map. His IGL could be complimentary here, and the reveal is going to set them up to at least find that first kill. Still 30 seconds or so, but it's all on Cupid now. Another clutch required of the captain. Reload inside the smoke, and Berzy can just spam to his position. 15-13. Not as long as last time, but still nowhere near as comfortable.
I think picking this map each time is just going to lower their sort of like health for a very long time to come. I don't know if this is something they want to keep doing, but hey, they're getting them over the line. They took it back after what was a pretty poor defensive half, and hey, now leading into a third map after winning a close one like that, I think Metasport might just be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I would definitely understand why you think that way after that map, but we're kind of going to have to see what version of Liquid we get in this next one of Liquid Academy, because map 1, they started brilliantly, they looked great. Map 2, they had to try and fight from behind, which, as I said, is not something that we really saw of them when they played other teams in the Swiss stage, like Unsigned, like Zero Tenacity. If they were to go down a few rounds in a map, that was it. The map was done most times. You know, they weren't able to break double digits and push it to an overtime. That's what we got. Now we go to Lotus, one which we've seen from them a couple. They've got wins, they've got losses. For Metasport, we've only seen it once. It's such a grey area. I was saying at the start, like, oh, it's going to favour Metasport more and more the longer we go on. I actually don't know at this point. I really don't know.
Yeah, well, I'd say one player who definitely like kept them in this map was like the amount of rounds that it almost seemed like he won just off an individual basis. Like even towards the end in overtime as well. Massively impressive. It's again a reason why I think like this guy wouldn't be out of place in a tier 1 team. In fact, I go as far as to say as some of the people that have been picked up in the Sentinel role don't have the level of this guy. Like he had so much impact even just in individual basis, but then I think his depth of agent pool is always super impressive. So I think that this team is definitely going to be one to fear. And well, going into a third map, if he can keep up numbers like that while playing a Sentinel, I think it's theirs to take.
27 kills for Anguist. You mentioned depth of agent pool. With him playing Vice on Haven, I'm pretty sure he's played every single Sentinel on this map at this point in time. The guy can pull pretty much anything out, and then heading into Lotus, well, it's anybody's best guess what Metasport have for us there, because we have not seen it from them so far, whereas Liquid, this is one of their most played maps. You have Lotus and Split both played 3 times each, both with, you know, a comp which I think you'll probably find disappointing as you were, you know, goading them on to give us something exciting, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Nothing is set in stone just yet. One thing I can say for certain though is don't go anywhere, because this deciding map between Metasport and Team Liquid Academy is going to be a banger. We'll see you after the break.
done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. You're so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, nothing, nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast for the final time this Sunday evening. For the final time this week, we get to see the last map, the decider between Metasport and Team Liquid Academy. Tom, I can't wait to dive straight into this one. There's a lot of expectation, of which we kind of have to throw out the window almost. Metasport battling through overtime, gifted Haven by Anguist, I think, in the end there, and some individual ability, a couple of blunders. Where's your head at coming into this one? I know you said Metasport now favourites. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, definitely. I think you're going to have the high of winning out that series, winning out that map, and then you're going to go, okay, now we go into a map where you don't know what we're going to be doing. And I think you've got 3 maps of tape. It's been played 3 times exactly the same way, and they've only got a singular victory. And for the youngsters, this is going to be a learning curve of, can you now reset quick enough? They've got the staff behind them to do it, but I have a little bit more faith in the players with experience.
Yeah, that's the story that we're trying to sell here. It's the youngest team in playoffs, one of the youngest teams that we have in Challengers full stop, I imagine, against a team of players which have consistently played at a high level, been praised by so many around EMEA, Tier 2 and beyond, honestly, from people in high places talking about some of the guys on this Metasport team. Why are they not reaching the top? If you can't beat your opponent who has never been there before, in the case of a lot of these players, not all of them of course, then yeah, that's it, right? I think the only player in this team with playoff experience is Ninja from Chippy Chappers last year.
It says a lot, really, doesn't it, when you're looking at Jusu, who's been on quite a few different teams, including like the old school like Alliance group. Like there's a lot of players that have been around quite a while. Cider definitely fits that bracket as well. So I think, yeah, you have to lean into that. At the same time, this Liquid Academy has already sort of surprised me, like with some of the individuals that we've had, some of the crazy plays that they've been able to pull out. So I don't want to put this as a downer, like it's impossible they take this map. I think it's still going to be very close, probably another 50-50, but I just think that if they're not going to adapt anything with what they're bringing in, you giving these experienced players all of the info they need to potentially counter you, knowing that you're probably not going to ban out this map, because why would you? And then they can bring in anything. Like they could run another comp that revolves around a Teo. I think on this map it really does work out nicely. I think they could still bring in the Vice as well. So I think there's definite potential here.
Yeah, I mean, it segues quite nicely into what I was going to say as well about the Teo on that last map. It felt really oppressive, and when you've seen Team Liquid Academy playing this map before, it feels like you did have a lot of those hero plays, like what we saw from Rextund at the end of the map, like what GSR has been able to do consistently. And if you're not able to anchor effectively when you have that kind of utility thrown at your face, then what is the response? Do they have a way to play around that? We have some information. One of the players has disconnected, so we are going to have to take a short break, but we do have the map up for you very shortly. So once that issue is resolved, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Metasport versus Team Liquid Academy is right around the corner.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again.
We are just about ready to dive into Lotus. Team Liquid Academy versus Metasport, who will start out on the attack side with Vice in the comp, but the absence of a Teho.
Yeah, no, they've gone for the single initiator alongside the double controller. It's like, I definitely don't mind this composition at all. A lot of potential delay going into the defense, but also allowing them to sort of shroud a lot of what they're going to be planning to do. And it may make it a lot easier to take some of that space over on that A side of the map, which a lot of the time will cause issues. The tail on the other side, though, definitely a little bit more interesting. I like the switch up. When things haven't been working, I think that this can be quite an aggressive use of that agent. And I think GSR, like, if there's anybody I wanted to have, an agent that allows to put, like, utility to force people into his crosshair, probably the guy who dropped, what, like 26 kills on map 1?
Yeah, 27 actually, Tom. So even better than you previously thought.
Undersold it.
You did. This guy has been ridiculous, and even being able to play off his breach utility on this map before looked good. Who knows what Teho has in store? Been a decent one for them so far, but you can see why change was needed. Playoffs are a different beast. The pressure is up, and the possibility of dropping into the lower bracket, not something which either team will want early, but for Liquid, that's more games, more opportunity to just hone their craft. You can already see how far they've come this tournament, and they go one step further, already making moves outside of B.
I know this is a very aggressive push-up, but there is already going to be information off the back of the Vice. They're going to bait the wall, but that's mostly just to put doubt in the minds of their opposition. Donatello's been left behind to sort of hold on to this angle as the rest of the team will rotate. And because of that, this means that Metasport are somewhat forced into this A take where 4 players are already within a tight vicinity.
They've levied the full stack here, and Donatello starting to chip away at this flank now. Reveal dropping in, Jusu, other side of it, smoke underneath, upper, gets one, bobs back up, Donatello arrives on the scene from the flank. Metasport fighting forwards, but the backline is under threat. Cooper also rotating around to just split up the forces. Liquid Academy going to make use of this position, so the door opens up tree. GSR still without his salvos, so just waiting on a little bit longer, and that gives the chance for Jusu to isolate a fight. GSR goes 1 for 1, and it's Cider left alone in the clutch now. Time already played down to the wire, but plenty of it left between GSR and Cooper to just win it out for their team. The Academy off the mark first.
I feel like you never doubt that if that kid is given an angle, he's going to hit the shot. So it was more reliant on Cider picking that one apart. The thing is, they started off quite well. I think Juice's initial adaptation of position was incredibly good. Being able to start things off strong on an individual level, but
Yeah.
I think just, again, that flank coming in made it a little bit more troublesome. Now we get to see with that extra plant cash if they can maybe do something with the Sheriffs.
Something else about GSR there too, which we've already mentioned so far in this series, is the discipline not to overcommit to the fight. Just keep opening the door, take the duels through it instead of pushing when you know it's like 60-40, 70-30 against you rather than in your favor. Which will split up this time from Metasport, and Verzi does well to get away with one. It's a gun on the floor, ends up being a Bulldog as Ninja upgrades himself from his fallen teammate, and this is where Metasport now look to reinvestigate, see if there's anything more to be done towards Rubble.
This aggressive position being held, it does allow a little bit more in terms of GSR just holding the line. You can see the confidence he has. It's like, obviously the trip's going to be broken for him to actually come under any sort of pressure. And in fact, the pressure's been put onto Ninja instead.
You see the Sheriff
Left.
through the wall, like 3 players shooting at him. He's down to 57 already, so it's good damage.
There's a few low players now. They're starting to get quite scary. A corner for Anguish to hide in. They are now starting to run out of time. That's the only real problem. But if they go towards Rexstone, he is left with just a pistol in hand. Side is going to be there to try and sell the ruse, but the ruse hasn't been sold. There's still a couple of players waiting patiently. Still a whiff shot or two, but eventually it comes home. 2 HP for Ninja, but all they really care about is that he'll hold on to the gun.
Yeah, 2 rifles, Spectre. Rexstone can't get the Ghost. It's on the other side of the map. Yeah, decent round, I think, from Liquid.
Yeah, I think it is just gone. Yeah, well, there's probably a little bit less than 27 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if this can be seen by people at home, but wow, that's a crazy shot. I can't believe he's hit that.
Yeah, it's where you gotta just like reel it in a little bit. It's like, do I want to start talking about the pre-round, or is there what's going on here? Who knows? If you can hear me, prime sub to Sliggy on Twitch. Oh no, we're back.
Okay.
Wait.
we go.
No, that's strange. That is strange. For those watching, I don't know if you saw or not, the feed cut. I said prime sub to Sliggy, and it came back. So
Obviously the as there's only 2 members currently remaining. GSR. And of course,
Player standing.
Rexon, who's going to be trying to fight this one back. 1 versus 5. Doesn't seem like there's much potential. Guardian, okay, he'll get 1. Looking for a little bit more, but that will be all she wrote. A decent response from Metasport at least. And yeah, I think the HUD is only just beginning round number 3, so a little bit off.
We prove it.
yeah, all good. Liquid are up now. Well, they're up 2 rounds.
1.
Rounds to 1. I'm second guessing myself here at this point.
It's 2-1. It's 2-1.
It is 2-1. We did just see the round, so fair enough. Ooh, some things we wish we didn't see. But I think just the big thing here, Metasport get that round on the board early. They're not losing the bonus with a couple of the guns that were in play. Yeah. Happy days.
We're back to 27 seconds.
Yeah, no. Oh, wait, what?
What are you so confused about?
Because it added the round back, but yeah, I guess this is just what the round,
now it's
what the map
paused.
looks like. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're on 27 seconds, 28 again.
Yeah, no, it's because it's pause while things are getting fixed, and then it's gonna turn back into the game in a minute. Still plenty of cash, so it seems like there wasn't an overinvestment in the last round from the side of Team Liquid Academy. Obviously, only a single player dropped in the last round for Metasport, so they still have a good chance to get off to a decent start. And that's the thing, we've seen that already, where a lot of it came down to those attack side halves in the previous map. So I think for them, just being able to put up numbers here, especially on a map that at least historically has lent to that attack side with, again, 3 sites, lots of potential rotations. Expectation is now, and they start off the run, or are they going to be stopped in their tracks? Because it seems like, I was going to say, Rexon really wanted to fight that one a bit more aggressively.
Yeah. Ninja with the op as well, something we've seen him do a few times with great success on this map outside of A with Cupid. Just waiting, as Metasport are incredibly passive here. Just letting that early utility run. We've seen a lot of teams against the Tejo just sort of give that early respect, A. It's exactly what they'll do. But the salvos are still up, the stun's still available. It was just the drone used outside of B. In fact, Team Liquid Academy have Metasport exactly where they want them.
Yeah, they've got Nightfall as well. That's the thing. That can be thrown in just to force them back completely. Even though there's not going to be anyone to really play off of it, having that much information, having players without the ability to hear, there can be re-aggression from Ninja, and they've only got 30 seconds. That's the main issue. The amount of time that has already been left off that clock. Showstopper thrown in, but actually, well, even though that seemed to be flying towards Cupid, he's won that battle anyway. Without having site control with 18 seconds, there needs to be some kills here. Luckily, Burzy has been able to put the first in the ground. Now going to try and lurk along his own utility, but it's now the opposing side to strike back. Only side are left and no escape. A really good hold, really good retake from the side of Liquid Academy. Well, now that economy is still going to be okay for at least a round, but this one puts Metas a little bit more on edge.
Yeah, it has to. The fact that the defender's side starts as well as it has, also leaning into this new composition, this slight change away from the breach. One agent shuffle that they bring through, Metasport needing to find a way to waltz around it. A new map from them, sure, you'll have played it in scrims, but official practice is completely different. Again, the same names towards the top end of the scoreboard for Team Liquid. The same kind of response to the early A pressure, but Metasport a little further ahead of the curve this time if they commit right now.
Trying to sell the ruse. Taking the orb, faking the doors. There already has to be expended some utility. In fact, a lot of utility being utilized by that defensive side just to try and make sure that some of these positions are still cleared. That's both Prowlers gone. Now, I will say, I feel like there's an aspect of I'm playing Fade with an operator. I don't want utility, so I can use my operator. So that has gone very early. This position from Cupid is a risk. This is something that's very often wallbanged, and if it's not, I expect it to be cleared. It is going to be cleared. It's going to be cleared by Jusu, and that kills way too easy.
Yeah, it's an absolute freebie. Just another stone in the path towards the C site. Rexton, the one who guards the gate, but only get one player across before that happens. 3 versus 3, Donatello's ult coming back in all the way over the top, but nothing as the pit spreads across the site. The fuse. Spike coming in. And just the spam is making a mad dash for it in the last 10 seconds or so. It's a scramble. Liquid Academy have come out far the worse in the end. Donatello down to 11, GSR 50, and that's without the deduction that this pit will make. Once once he dips back inside it. First kill is Shinnok. Anguist only has 2 HP of his own, so a stray bullet could change the dynamic of this round entirely. In fact, the smoke is almost playing to Donatello's advantage for him to wrap around, but Anguist has the gap held, and Metasport can close in with another round of their own.
Yeah, big commitment of ults, but in a spot where you know you're going to obliterate your opponent's economy if you win it, definitely worthwhile. Just having that Viper's Pit still brings so much value. An agent that, at least in EMEA, has fallen out of popularity, still played a decent amount in Americas. Slight different point of view, but it seems for Burzy, it has just been good for him to be able to take space, leave his opponents a little bit down and out. They do have to be careful, though, because these have been rounds that Liquid Academy have been able to take away from them a bit too regularly for my liking, or at least make them very costly, just with their prowess off the pistols.
Camera taken
We're
out.
just wondering what layering is there to this? What kind of setup? Is there a way that they can try and find a kill, or is it just going to have to be bodies on the site at the end of the round? Doesn't feel like a win condition. Cupid just teasing us with a TP. A bit better than being the other side of that box, I reckon, last round, but Donatello no better. He just drops at the front of B. Sheriff shots from GSR. It felt like he would thread the needle on the second one there, and that could have been everything. But it's on to Rex turn now. His utilities bought a little bit more time to just backfill this pace. They flood in 2 for Rex Toad! No way he hits the third! A thrifty tap from the Sheriff. A quick squeeze of the trigger, and Liquid Academy are out of sight. And so's the feed. Oh, no, it's not. Brilliant.
I don't know how he keeps doing stuff like this. They had him blinded on the site. Just a quick use of his cage kept him in the round altogether. But this guy, like, we've been hyping up throughout the entirety of the day. GSR, how good he's been. But honestly, Rexstone in that last map had probably the play of the day. And then also in this map has just pulled out a ridiculous round. And I said it, these rounds have already been ridiculously costly for Metasport throughout the series. That's another one they're going to live to regret.
That's the thing. Will they end up regretting it at the end of this map or not? There will be time to review, of course, but does that come off the back of a win or a loss? Hangs in the balance right now. Only assume the attack side aren't exactly cheated out, as I'm seeing classics. Hard playing catch up, but one thing is for certain, Liquid Academy are in a pretty strong position. There is still a flank that will be coming through late. Burzy was the one just looking over that, but Ninjas quickly cut him out of action. Now the retake can begin. Armageddon coming in from the corner, feeds another player to the hungry crosshair of GSR. 2 fall to the Phantom. Anguist still giving it his best go, but Cupid stabbed him right between the shoulder blades. Both players making their return from DAC. And while Anguist won the league last year, it's a new year and a new team for Cupid, which seemingly is getting off to success.
But I wouldn't recommend
Yeah, it must be nice to have these like crazy youngsters doing all this stuff so that you can go for knife kills during the game. It's actually crazy though that it's like, it feels like he's the old man in the team, but he's like 22 years old.
It's nuts. He literally just had his birthday the other day. Like,
yeah,
I'm catching myself calling him an old man. Yeah.
I think it's Rex and Ninja, GSR. I don't know how old Donatello is, but they're all 18, 17, 16. So it's like, this really is a team of crazy young players. Well, right now they are firmly in the lead once again, looking solid. Over on that defensive side, a more direct approach attempted. Jusu has just gone down straight through the smoke. Well, they already know the Burzies lurk around this angle. Oh, I say they know. They should have had a decent idea. It won't matter in the end, though. The rest of the kills have come in very quickly. Shinnok yet to have the same impact that we saw in previous maps. Look at this firing squad. A chance for a lineup. 1 in a million he'd need here, because they are all just waiting to fire straight back at him. while trying anything he can to at least do some chip damage.
He has 50 seconds. If you wanted to go around the world, maybe. It's like, I'm literally watching the live animal go down the conveyor belt, like getting ready to be killed. That is it. Shinnok is gone. It was a matter of time, but Metasport still kept to only 2 rounds. Liquid Academy building up this lead. Yeah, as I say, you almost feel sorry for them in situations like that, but Liquid Academy, this is off the back of their own good graces, individual success. Like Burzy, for example, edge of the smoke, just when you think he has an advantage, the adjustment is so quick.
Satchel out.
Cover going out.
Can Metas come out with a little bit of Sheriff magic of their own? They've already lost a round to Rexstone and his Seasight hold. Very early rotations coming out from the defense, though. I guess with the deep position of Donatello, they're fairly happy to just give this one up.
Yeah.
His only goal is to jiggle peek. He spots them going back, and then immediately you can already see GSR starts a rotation. Rexstone is going to go back. What was an early stack just in case it was a rush now quickly deteriorates back into a default.
Have that cam towards Mound as well, so there's an added layer of security if needed, but Donatello is the big boss at the door. Was doing a decent job at showing them out, but Cider, I don't think, wants the title of Big Boss taken away from him, so he snatched that one. Sees on to Burzy, outside of B. Guided salvos means that he is a dead man walking, and there's nothing else to take away. Ninja, 2 more kills. 4 versus 2 situation now. Metasport out without a chance in this round. They came in with barely nothing in the first place. Just the protocols of this defender's side seem so comfortable at this point in time. And yeah, sure, Jusu invests the ult. Shinnok's got another one somehow onto Cooper, which feels like the craziest thing, because it is actually a 1 versus 1, and a 1v1 which Shinnok has a credible chance in.
Hey, he's got Nightfall available, so that can buy him the extra time and space. It can remove the information from his opponent. Rexstone's wary about the drop down, not wanting to give too much away in case there's an aggressive peek from his opponent. Instead, it seems like the game has been given away, looking for that 1 versus 1, but he's not going to win it. Shinnok takes it home. They do have a little bit of magic of their own, and sure, it took an ult or 2 in the mix, but that is a huge round to find that attacking team.
Yeah, it's just a round which doesn't feel like it should be losable, honestly, Tom. From that kind of position, Donatello gets 1. He hangs around a little bit longer, but from this point onwards, Jusu finding a kill, which gives him his ult, which then gives a little bit of room for Cupid to fall as well. Shinnok getting another, and all of a sudden 1v1 with guns in play. A massive butterfly effect in the end. And the first Metasport timeout, because I feel like they should have called this in this round anyway. It was probably already pressed by coach or captain. Locked in ahead of time before the result had come through, because you know that rifles would have been on the board coming into round number 10 regardless, and there are ults to play around with.
Yeah, I think as well, just even though that round has gone their way, it's not been the greatest signs so far in this attack half. And as said, like, you go back to Haven, it was a really attack-sided map, so I think just wanting to make sure that not going to let this one get too far out of control, even with that huge boost. Especially now you consider, okay, both teams have a Nightfall. Steel Gardens online for Anguish. There is potential for them to kickstart this attack and maybe even level things up towards the end.
Early trades. A lobby fight again. Oh! It's up, heading more towards this side of the map. Cider tree early. Opens the door up for the rest of his team. Nightfalls will also get traded. Anguist finds another kill. GSR gets one back. I mean, what is this? Tug of war? Both teams trading abilities, trading positioning. When the dust settles, Anguist will have this steel garden, and that finally forces Team Liquid Academy to retreat or have their weapons taken.
Two of them dodged it. I don't know if they'll realize that, but they do have that deep control. The guided salvo is just a little bit too late. Weaponry coming back in. They know there's a player in the corner. They need to try and defend from this box, otherwise there could have been some nasty damage done. More so, though, you can see Rexstone going round. He's trying to split the vision of these players, give extra space to his team, and that's exactly what he's done. Even takes on with him for good measure. Another GSR triple. I think that's going to be said many times in years to come. And more importantly, an immediate response from the side of Team Liquid Academy, especially with everything invested, especially with how these rounds started off. That's a big one for them to take.
Yeah, and all we were saying about ults being available, Metasport invest theirs, we get the Nightfall from Ninja, and then what comes online for Liquid Academy in the process, so much more. Metasport down to such a mixed investment. Jusu was on a Stinger, he's gone back to a Sheriff instead, he doesn't want to just fly straight in, but this is concerning. As I was saying before, the protocols from Liquid Academy seem to be in the right place, and GSR is going to call this early rotation yet again. It's in the micro sometimes where there have been missing pieces, but good looks so far on the defense.
And Ninja, jack of all trades. He's now brought in an Odin to go for some of those wall bangs. Might even run out of bullets at the rate he's going. Not really doing too much in terms of chip damage, but blurring those orbs, and he's trying to guess where they're going post Prowler. The fact is, though, the attack have just been feeling out the maps, trying to spot the aggression, and again, are going to go back to this A take. But bear in mind, last time they did have themselves a showstopper.
Just saw Ninja lining up that second horn. It speaks volumes to the amount of time that has elapsed, yet still Liquid Academy in prime position to just haul this over the line. Cupid with his shorty, Vandal by his side. Anguist has given food for thought in the form of lead in the face. Yet still, it is another clutch presented to him, of which he has won a handful so far in this series. Nothing to deny the plant. The nade's not in the right spot. Cupid hung out to dry in heaven if Anguist was to go for the wider peak, but Rexton's been spotted instead. He gets the first, can't connect to the second. The transfer not there. And with it, an 8th for Liquid Academy.
Definitely seemed like there was a world, but not this time. They've managed to deny what could have been a pretty dangerous spot for Anguist to be in. He's not lit up the server quite like he did on the previous map, and Cider definitely seems to be struggling in his individual game right now.
This goes here.
8-3. A chance for another dominant half. Much more similarly to map number 1, the way they were able to play it on that defensive side.
That race sucks.
That doesn't really leave a good sign for Metasport, who, well, as you said, will be heading into that lower bracket with some tough matches. Donatello, what he's not even needed. It's the Odin of Ninja that's done the damage. He's even getting a third through the wall. Oh, it's just absurd. It's oppressive. It's so hard to fight against. Oh, is there any escape even at this point for Anguist? They tried to counter him and lost 3 players.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I almost feel bad that Mitch wasn't here yesterday because he'd be having a field day. This is just insane. GSR, one more. Last round of the half. No more to be taken by Metasport. You favoured them coming into this map after finally in overtime again on Haven, converting a 9-3 half. Well, Liquid Academy have put up a 9-3 half of their own on defender side Lotus with this new composition, with Teo in the mix. They are set for success and an upper semi-final, it seems.
Yeah, no, they've looked fantastic. Like, I think, again, the versatility of Ninja now showing up. Rexstone, I genuinely think it got to the point where they didn't want to go towards that C site anymore just because of, like, even if he's got a Sheriff, isolating him is going to be difficult. While at this stage, a pistol is a must. If this goes in the other direction, I feel like the youngsters are going to have this. It already showed, like, success so early. That's the thing. It's like the expectations of this Liquid Academy were to at least have a bit of time to sort of feel out the roster, but it seems like it already clicks.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. I mean, I was lucky enough to speak with Cooper after they qualified to playoffs, and I think even reaching top 8 here, keeping their spot in Upper Swiss is a positive. This is a guy who was saying, oh, I was kind of sad we didn't play Lower Swiss because then we could have had more games coming into Upper. Like, it is long term, and that's the kind of security which I don't think he individually has had in projects so far. And well, now it could be onto something greater. The pistol's already got off to a good start. Donatello, a drive-by from his Ghost. He's found a double entry to the A site, and the spike's going to go down.
Oh,
nice combo.
Sees nade, attempted, failed. Already though, that's one down. The secret spot has been spotted. Ninja and Cupid sat in the afterplan. Cupid trying to hide within this smoke. He has somehow managed to hold on to this position. His teammate looking like he might fall. Cupid try and close this one out. He's run out of bullets though, and because of that, Cider is going to take home the round. Not enough in the clip, even with only 9 HP.
I don't know if you noticed there, by the way. Cupid is fighting in his own smoke. Cider peeks around to take the duel on Shinnok in tree. Shinnok is shooting at Cider, trying to like pre-fire his peak, and then kills Ninja behind him. That was messy in the end. That was very, very messy. But Metasport have the pistol round. They have guns available to them. Now, can they convert this? And more importantly, hold on to those weapons? Because something I can say is that these early starts haven't really translated to momentum.
Oh. Seeing an Ares already not happy. They're about to get worse. We've seen too many of these rounds get close. I would hope for the sake of Metasport that's not going to be the case this time around. Already getting an early kill on to GSR is not bad. While with the amount of information they have, I'd be bitterly disappointed if it went wrong from here.
Mersey would have been a way to a Bulldog perhaps, but 2 kills I think is a fair trade. It is probably the best gun that they had, so it's something which is going to get lost. And look, maybe a chance for Rexton and Ninja now. Anguist's going to be low, first point of contact on A. Might just have to give up the plant here.
See a gun in Rexton's hand, and you know, I just have a small part of me that believes in his ability to get things done, even with such a deficit. A plant is going to be coming through. Going to try and group. Potentially. No, actually. Rexstone wants to fight this. It's a low Anguist, and that one, well, I was going to say it's for free, but it's not. 35 HP now. The Jusu's also low. Timing's going to work out wonderfully for him, though. And Rexstone completely blind. It's not going to be killed off. Somehow gets a third. Seized up. Needs an instant shot. And, well, finally is put into the dirt. Again, though, from that position that they were in, that's pretty costly.
Yeah, and it all starts with Burzy taking those fights in spawn by himself. He gets the first, he hangs around a little bit longer. Metasport are going to recover as much of this weaponry as they can, but inherently there's a loss made here. I love the discipline from between Rexton and Ninja there, just to wait for the Haunt to come online, to clear back sight, to give him that safety net to say, okay, if no one's playing there, I can get the plant in. And that's how we make it to post, rather than just rushing into what could have been way more than what we know in hindsight to just have been that low HP Anguist, but very nearly even further out of control. 9-5, slight gap between the teams. Metasport clawing their way back into things, and they have weapons to use in this bonus.
It's an early fight. Zyda's paranoia is going to catch the majority, but the majority... Well, actually, it did catch Ninja. I was going to say it didn't catch GSR, but he wasn't even the one that got the kill. Ninja has taken over that role. Okay, maybe a little bit over-aggressive, but nonetheless, you have to bear in mind that this is a hardcore bonus round for the side of Metasport. Very little left to play with. Anguist is hoping to just drop one. Like that would be nice. Get an extra kill on the board. Ninja doesn't even need the ultimate orb, by the way, but he's still facing for that kill. Another quad. A 10th round. And okay, he does at least drop one more player. It forces a couple of rebuys, but with already this ultimate online and 3 rounds needed to close the series.
Liquid just so quick to get back into this second half. Just the amount of work that they've done, laid the foundations on the anti-eco into a weakened bonus by Metasport. Just didn't feel like they could put up the same kind of fight, and double digits broken into. Seems to be the first time that they're actually going to head towards the C site. Sider's going to break the reveal. TP across already for Cupid. Just have to wait out this one way before they recommit, and now Anguist is here as well with his own utility.
Pressure put onto those players, holding deep C. The thing is, there needs to be a re-aggression now. You've lost half the map. And so you can see that the defense are trying to claim back some space on the other side. It is still being held by Rexstoned, but not so much they can do. Now you can see that the vines are in place to slow down Donatello. He's taking so much damage going through it, but not as much as his opponent. Now the Knight falls into play. A chance for Anguist. First goes his way. He's still tagged low, and eventually GSR does enough to give them the advantage and the sight. Donatello's got to be careful, though. Forced out of position. Okay, he doesn't have to be careful. Never mind. I take it back. He can do whatever he wants. He can walk around the site on low HP, spray through smokes. He's still going to get away with it.
No. Now that last one. Yeah, that last one is just one step further for Liquid Academy. Defender's side, economy in tatters. Metasport are getting run over. I don't think they were expecting Team Liquid Academy perhaps to get out the gates this quickly and look as dominant a force as they have done. Timeout called. The final timeout Metasport have here in regulation, while Liquid are still sitting on top of both of them. In just 21-9.
Yeah, it's hard to know even what to say at this stage, because it's like, you don't have a buy for this round. So unless there's a pocket strat you've been holding on to, claiming orbs on this map for defense is really difficult. The A site one is basically a death sentence unless you have full control. The C site one, you could get there first, but that doesn't mean you're going to survive.
Yeah.
So there's not, like, even though they've got so many ultimates, they're actually close. Showstopper would be ideal, so would Steel Garden, but I don't think either of those are going to be plausible. So you're really talking about, how are we going to win 7 rounds in a row after this round? And that is just a conversation that I think it comes down more to morale than actual strategy, because this is the last time we're going to get any input from the coach, unless there's a Liquid pause or we go to overtime.
Yeah. It's a real rough spot to be in. Cider as well, not having the best performance himself. Perhaps focusing on the calling, but he said it himself. One of the big things from last year, which, you know, people were quick to judge regardless of his own ability as a leader in the game, is just how many frags you can contribute. Anguist, another player here towards C, and a guy who, for last year, if you were to say who's a player you associate in challenges with C-Site Lotus, Mount, it was always going to be Anguist. Always an area where he brought some solidity to to the defense, and that's what they're going to try. Give some kind of a fight towards Liquid Academy. Showstopper comes in, but to the vines they go, and with it, Merzy should be in for a killing. Nice double kill to open things up for the defense, and more importantly, shut down the site. They've held on to it.
Yeah, they ended up gambling on an investment, bringing in those Bulldogs to try and get something done early. The wall's going to be baited. An attempt to try and pull players away, and it was successful initially. With 30 seconds left, you're going to have to either just gamble it, dive through the smoke, or look for a separate avenue. Well, it seems like the only avenue really left available to them is the B site.
GSR can get the spike, get the plant here. He's going to have Armageddon in post. Instead, Ninja the one who takes it, and GSR taking a duel. So is Rexton. Jusu cut down in his HP, halved, finally toppled. Rexton another, Ninja as well. How on earth are Liquid Academy fighting their way out of this one? Whatever happens now, it's going to have to be with Classics. Ninja's got another. Anguist's on the plant, manages to half it out. But before he can fully stick it, Ninja will have a Vandal in his hands. Anguist knows where the corner is. Knows where he will find Ninja, but it was not the answer he was looking for. The answer is a 12th round for Liquid Academy, which means map and series point.
10 seconds.
This team just feels like a cheat code. The funny thing as well is, like, we talk about a lot of the players that are on this roster and ones for the future. Like, Ninja's eligible to play now, and is a Polish player. I'm just saying, if he keeps this up throughout the season, the Liquid main team might have to give him a spot, because this has been an insane performance.
All I'm gonna say, when do we go full Polish, right? When do we just roll it back, you know?
I don't think you're kicking Kiko on that. I'm just gonna say that
that's
now.
actually very okay, that's very true. Kiko, I'm sorry, I love you. We move forwards though, and so does Donatello. Finding the first of those kills, Rexton soloed out, and Red Sport have found themselves some footing in this round. But look at Liquid Academy. Look how quickly they claw all this space back. Cider has had a terrible day in the office. He's faked the TP out, but I'm pretty sure Ninja can hear this anyway. And do you ever expect him to be in this corner? The answer, simply put, is no. But Cider still wins that duel, and that gives the man advantage.
The spot's also an off angle, but it's another missed opportunity. GSR, though, doesn't miss very often. He's been able to find an awkward position now with so desperately low on Cupid, but they don't even know, and they don't even need to know that he's behind, because GSR, in classic fashion, is going to close out this game with headshots. It's 13-5. It's a victory for the youngsters, and, well, their debut in the playoffs has gone swimmingly.
Swimmingly, I think, yeah, just against Metasport of all teams, I think that's a statement. You know, I was looking at this game earlier in the day and thinking to myself, the context of whoever wins this is going to be really important. If Metasport can see it through, it sets up that game on Thursday night that everyone's going to be looking towards, who many, myself included, thought maybe would have been Enterprise. It's Zero Tenacity versus Team Liquid Academy in the upper bracket, and the way in which they ended up, you know, rising to the occasion of that final map of Lotus with a slight pivot in their comp as well, just looked to be all of the difference that they needed. A first playoff match that Cupid has had the chance to call, a first playoff match for 4 out of the 5 players on this team, the only one with experience this deep into a competition before, I believe, is Ninja, who, again, was lights out as well. That experience just proving dividends. And there you have it. The rest are left to fend for those ascension points through lowers.
Yeah, I think that's been the most impressive thing, is like, this squad, it seems like the second it gets down to like brass tacks, like the basics, you go, okay, you're in a spot, there's 3 players pushing you, do what you do to kill them. Every single member of this team can do it. Like, it's so ridiculous how much depth and skill that they have, and how quickly they've been able to get at least some level of synergy. I think you give this team a few months and they are a genuine force to be reckoned with. And they're already beating like some of the favorites in the entire tournament. Some hugely experienced, like you're talking about Anguis being a top 3 at Ascension last year.
Yeah.
You're talking about Cider being a master stand-in to help that FPX team get to playoffs. Like, these are players who've been around the block and know what they're doing. And you have schooled them when it comes to clutch scenarios. That's crazy.
Yeah, it feels uncharacteristic of Metasport to lose in this kind of fashion. At this stage, the opening round of playoffs as well, no less. You know, you don't get many more opportunities. They have one more lifeline to save themselves from not making top 4, to taking an early exit, which I think is crazy. And for Liquid, they're one game away from guaranteeing more matches in Challengers EMEA. When I was just talking earlier about Cupid saying like, oh, I wanted to play lower Swiss. You know, if we make playoffs, cool, that's a bonus. Like, we're just trying to work on this team. And I see the fruits of their labor right now. That work is looking to have paid off massively. So much more to be done and so much more left to be desired for Metasport though.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the thing is, you come up against like a team like this, which is literally a team of prodigy players, and unfortunately in some cases they didn't match up. They definitely showed some resilience themselves, and I think on a map here or there, like especially the first map, you're coming up against like just some crazy ass comps that like if you're expecting them to come in with a damn clove, then yeah, sure, like you're cooked yourself. So I think that like they can definitely bounce back from this. I think the only sad factor will be is like, yeah, it now puts us in a position where, okay, sure, it won't be maybe till the lower round 3 that they'd potentially face off against Enterprise, but especially into the late stages of the tournament, one of those teams is going to have to eliminate the other if they're not eliminated already.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, Tom, and we can get a load of what exactly the games we're going to have coming up in, well, just a few days' time, to be honest. We don't have to wait very long to dive back into some more Northeast action. And there you have it. Sushma versus Sweet and Sour is the first of the upper games. Zero Tenacity versus Team Liquid Academy. Both teams taking wins today. And in the lower bracket, Deti Ulysses versus Metasport, Exoclan versus Enterprise. I guess looking at the bracket here, because, you know, can't trust VLR, wondering what the matchups were actually going to be. Yeah, Metasport and Enterprise, thankfully for one another, opposite sides of the bracket, but still plenty more difficult games for either of them to get to that top 4 spot.
Well, yeah, one of the teams on the game above also has to fall back down. So you could be talking, even if they win, they might get a Zero Tenacity or they might get a Liquid Academy. So it's not a great option either side of the bracket. Maybe a Sweet and Sour even blunders, and then you have a defo lower bracket run. But I think that it's definitely looking like a super exciting bracket on who can actually come out of this one in that top 4 and basically lead the flag for Northeast against the other regions, where it will get even more exciting all over again.
Yeah, I mean, we said before, you look at the grounds for which we have so much talent, not just back when it was North, but East, I think, was a region with so much depth in and of itself anyway. Yeah. So this combination now with the 8 teams that we've whittled ourselves down to, it genuinely does feel like anyone can beat anyone at this point in time. And that just speaks volumes to what we've got on our hands and why we deserve those 4 Challengers EMEA spots, of which, after today, I have absolutely no idea who we're in for seeing. But I have to say, any of the teams in the upper bracket right now with how they've been playing, all deserving of it in their own right. Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure to share the desk and commentate with you today. Scott Biz, sorry, my bad. Yeah, anything else left for you to say before we wrap up, other than plugging the socials, of course?
Yeah, obviously, if you want to find out what happened to Cairo, there's going to be a full video breakdown of him skiing and why he didn't manage to get on a bus. I think it was something to do with that. But
he was so excited. He was so excited to go on that trip.
I am sure there is a deep dive coming into what went wrong for him, but hopefully he'll be back soon.
I'm sure we'll be able to bring you all kinds of fun segments and stuff like that. So make sure to stay tuned to ValLeague_NE on Twitter. as it was formerly known. I think you get the idea. And follow us on Twitch as well and all the rest of the socials. You get the idea. That's all from us. Thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll be back in a few days' time to resume playoffs for Challengers Northeast. I've been HasJC, joined by Tom Biz. That's all from us. Have a great rest of your week, and good night.
Got the best of me. Got the best of me.